which is what we see, but then there's reality as it actually is. And the Marxist-Leninists work very hard to just give you this. Whereas this, you don't really see all this, because they do this when they're talking to the deep program, and who the fuck has time to watch a Hassan and a deep program episode? So I don't think it's like audience capture or Pisco being turned into a communist or all that. It's because I just don't think he's maybe quite noticed yet, or maybe he has. It's just he just not noticed it to the degree that Stephen would like to. Maybe he hasn't noticed exactly like where the fucking.
What's your evidence of that?
Prior conversations. What do you mean?
What is your evidence of that? What did she say?
I
What
don't
did
have
she
the
say?
fucking VOD offhand.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
What
You
did
need me to have the VOD? You want me to have the exact VOD right
Tell
now?
me what you said, you bitch.
No, I'm not a socialist. I'm a communist. That's why it says commie. Mainstream people who call themselves socialists are actually communists, but they're too scared to say that they're communists, so they call themselves a socialist, because right now that's kind of like where the cultural zeitgeist is permissible of.
But I do have one more quip.
Are you in favor of abolishing private property?
Oh yeah, I am.
There's some tensions are high in different communities.
I don't know if Erin is a Marxist-Leninist. She's just a fucking retard, isn't she? Isn't she just like a very stupid person? I don't know. Isn't she just like a very dumb person? Didn't we watch her? Isn't this the guy who we watched her with Hutch? We watched her talking about how she wants to have like a one-state solution in Israel-Palestine, even if no one in the region wants it. Like, what the fuck? And then she'll do the thing like, yeah, I'm still going to advocate for something I believe in, even if it's not popular. Like, if everyone likes slavery, I'll still oppose slavery. It was like, that's not comparable to self-determination. Like, how can you not realize that? It's a question of self-determination. Of course, what the people want matters, and self-determination. What the fuck? I don't know. That's mental. God.
Things like that. So I might be a little more heavy-handed on moderation than I normally would be, because I do want the topic itself to be discussed at least a little. But other than that, I'm just going to give the mic to you guys and let you guys go at it. We're going to hand the mic first to Econoboy, give his thoughts, and then we'll just kind of go around. Econoboy, start us off.
Yeah.
Did you see the Arab League pressuring Hamas to surrender? Yeah, I did. Yeah. And I believe that was the nail in the coffin for the PLO in Lebanon, wasn't it? It was after the Arab countries were like, okay, get the, you guys are just causing us. You're just, what was it? What was the quote? The quote was about Arafat turning Beirut into an Arab Stalingrad and how no one wanted an Arab Stalingrad. Like, fuck that. But I don't know, Hamas just, they seem to be a bit more sturdy. Got a lot more conviction. New goal. Oh, I'll do a new goal, don't worry.
Yeah, so, for those listening, the topic is courting the far left. I take that to be essentially a political and strategic discussion about whether or not and how exactly we should or should not court the far left. And the way that I think of the far left, there's a lot of polls on this. Based on all the research that I was able to do, about 10% of people that vote for Democrats call themselves socialist, and about another 10% call themselves extremely liberal. So if we were to think Kamala got about 49% of the vote, that's to say that something like 10% of those people are either extremely liberal or socialist by their self-identification. And so I think that what that means to me is that we should take what those people say, those actually existing far left voters, seriously. That to the extent that they have demands, they should have a seat at the table. We should try to come up with some sort of coalition and platform that can balance the needs and desires of the far left and the very, very centrist in the party, recognizing that we're in a big tent. And then when it comes to anti-electoral leftists and anti-democratic leftists, which I'm sure we'll talk about on the show, I think that to the extent that those people have big platforms, Democrats should...
You should put chat above your head. I don't think you understand how jarring it is to see like writing starting anywhere other than right at the margin. Look at that's horrible. That's so horrible. I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Engage with those
even though I understand that nothing's happening here. Okay, I understand.
Platforms. So if Pete Buttigieg wants to like go on Hassan's stream and espouse the greatness of his campaign or the Democratic Party or something, I don't really have a big problem with that. But I don't think that people like that should be part of like the inner party or should be invited to the DNC. Somebody like Mamdani, if he becomes the mayor of New York, probably should get a speaking spot at the DNC, but probably not people like Hassan, because it's not clear to me that Hassan is like, quote unquote, an ally of the Democratic Party. And what I'll say is one last thing. I'll say that, you know, I think Destiny had said at some point, he had clarified that essentially people who use the label of socialist
Right, align it. What, should I turn it into Arabic? Is that what you Yeah.
should be treated like Nazis. I take that to mean that they should be like very harshly socially excluded from the broader movement of the Democratic Party or like the broader left. But I think that would be extremely counterproductive because, again, these are just a big chunk of the people of the Democratic Party. I think I get accused of wanting to shrink the tent because I want to primary pro-filibuster senators, right? on ideological grounds. But I think to say that we should shun basically everyone that calls themselves a socialist in the Democratic Party, that's to say that we should shun essentially 10% of the base, which is, I don't know, I just think that's much more counterproductive than just trying to build a coalition with them.
Okay, thank you, and we will get into it as we go. I'm going to hand the mic next to Pisco. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it obviously depends on what you mean by court and what you mean by the far left. So obviously, like, you know, I would be in support if by far left you mean people like Mamdani, people like AOC, these kinds of people who identify, you know, Bernie Sanders as a socialist. I think that there are absolutely things that we can agree on with socialists, and we're a big tent enough coalition if what you mean by far left includes those people. But ultimately, this is a conversation I think about semantics. What is the far left? Who are the group of people who are like anti-liberal or anti-constitutional that you want to exclude? And to what extent do you want to exclude them? Does exclude mean invite them, don't invite them to create a party platform? Does exclude mean not interact with them in any respect? Even as Hasanabi mentioned, to like use their platform either for a debate or to like promote the candidacy or to try to convince people. I don't know if I'll go that far. I certainly wouldn't want to incorporate any Marxist-Leninist ideas into the Democratic platform if that's what's being meant by courting the voters or courting the far left. So ultimately, it's a semantic argument, but we're not here for that. We're here because, in my opinion, there's been a bad faith campaign to basically smear me and Hasanabi and Desire as having moved to the far left, as having put space in our coalition to really allow for anti-democratic, anti-constitutional ideas and to not push back on them. And I think what you'll find that there are tensions right now, I think, in the different coalitions, the different viewer bases, but they don't have to do with a big substantive disagreement. I encourage everyone who's watching, actually look during the course of this conversation, how much disagreement substantively is there going to be? If we're talking about like this semantic game about what a socialist is a socialist a Nazi? Stephen is going to just get crushed on that argument by Hasanabi in terms of what a normal person means by the term socialist and how those terms are used. If he can produce any evidence whatsoever that me, Hasanabi, or anyone on Live and Learn did something wrong in like bringing on the vanguard, notice if he can bring up anything that shows that we are taking a kind of illiberal approach or trying to do some kind of bad faith, like according of the tanky vote. If he can point to any specifics, or we're really just going to have more nitpicking on the sides while he encourages and frankly I think smears us as tankies, anti-liberal, and anti-constitutional. So I'm here definitely to get clarity on terms and to notice actually what is the room of substantive disagreement here. Or
it's just as well I didn't move the chat, Because otherwise, look, it's covered now. We've got that, the space is filled. You guys are fucking idiots. Okay, second, okay. I know, I think is this the same thing that's going on? Maybe. It feels like the same issue that I get when it comes to anti-Israel people. Because if you watch my content at all, you will know that I shit on Israel quite a lot. I shit on the IDF, I shit on the government, on the history. Like, if you want to know about any Israeli atrocity for the last 100 years or any Zionist atrocity, I can probably tell you more about it and why Israel did bad than like any of my critics combined. I can probably do that for you, no problem. I shit on Israel plenty. But the problem is whenever I get in these debates with people, I'm like trying to explain. There's no point in me trying to explain to someone who's from the like snark or very anti-fan community that I shit on Israel enough, because it's never enough for them. Because really, the people who attack me for my positions on Israel, for the most part, I don't think their issue is that I'm too soft on the war conduct, or like there's this, or maybe because I said like there was this crime and I'm like, I don't know if this was actually a decision done by a commander or by the government or by a rogue guy, like things like that. That's not really the issue. because that's nothing. It's not really a big issue. The issue is that ultimately the conduct is a proxy issue for the real issue, which is that they want the IDF or Israel destroyed, and I don't. Or that they want some kind of political, like they want an arms embargo, or they want to break ties. Like, it's more than just the conduct. Like, they want the conduct to mean something that I'm not giving them. Whereas with me, I don't want the IDF destroyed. I've got lots of issues with it, but I don't want them destroyed. I do want Hamas destroyed. And I think the people who attack me use the conduct as a way of escaping the fact that that's actually the real disagreement, is that what they seem to want is often the reverse. They want Israel to leave Gaza, and whether they realize it or not, the consequence is that Hamas are still there. But the problem people have with me is not my take on this or that bit of conduct, or like the aid or whatever. It's really that they want me to see Israel as an enemy. And that's what I don't give them. And that's what leaves them wanting. With this, I don't think it's necessarily anything Pisco has said about Vanguard or whoever that made them, that was complimentary to them, or anything that he didn't push back on. I think it's more that like that Vanguard conversation with Lib and Learn was, you came out of it not really thinking that Pisco sees them as an enemy, as a threat to the Democrats. Same with Hassan, right? Like, Pisco can shit on Hassan like a million times, but I think that leaves people like Destiny or Destiny Community, or maybe even me, a little bit wanting, is that it doesn't seem like he sees them as an enemy. And I think that's the issue. Because they are an enemy. Like, if you're a Democrat or a social democrat or a liberal, people like Hassan are an enemy. They are a threat to you. They will bring you down. They will degrade and this idea that like the Vanguard recognizes that Democrats are bad, or are not as bad as Republicans. Again, it's like, yeah, you can get a tanky to say that like Trump is 100% Hitler and Democrats are 99% Hitler. And they might even vote for 99% Hitler, but that's not really, they're going to spend the next 364 days shitting on Democrats and like basically hurting that movement. And I think that's where the issue is not treating the enemy like an enemy, but it's more just like treating them as respectable disagreements. Oh yeah. I don't know about the Vanguard to say if that holds, but I think with Hassan it definitely does. I think that's the issue.
All of this a Fugazi to cover up spite and personal conflict between him and other streamers. And is there really evidence that we're moving to the tanky left or the illiberal left?
Okay, well, thank you for being here, and I'm sure we'll get into all of that. Let's give it first to Counterpoints. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my issue with this whole thing is that there are socialists, which I define, I think, in a good faith way, for the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production. There are also communists who believe that the end result of our material analysis should be a moneyless, stateless, classless society. I think these people exist. I think they have clout. I think they have influence. And I would use specific examples in our sphere of influence, like Erin or Straight Raid, who says that she's a communist. I would use the examples like Hassan Piker, who I just watched earlier today, is effectively holding hands with Marxist-Leninists and saying that he is a Marxist-Leninist. He's just, playing softy with the social democrats and the democratic socialists. That way he can get clout and influence and then radicalize them down a funnel. So for me, what I'm trying to point out is that if you pretend that this person is normal and nice and fine and a part of the coalition, then you're going to lose the moderates, you're going to lose the center right, and for every leftist you gain, you probably lose 2 or 3 moderates. So, the Vanguard, I have no idea what their politics are. I would frankly love to speak to them specifically about their politics. But if MLs are a part of the coalition, you're losing people. You're being politically ineffective. That's my argument. Okay, thank you for being here. And last but certainly not least, Destiny, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that when I was making the rounds debating Nazis in 2016 to 2018, one of the most common things that I heard from kind of like the centrists that basically gave more credence to all of the far right ideas was point to where I support this. Show me where I said that I'm racist. Show me where I said that I hate Jewish people, or I'm anti-Semitic, or I'm, trying to be a white supremacist. And there was always this like annoying fight that I would have to do where in order to start debating the Nazis, I'd have to chew through all of these epic centrists first who would say, well, I'm just a classical liberal. I'm Sargon of Akkad. I'm not actually a white supremacist. I just happen to give cover for all of these people. I don't think Hasanabi or Pisco or Josiah or any of these other people, I don't think they're becoming tankies or anything like that. I just think there's a very annoying cover that's given to a lot of these people where there's like, we can 100% discern and decipher every single intention that Donald Trump has. We have no problem calling him a fascist outright. But then when you have people that hate the Democrats, that shit on our candidates, that attack everybody on our side constantly, we're like, well, I don't know what they really think or how they really feel. Or when it comes to people like Hassan, like even earlier today in my subreddit, Akana when asked about supporting Hassan will say things like, well, I don't think I necessarily agree with him on everything. He says, I had a I don't have a generally positive view of Hassan, and I think I would flatly agree with many of the criticisms levied at Hassan. That's just in my mind, even though it seems like there's some kind of separation there. That's just a wild statement to make from somebody who openly supports terrorist groups that kill civilians, or openly supports enemies of the United States, or openly supports the subversive propagandizing of our entire political party to hijack the entire movement to destroy, if not the Democratic Party, maybe even all of the entire United States of America. So I'm sure we'll get into it. I don't think it behooves us to just say all of this is a semantic disagreement. I think it's actually really important to define what a leftist is, because I think that it's important for the people to know where everybody stands, and it's important to get rid of people that are intentionally trying to obscure their beliefs and come in under the guise of being a leftist without actually stating, what their position is, and then having this this dual role that they get to play, where they can propagandize people and radicalize them without actually ever stating what it is they're trying to do. Are you for the complete total abolition of our democracy, or are you just somebody who wants the government to do more stuff?
And just to get clarity, so we know what we're talking about, Destiny, are you saying that Hasanabi and Pisco are running cover for those leftists that you think are infecting the Democratic Party, or however you want to put it, right?
Yes, but I don't think it's like they're secretly tanky and so they want to provide cover for their tanky friends. I think it's more just like this. There's something that happens in the Democrat brain, and I've been guilty of it too, where you're so obsessively trying to seem like even-handed that you get rooted out in this world where you're like, I'm trying to be fair and I don't want to have like Hassan derangement syndrome, so I'm just going to say they're not that bad. I don't know that much about any of this. I'm not sure, whatever. But what it happens, what it causes is this reality where, the conversation for this podcast, what was talked about earlier, was should we appeal to leftists when it comes to gaining political power? When do leftists talk about appealing to liberals to try to gain political power? Or when do leftists say, hey, maybe we should chill on shitting on the party, forever and ever when it comes to getting political power? Like, why is the conversation only ever on the Democratic side of things? That's just very wild to me.
Okay. The floor is open. Go ahead.
Should some socialists... I have a question. I have a question. Yeah, so this is both to Connor and to Stephen. Should some socialists, at least some, be catered to, be appealed to, and be part of the coalition?
No.
So you would agree, therefore, that Bernie Sanders,
what?
AOC, and Mamdani should not be catered to and part of the coalition, correct?
Depends on what you mean when you say catered to.
Should they, for instance, support the head of a ticket being a socialist like AOC, Mamdani, if they are the nominees, should we support them?
Yes, but that doesn't mean you're catering to socialism.
So, okay, but you understand...
Wait, hold on. You recognize that supporting somebody at the top of a ticket... Well, if you want to play the yes or no question, I can play the same game. You understand that supporting somebody being at the top of the ticket doesn't mean that you are centrally supporting their ideology. For instance, it's possible to cater to, in a roundabout way, people that are further to the left of you without catering to far leftist beliefs, right?
Correct, but you would agree, like, if the socialist is at the top of the ticket, socialists like Bernie Sanders...
I think that's a very... The problem is that Stephen has a very retarded definition of socialism, where he kind of does like this no true Scotsman, where he just thinks like everything that isn't like establishing a socialist society means you can't be a socialist. So anyone who wants like, there's a problem there though, right? It's like one, Wittgenstein, the meaning of a word is in its use. There's been 100+ years long tradition of people calling themselves socialists, even though they don't do things that are incompatible with capitalism, right? So if someone says, for example, I want to nationalize healthcare, does that make you a socialist? Well, back in the day, it did actually. People who did want to do that, like if you want to take something from the market into public, that transitional period, that would be like a socialist action because you're socializing the thing. But does it make the society that you're building socialist? No. And this is kind of how people distinguish themselves, like at least in history. Definitely in Europe, and like in Europe, like Labour Party right now, there are people in the Labour Party to this day who call themselves socialists in Keir Starmer's Labour. Because again, there were a couple of things that they nationalized, right? Like the allocation of funds to energy companies was nationalized. So I think were the railways nationalized, but not the trains, or was it the other way around? Yeah, like that was a thing as well, and that was a means of production, right? So I think moving things from private to public is something that people who call themselves socialists have done for over 100 years. You're probably not bucking that trend as a streamer. You don't think you have the capital to do that. But it's also the fact that if we talk about like how do you get around this question then? So if someone wants to just nationalize the health service, that might not make them a socialist. Like that might just be like a liberal who wants to nationalize one thing that used to be dominated by private. But then what if someone wants to nationalize the health service, energy like fuel and gas and things like that, I get water in some places where water is privatized, electricity, maybe like railways and the trains. Like say if they want to do all that, maybe even tech, like Silicon Valley or whatever the fuck. But then but they're okay with keeping like groceries and like food retail private. Is that person really just like an average, like your average liberal? Like, is that just a liberal? I don't know. I feel like if that person called themselves a socialist, I don't really know how you'd object too strongly to it. The problem is that you need to distinguish between, because socialists who actually just want to nationalize some things and increase wages and empower labor, they're never going away. They're going to call themselves socialists. You cannot change that. So you're not changing 100 years of precedent. Which again, that's the joke I tell, right? Like, the only good socialists, or the only examples in history of good socialists, are social democrats who didn't do any socialism. You know, like Clement Attlee and shit. Those are the socialists, like the only good socialists, the ones who don't actually do it. All right, but there needs to be a distinction between people like AOC and Bernie who call themselves socialists. And because when they say that, they are communicating big differences. Like Bernie wanted to nationalize quite a lot of, or turn a lot of industries into co-ops. So that's turning means of production over to workers, technically. There needs to be a distinction, and we have it in Europe. We have it in Europe where you had socialists and you had communists. Socialists were the ones who wanted to nationalize things, empower labor, regulate markets. Those were socialists, raise taxes and all that sort of stuff. But people who wanted to go the way of the Soviet Union and to abolish private property, they were the communists. And that's kind of how we distinguish them. I think the problem in America is that you haven't really had that distinction because you never really had a self-proclaimed socialist in power or a self-proclaimed like socialist agenda get played out. The New Deal was done in the name of liberalism. It was done in the name of saving capitalism. So I think that's kind of where America needs to have that like reckoning, is learning how to find these terms in a way that separates your Bernies from your Hassans. Because the problem, and Bernie had this issue, was he called himself a socialist and then he attracted a bunch of communists. He attracted a bunch of, and when I say communist, I mean like Marxist, Leninist, abolish, like kill landlords, like all the retards basically. Bernie courted all them because for an orthodox Marxist or socialist, socialism is but a step towards communism. That's all it is. Socialism is like, if you're a socialist, you might as well be a communist as well. And that was a big problem. Whereas in the UK, if someone calls themselves a socialist, they're probably less likely to end up courting all that shit, because loads of people, like Labour Party, call themselves socialists. I think Alistair Campbell might still call himself a socialist, but they're not. Ed Miliband, I think, called himself a socialist, or at least his defenders, his supporters did. But they're obviously not really needing to worry so much about like the tanky shit coming into them. Yeah.
The Democratic Party should support the socialists on top of the ticket, correct?
It depends what you mean by support. But generally, yeah, I think you should support who's
okay.
assuming
So you're
that,
okay
but
with socialists being part of the coalition, correct?
I don't really know if I consider Bernie Sanders or AOC to be like socialists.
And why is that exactly?
Because I don't think that they like fit under conventional definitions of socialism. It's more kind of like
the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production.
Yeah, so that's your definition. That's your proprietary definition of socialism.
That's
but you agreed.
Most socialist definition.
So for example,
do you disagree?
It's not though. The problem is that there's so many social democrats who call themselves so. Yeah.
With my definition?
Yeah. Okay. So just to hop in here.
Did Keir Starmer do this as well?
Yeah, I disagree that is. Okay. Do you want me to answer the question, Connor?
Give Econoboy space to answer. Go ahead, Econoboy.
So,
I want you to do a line of Adderall.
Let Econoboy answer. Go ahead.
I probably should have done an edible instead of Adderall before entering this debate. But to answer your question, similar to capitalism, socialism is a
There's Labour's constitution. They don't have clause 4 anymore, but they have. And clause 4 was never really. That's a different debate. Does Labour's constitution still describe it as a democratic socialist? It does, doesn't it? Well, at least in 2023, page not found. Maybe they changed this. I don't think they changed it though. Yeah, this is what America needs to have its reckoning with, because you are losing, I think, a lot of valuable people when you say just like ditching socialists in general, because there's so many people who call themselves that, but like are not going to cross any threshold that you would consider like unacceptable. I don't think. 2024. Oh, this is Keir Starmer in 2024. I would describe myself as a socialist. I describe myself as a progressive. Yeah, I think this is like a ritual almost for Labour candidates, is to describe themselves as socialists. Yeah. And this is Keir Starmer, man. Keir fucking Starmer. After the Corbyn purge, bro.
Diverse universe of people. There's a lot of people who call themselves socialists. Some of them are Marxist-Leninists. Some of them are like what you might call like moderate, like right-wing socialists, I guess, like me, who say that we should just collectivize the ownership of production. People have different ways of defining these things. For instance, capitalism includes people all the way from Fabian Liberty to people like Destiny, who basically endorses the Nordic model, right? And they're both capitalists, right? And so I think that of the 10% of people who call themselves socialists and are part of the Democratic Party base, obviously that's a very diverse group of people, ranging from the exact, essentially, people that I just mentioned.
But if your philosophy is socialism, isn't your goal socializing everything at some point? Yeah, but why does that have to be? If you what? So if a socialist wants to socialize 70% of things, they're not a socialist? I don't get that. I don't know why there isn't like a spectrum on it being like a guiding principle. Yeah, I don't know.
As well, and I think that's a very sensible way to look at who calls themselves socialist and why. To Destiny's point of
Mamdani's not a socialist, or that Bernie's not a socialist. That's crazy.
Just one more sentence to Destiny's point about when do like the left wingers ever cater to the moderates? Well, I mean, I seem to remember people like Bernie Sanders and AOC taking very collaborative positions with people like Biden when he was in office, and I seem to recall like Mamdani, he took a very collaborative position with people like Brad Lander, and Mamdani's campaign, to the extent that it appealed to people broader than just the left wing, he made that conscious decision to do that. He didn't run on a campaign of seizing the means of production. He ran on a campaign of like freezing the rent and providing childcare to people, right? I mean, I take that to be in some sense a means to cater to a broader base of people than just left wingers, essentially.
So I think that if we want to talk about catering to socialists, I think that the issue that we have is there exists a world where you have a bunch of like Bernie Sanders, AOC, maybe Mamdani types of people that are part of your movement and part of your coalition. And I think that if we lived in a world where there was a rich media environment with a lot of people who were socialists, who, you know, some supported the liberals, some kind of didn't, and some were like really against it, then we could have that conversation. But right now, it seems basically ubiquitous across the entirety of the left-wing media landscape to aggressively and violently shit on and attack Democratic candidates as harshly as possible. I just saw, and I'm sure you guys saw, that Vanguard tweet saying that Pete Buttigieg looked like and smelled like a rat. Pete is one of the most like popular Democratic figures making the rounds on shows. I just watched Crystal Ball fucking roast the fuck out of a senator from Michigan because she wouldn't give like the singular one answer on the Gazan issue. If this is the world we're going to live in, where you want to say, oh, well, socialism encompasses a broad range of people, but when I look to the media environment, almost every single person that would even flirt with the label socialist relentlessly shits on the Democratic Party. I don't know if I can really say, yeah, sure, we should also appeal to these people. It's just not the right media environment for it.
But there's a definitional issue here, which is you're saying that Bernie Sanders and Zoran Mamdani are not socialists. Explain that.
That's not really responsive to anything I just said. So
no, because you were not responsive to the issue at hand, which has to do with the definition. Yeah. So the question is, if you're defining socialism to only include the people that Stephen doesn't like, then maybe there's not actually a disagreement here in terms of who should be leading the party or something.
So I wasn't defining socialism as people I don't like. I was defining socialism. So we can talk about definition of socialism. What I'm looking at right now is the socialist media environment. My earlier argument was that I don't know if I would even consider like Bernie Sanders and AOC to be hardcore socialists. If I wanted to supply that argument,
I didn't say hardcore. Socialist at all.
Sure, socialist at all. Well, right now, who are the socialists all shitting on almost more than anybody else? AOC and Bernie Sanders. So I mean,
are we going to cover this? That I don't think Stephen believes this. That right now, the attacks, like the relentless assaults on the Democrat, are not. They are coming from socialists in some way, like the Vanguard with all their complaints about they should have bullied Manchin into 15-hour minimum wage or whatever. Like how stupid. Like even as not an American, like even I know how fucking dumb that is. But there's this intersection right now, though, isn't there? Because it's not just that you've got socialists attacking the Democrats on economic grounds. It's also that you've got the people who will defend them on economic grounds, say like Crystal and Kyle, but they will relentlessly attack Democrats on campism, on the foreign policy, right? Not because, even before Palestine, Kyle and Crystal, I believe Kyle definitely was, we're talking shit about Ukraine and NATO expansion. But now it's like grilling people on fucking genocide. And basically saying that like, and you do end up putting yourself into an incompatible position here, right? Because you can't advocate for a party that you think is supporting genocide. Like you're fucked if you're trying to do that. Because remember, if you want to inspire people to vote, you cannot say, yeah, well, I think they're committing a genocide and they're completely complicit and they love it when Arabs die and they're completely okay with Netanyahu just doing the Holocaust in Palestine, but also we should vote for them because free breakfasts in fucking Minnesota. It's like, no, that's not, you need to inspire voters. You can't just be like, yeah, this guy's like supporting fucking the Hitler of the century, but also vote for him. You're never going to do that. Your voters, your audience won't turn out. You're fucked. So I think there's this problem where like the dead weight on the Democrats, it doesn't just come from economic socialism. It also comes from campism as well. And even people who would otherwise be very like blue no matter who almost, people like Kyle and Crystal, or Kyle at least, are still in this very difficult position because I don't think they don't believe it. They genuinely believe it, but yeah. Yeah, you're just putting yourself in a position that's like, it's harmful. Yeah.
Whether they're shitting on them or not, Stephen, whether they're shitting them or not isn't the question. That's a separate question. Are they shitting or not shitting? The question is, should socialists be part of the coalition? You just said that Bernie isn't a socialist. He identifies as such.
So
AOC is not
clear,
a socialist. She identifies as such. Mamdani isn't a socialist. She identifies as such. What's your evidence they're not socialist?
So identifying as a political thing doesn't make you that political thing. That's a tautology and that would be nonsense, number one. And number two, the question wasn't should they be part of the coalition. The question is should we appeal to them? Those are two fundamentally completely different questions.
But Destiny, to be clear though, you're narrowing your position. It was just last night when you said explicitly anyone that uses the socialist label should be treated like a Nazi, right?
In the media environment is what we're talking about. I'm commenting on your show.
You clarified then, Destiny. Okay, well that's what you said last night. If you're clarifying just people within the media environment, I'm just saying that that's a useful narrowing of the discussion.
You can call it a narrowing if you want, but anybody that's watched any, like I don't shit on AOC, I don't shit on Bernie Sanders even, and I've been supportive of Mamdani for the.
I think useful is one way to put about it. I think useful is one way to put it. I think Weasley is another way to put it, and I think it is Weasley. I think you're backing off of the strong position. The strong position is socialists shouldn't be a part of our fucking coalition. And now when you're getting pushed, I guess now it's the media environment. But you were.
I didn't say socialists shouldn't be part of the coalition. I said we shouldn't be trying to actively appeal to socialists. Do you understand that those are two separate things?
They're different statements. They're correct. They're different statements.
No. They mean fundamentally two completely different things.
They're two different statements that mean different things. They're two different statements that mean two different things. But your position, is it your position, therefore, that the Democrats should, as part of their coalition in terms of who to vote for, what kind of policy support, to humor people like Mamdani, humor people like AOC, and humor people like Bernie Sanders? And if that's the truth, then I
don't know what that statement means. Should they humor them? Like, what does that mean? Like, put them on the ballot? Well, I don't know what that question means. Like,
should they have a seat at the table? Whatever you take that.
What is a seat at the table? Like in the Outback Steakhouse?
That's what I'm asking you. So, for example, you're the one who says that we need to excise these people from the party. I actually don't know what you mean by that. So whatever your vision of having a seat at the table, not being excised is, whatever you're using when you say these people need to be gone, under that definition, do you think? Oh, sure.
Let's let Destiny. Those are good questions, Pisco, and I'd like to know the answers too, right? What do you mean, Destiny, when you say we need to excise these people? How do you? Yeah,
my fixation is almost universally on the media environment when I'm having this conversation. I think when I was watching you guys talk, it was also generally on although sometimes you guys would try to go back to AOC, but like politicians operate kind of in a different world than the media environment operates in. Most of my criticism on the media environment. The media environment that all calls themselves like leftists or socialists seem to relentlessly shit on Democrats, and I just think it's a really unhealthy and bad world. Again, where you see a Michigan senator wants to dip her toes into the podcasting world, and one of the jokes I made about Kamala is one of the reasons why she probably didn't do any shows is because she would get fucked by the right, the centrist, and the left, and she goes on a leftist show and she gets fucking shit on because they only want to talk about fucking Palestine. This is a senator from a blue state, from Michigan. Jesus, that's insane to me. And it would be nice if we actually had like a strong center-left position and a strong center-left media apparatus, and not just a bunch of leftists who fucking hate the party and just want to shit on us all day.
Do you understand our position to be that we disagree with your assessment that leftists constantly shit on the Democrats? Do you think that we disagree on that?
I'm not sure all the time. I can't tell.
So you're not sure. So we're here to discuss something where you're not sure if we agree with you on the position that the lefties constantly shit on Democrats in ways we don't like. We agree.
Was this the Dem senator? This hers, yeah.
Joining us now is Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan. Senator, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate
Thanks for having me.
We have a very limited amount of time. This is the internet, so you're here, and it's important that we ask some of the questions that are animating some of the younger voters and others. I assume that's part of the reason that you're here. The first is about Jeffrey Epstein. It's a story that's really captured a lot of America's interest. So you're a former CIA officer. Do you think that Jeffrey Epstein had any connections to U.S. or Israeli intelligence agencies?
So, not that I've ever seen or heard, but there's
Where's the bit where? Oh, I remember. This is also where you get the issue. I remember this. This illustrates the issue so well. Fuck. Is it this? Where do they start yapping about Israel?
Right? Like horrible.
Oh, yeah, here.
Do you accept? But Senator, it's not just a political issue, it's
number one issue. That doesn't always represent the majority. And I think if I can push back, like if you, we do, training? We're out on the road every day in Michigan when I'm there. In some communities, that issue is the number one issue, 100%. And like, I mean, up till this morning, right? Like people texting my phone and talking about a plan, some of the things we're working on. But I go outside the Detroit area, it's not in the top 40.
But Senator, it's not just a political issue, it's also a moral issue is what I'm trying to get to. So let's talk about those, you know, calling of balls and strikes, if you will. So first of all, do you accept that Israel has a policy of enforced famine and starvation in the Gaza Strip?
I think I literally put my name on a letter yesterday or last night that says like a policy of starvation, people are starting to starve.
Okay.
And in general, I mean, I served in places like Ramadi and Fallujah. I watched in 2004 and 2005 al-Qaeda terrorists drag American citizens behind a vehicle until they died, right? Like horrible, and then string them up like a lynching.
Okay.
We still had a responsibility to get aid into Fallujah, despite the fact that we were fighting al-Qaeda cells in Fallujah, and I have been clear about that.
So this is a crime against humanity. Forced starvation is a crime against humanity.
The occupying power has a responsibility to get aid into the war zone. Period.
So
by the law of war.
So in addition, do you accept?
So do you, again, it's like these responses from Crystal are fucking useless. She's not saying anything. That answer, and this is the thing again, it's like Crystal is not trying to get this senator to talk about how to improve the situation or how to use international pressure to alleviate the suffering or to whatever else, right? Or to call out the crimes, right? So she says there's a policy of starvation, and she's talking about how like even in Fallujah, like we fight cells, but you have to allow aid in and all that. And then Crystal's response is, so it's a crime against humanity. And then she's talking again, like, yeah, the occupying power has responsibility to get aid. She's talking about the law. She's talking about pragmatism and why there's a legal and moral obligation to alleviate the situation. And she's just purity testing because again, it's not about the aid. It's not about how to help these people. It's a proxy issue. This is a proxy issue because underlying it is the issue is like, do you want America to completely disconnect from Israel and just leave them on their own in the fucking wilderness? Is that's what you want? If not wanting the country destroyed. I don't know where Crystal is exactly there, but I think it's the former. This is what I mean by Crystal doesn't want prescriptions on how to help the situation or a good explanation legally or pragmatically about why Israel's what they're doing needs to change. She wants to be reassured that Israel is this politician's enemy, right? That's the problem. That's why this isn't connecting.
That the Israeli plan, as reported by Haaretz, as discussed openly by ministers like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, as backed by the President of the United States, is forced ethnic cleansing.
I think we have, as recently as yesterday, the Prime Minister of Israel talking about forced migration into certain areas and then potentially out of the country. That is not legal. That is not on any international standard since World War II. And I've been clear about that. So I would ask for a little bit of an open mind.
Okay. Well, what I would ask is, listen, I'm a YouTuber. You know, I have my words. That's all I have. Yeah. But you're a United States Senator. Like you're not the president, but you have power. So what are you going to do? Because so far what we've seen, I mean, you voted for some of the aid that's been used to massacre children and innocents. You know, you have backed Israel, as far as I can tell, you know, from your voting record at almost every turn. You voted for a definition of anti-Semitism that would, you know, codify anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism. You voted as a member of the...
Is this the... it's not HRA. What is it? IHRA. Is that it? International Holocaust Remembrance. It would be this definition, right? I think this is the definition that everyone says would make anti-Zionism anti-Semitism. What is it actually? What does it not mention Zionism? Hang on. Calling for, aiding, or justifying the killing or harming of Jews in the name of racial, radical, or extremist view of religion. Okay. Dehumanizing stereotypical allegations about Jews, collective power, myth or conspiracy, Jews control the media. Where does Israel come in? accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations, denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming that the existence of the state of Israel is a racist endeavor. Again, you can be critical of Zionism without crossing this threshold. This is the thing. Like people said that criticizing Zionism makes you anti-Semitic because of this definition. I don't think that's true. I think it's just something that gets floated around. And yeah. But that's been a truism amongst these groups for a long time. Holding Jews collectively responsible, drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Unless Israel starts doing things that actually are like one-to-one or even close to one-to-one with Nazi behaviors towards Jews, but we're not there yet. No, not even close. Ugh. Yeah, that's just the straw man of the definition. It's a very popular one, though. I remember first hearing about it on the Corbyn years.
The House to sanction the ICC for indicting Benjamin Netanyahu, who you just admitted is a war criminal, by your own words. So are you going to join Senator Angus King, Senator Bernie Sanders in saying no more aid to this country that is committing war crimes against innocent civilians?
I think the first thing, if you're asking about what to do with power, and I would offer that right now Democrats own nothing in Washington. So
don't play powerless with me. You're a United States senator. There are things you can do.
In terms of who runs our
You just had to cut off aid from Israel. Like, no, that actually is something that just a senator from fucking Michigan, a fucking swing state, a battleground state, probably can't do. No, sorry. Powerless versus being able to influence cutting all of aid from Israel from the United States. So dumb, man. Make the one phone call. I'm calling from New Jersey. I'm calling from Michigan. That's bigger than New Jersey. Bigger than you're fucked. Netanyahu. Yalla, shalom, shalom. This caller is from one of the big states. Oh no. Bro. Yeah, that's bad.
That lefties constantly Democrats that in ways that we don't like. We agree with Hutch, for example, when they constantly shit on people like Biden in certain ways, even though I shit on Biden in some respects. We agreed on the AOC tweets that they shouldn't have shit on her that way. And so there's no disagreement there. So that obviously isn't what we're here to discuss on a point that where you're unsure that we disagree on.
I wasn't saying that we had I was asserting strongly that we massively disagreed there. So what was kind of what there?
I got something I massively disagree with. So, okay. I think that every single leftist that I've talked to online, anybody who has any kind of political knowledge whatsoever, defines socialists as decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, and they use that definition repeatedly. I think that my frustration is that there are a bunch of quote-unquote social democrats who talk about universal health care, or they talk about, making rent cheaper or some shit like that, which are social democratic Scandinavian policies. And I think they're using the term socialism backdoor in order to rehabilitate the image of this. And not just that, Hassan Piker and plenty of far lefties, plenty of MLs, probably the Vanguard as well, they're ecstatic that this is happening. They're ecstatic that Mamdani has social democrat policies. They're ecstatic that AOC have social democrat policies. They're ecstatic that Bernie Sanders have social democrat policies because it rehabilitates the word in my mind. That shift of the Overton window to
maybe they agree with the policy.
Is an insidious plot by.
They like Mamdani because he says he wants to arrest Netanyahu. God, that's going to be a real fucking car crash when Netanyahu visits America and Mamdani isn't able to arrest him. Ooh, that's going to be a rough one. That'll be a hard day for the boys.
Plots to manipulate the Democratic Party.
I'll ask you.
God, what if Trump and Netanyahu engineer a fucking op where they just walk past them? Oh no! Oh no! What if what's the Gavin Newsom thing? What if Netanyahu goes to Congress and does this?
What you're looking at on your screen right now is still saying they have been told that they need to leave as unlawful assembly.
Why is the fucking clip not show?
Tom Homan, the border czar, said to me yesterday he did not rule out literally arresting you, nor Mayor Bass, if you interfere in his words. He said you hadn't yet.
He's a tough guy. Why doesn't he do that? He knows where to find me. But you know what? Let your hands off 4-year-old girls that are trying to get educated. Let your hands off these poor people who are just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes, been here 10 years. The fear, the horror, the hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about...
Imagine Netanyahu going to Congress with a Trump and doing a little fucking media op. Doing that to Mamdani. God, he'd be so... Fuck, I should actually be on the Hasbara payroll. I should be. Fuck's sake.
My community, I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
Tom Home and the Border Czar said to me yesterday, he
maybe I'm just a sucker. I like this. I think that this was a good showing. That stuck in my head. Well done.
Maybe, and it's going to ruin electoralism.
So we're going to get some actual clarity here. So to be clear, Stephen, you don't disagree that people like Mamdani, AOC, and Bernie, they're fine to be in the party, and we're fine to appeal to the kind of issues that they care about in their positions, correct? You don't have a problem with that?
I would hold on. Really?
I'm asking Stephen a question. I'm going to get to you and see if you disagree with Stephen, actually.
Hold on a second. I want to say something before you and Destiny talk for the next 40 minutes. What I would say is that if the socialists are proposing social democrat policy, but then they get what they want, and then they try to yank the political window further left, that is something 100% that I oppose. Destiny, you and Pisco, go ahead and fight for the next.
Wait, no, I know. I just want to ask, and I'm going to go to you, Connor, and see if you agree with Destiny, because I think we might all have a more disagreement with you, Connor, than we have within each other in terms of the substantive opinion. So I'm going to ask Stephen, do you have a problem with these people, the people identified, Mamdani, Sanders, AOC, being part of the Democratic coalition, and however you define Democratic coalition, and having their positions catered to, or people having their positions in general as part of the Democratic coalition? Do you have a problem with that?
Okay, so there's two separate questions. So one, like generally, I'm probably almost always going to support a blue candidate over a red candidate in this current media environment, or in this current political environment, number one. But number two, when you say, do you have a problem appealing to them? I mean, that means different things. If you say, like, would I have a problem if we were to appeal to Bernie Sanders coming out and saying, I want to socialize all of the means of productions in the United States, I would have a problem with that. But if you're saying, do you have a problem appealing to Bernie and AOC and Mamdani saying, we need to find ways to make, rent cheaper in cities, and that might mean a policy like rent control that I personally don't like, but, if they want to try it, I mean, I wouldn't be, like, fundamentally opposed to having it as part of my party's platform, then no, I mean, like, it would depend on what things we're talking about appealing
to. Like, agreed. You're okay with the socialist being at the top of the Democratic ticket in the sense of socialist.
But again,
Bernie Sanders.
But this is part of the
Correct?
issue. You call it
correct. Is that right or no?
You can't.
Am I wrong?
This is not like a simple thing. You're like doing like a what is a woman at me? What is a socialist? Like the issue here
I'm
is that
asking you. Do you have a problem with Bernie Sanders being at the top of the ticket?
You got to let Destiny.
That's a specific question.
Top of the ticket. No, for, like if him being a senator from Vermont, no. If he was president, probably not. But when you say a socialist, if you're talking about somebody who wants to abolish by law all of private enterprise and maybe even attack the democratic underpinnings of our political parties, right, and have a single party rule, I would be opposed to that.
But that doesn't describe Bernie. It doesn't describe Mamdani. It doesn't describe AOC.
No,
correct?
but Mamdani, Bernie, and AOC are on the outer perimeter of what is considered socialist, and they're attacked by the center part of what is socialist. That's my issue. You could probably find an outer perimeter fascist that I might be okay with. If he's some fascist who's like, yeah, I think we should protect America as an ethno-state, and I'm defining ethno-state as like the current ethnic composition of America, and I think that we should have like stronger rules on immigration. I was like, yeah, I'd probably support this dude.
The problem is that, like, and you understand, and you kind of laid this out, that Bernie, AOC, these types, they come from a long tradition of democratic socialists from like UK, Australia. He brought up Clement Attlee, and this is not some fringe movement. These are democratic socialists that just in countries.
Clement Attlee is a really good example against Pisco, I think, in this context. Clement Attlee is actually a good example in favor of Destiny, if you know about his thing. What was that? What was Clement Attlee's attitude towards communists? Because, okay, Clement Attlee, context, 1945, he defeats Winston Churchill in an election with a landslide right after World War II, and he brings in the NHS, he nationalizes the railways, he nationalizes a bunch of the utilities, he strengthens unions, he does like state pensions become a solidified thing. He does quite a lot, okay? Like the birth of the British welfare state, basically. Clement Attlee is a fucking banger of a politician, okay? Like, he calls himself a socialist for those reasons. He describes his program as socialist, and what he's talking about is nationalization of healthcare and other public goods. That's what he's talking about when he talks about socialism. And he distinguished himself specifically from the Liberal Party, which didn't want to fuck with the markets. Because I think before Attlee, healthcare was administered by markets and by charities, right? Charities. I don't know if the poor law institutions were still there in 45, but in any case, that's what he pushes for. Does anyone know what Attlee's position was on communists, out of interest? Does anyone know? He hated them. He was staunchly anti-communist because the communists hated him. They called him a social fascist, like any of the other ones, because ultimately his policies were like, in a more strict definition, they were social democrat. And under Stalin's direction, the Communist Party thought that someone like Attlee, who did not want to turn over the British system to the entire state and to make it like a Soviet United Kingdom, that was a problem. And to them, those were the biggest enemies. They were called social fascists, social democrat, social fascist. So not only was Attlee in a position where, despite calling himself a socialist, the communists saw him as an enemy. They never liked him. And he never liked them. And he made it clear that, again, he was their enemy. You know how, do you guys know about like the British equivalent? Because we never really had McCarthyism in the UK, but the closest that we ever came to McCarthyism was under Attlee. It was in 47 when he formed a cabinet committee on subversive activity. And the threat was, it was to specifically target members of the Communist Party. So people, he had a list, I think from MI5, of people who were suspected, often erroneously, of being communists. He also made sure that members of the Communist Party, or even loosely connected people to the Communist Party, could be employed in sensitive jobs, like the civil service, or even people who worked for companies that had government contracts. Loads of people, like a lot of innocent people, lost their jobs because of Attlee's staunch opposition to the Soviet. He was also a fucking war hawk. He opposed the Munich Agreement and everything else. He was in the war cabinet with Churchill. So the problem, though, is that although Attlee distinguished his position from liberalism and the Liberal Party because of all the nationalization and all the high taxation and state intervention in the economy, the problem is that I think Destiny would see Attlee as a liberal. Because Destiny's definition of being a socialist is someone who actually intends to create a socialist society, and not someone who is amicable to some socialist principles, but not as like an absolute. And that's kind of where the problem is, which is why I think Pisco thinks Attlee supports his. But I think if Destiny knew, his response should be something like, Attlee made no mystery about his position on the socialists who were compatible with liberal values and the ones who weren't. The ones who were not compatible with liberal values, like the Stalinists, the Tankies, the Communist Party members, they were completely excised, and they were actually hunted as well, in a way, by the state. So yeah, I think that's probably where the difference is. Clement Attlee's a really good example of that, actually. Yeah. Rip.
All over the world. So we're not talking about this idiosyncratic belief of socialism. It's a version of socialism that exists, and you're okay with it being part of the party. So the question isn't one of categorical. You're okay with some socialists. You would vote for some socialists. I'll ask Connor the same question. Connor, are you okay with someone like Bernie Sanders being on the top of the ticket, AOC being on the top of the ticket of the Democratic Party?
No, I would either abstain from voting or I would vote against them. Like, for instance, if there's a moderate Republican compared to AOC or Bernie, not that moderate Republicans exist anymore, but if they existed, I would pick a moderate Republican over AOC or Bernie.
I think the bigger disagreement between you and Destiny there. I think Destiny's
well,
some
to be clear, Connor's a Republican, so I expected him to say that. Yeah, no.
The nail in the coffin is for Pisco is at least Attlee would side with Destiny in this debate. Would he though? Because Attlee called himself a socialist. Attlee would be like, "Why are you getting rid of me? I'm the socialist." No, I think the problem is that I don't think Americans just have the vocabulary to deal with this problem. The problem, that's it. They don't have the vocabulary for it. Because in Europe, at this time, especially throughout the entire 20th century, you were socialists and there were communists. The socialists did not want to change the entire country into a socialist country. They were people who were just like left of the liberals, left of the liberal parties. But yeah, Americans don't have the vocabulary for that. They don't know how to... Because so many of the socialists in America are just communists, and yeah, problem. But also a lot of the right wingers call anyone who wants the government to do anything socialist. So yeah, America just has never reckoned with this issue, I don't think. Huh. What do you do about that? That's why you can't really have this debate without them defining terms. They need to agree on what do we call the ones like the Bernies and the AOCs, and what do we call the Hassans, because like they belong in different spheres. One of them is a friend to the Democratic Party, the other one's an enemy.
Shit. But voting for somebody is a lot different than appealing to somebody. These are two different things, and we keep playing like this like clever game of trying to swap one out for the other.
Where do you think?
Let Destiny finish his thought.
Well, that's it. No, I'm just saying that like appealing to somebody is a lot different than voting for somebody. I'm guessing if I was in New York and there was a plethora of candidates, Mamdani probably wouldn't be my first choice, but I'd probably vote for him in the primary, or I'm sorry, in the general. But that doesn't mean I would like want to appeal to a socialist or whatever.
But I agree that
we have to. I think there's a useful thing to look at what this actually looks like in actually existing politics, right? So in 2016, when Bernie Sanders got 45% of the vote in the primary, something like that, he was involved in the platform committee for the DNC. He was like a main speaker at the DNC in 2016. He was able to extract a lot of concessions to the party. Like I think that because of him, the party added in marijuana legalization, a $15 hour minimum wage. I think carbon pricing, and I think maybe there was some stuff about the death penalty. I want to say that was
Clement Attlee a Marxist? No, I mean. Again, the Social Democratic Party in Germany called themselves Marxists, but they just the actual Marxists hated them. I don't think Attlee, did he ever call himself a Marxist? Oh, he might have. I don't know. Let me. I've got his biography here actually, because I was reading about this as well when I knew that it came up. Wait, what? This chapter, ironically, is called One Nation Building Jerusalem. Everyone called the 1945 government socialist. Churchill called it socialist with a capital S and a whiff of foreigners and gulags. Thank you, Churchill. Dalton, this is why Churchill lost this campaign, because he ran a smear campaign, basically, like old school fucking shit throwing. And Attlee was with the beverage report, like promising welfare and healthcare and all this shit. Damn, what a time. Fuck. Dalton called it socialist, as he put it more than once, with a song in my heart. Attlee just called it socialist. What did they all mean? They did not mean Marxist, nor did they mean that it implemented the now celebrated Clause 4 of the Labour Party Constitution. Written by Sidney Webb a quarter of a century earlier and abolished by Tony Blair half a century later. Wait. Clause 4, yeah, the common, clause, again, this is the thing, right? Because the Labour Party program had Clause 4, which is basically what they're defining socialist character, which was supposed to be them saying that they wanted to bring in the common ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange. It's about as socialist as you get. They never did it, though. Tony Benn, in the 70s, I think, tried to push for closing factories and steel mills, I think it was. Steel factories, and turning them into co-ops, but the government didn't support it. So that was one actually quite strong attempt to socialize the means of production, common ownership, but it didn't actually go through. But yeah, that's the thing. Clause 4 was like, it was like a virtue signal. Like they never really did it, you know? Two great sectors of industry, one sector nationalized, the other in private hands, as Attlee put it. Yeah. But the problem is that Stephen would see this and just say it's liberal. That this is just liberalism. Like it is liberalism, it's within liberalism, but I don't know, you have to, at the time, the Liberal Party doesn't want this. They don't want to nationalize things. They don't want to bring things from the private into the public. They don't like that. Unless we're talking about the military or some shit, right? Or industries that support the military. But yeah, no, I don't think he would ever, I don't know if he ever called himself a Marxist, but yeah, there was a distinction there, I think. He never read Marx. Oh, I didn't know that. Bro, no one's ever read Marx. Fuck, that waste of time. Absolute waste of cock. All right.
That Bernie Sanders really pushed to add into the Democratic Party platform, you know, and again, that's like a very direct appeal to Bernie Sanders and like an appeal to the unity between the centrists and the socialists and the Democratic Socialists.
No, nothing. What policy there was socialist?
Okay, so
have you read Marx? Yeah, I've read Capital Volume 1 twice, and I've read the 1844 manuscripts. Those are the full things that I've read. Otherwise, it's just excerpts. I mean, the 1844 manuscripts are actually quite good. They're short. They communicate his ideas fairly clearly. Capital Volume 1 is a waste of time. I don't know. I mean, it's interesting, but you can just read one of the fucking 10, 15 books that have summarized it very effectively. Marx repeats himself a lot. It's really annoying.
Right, the problem, because nothing that you just said there was socialist, and there's this game that's played where leftists.
Destiny, you're wrong about that. You're completely wrong.
15 an hour is socialist?
Okay, do you think a progressive income tax is socialist?
Not necessarily, no.
Right. So the Communist Manifesto proposed a progressive income tax, right?
Ooh.
So
does that make it a socialist policy?
I would say, generally speaking, that the Communist Manifesto, the manifesto of the Communist Party, like it probably is something of an authority on what it means to be a communist.
The Communist Manifesto is a pamphlet made so that farmers could read it and join a violent revolution against the state. Is that really what we're going by the defining document of what all, like what, like there are going to be aspects of communism and socialism that are shared by liberalism and democracy.
Oh my God, this is so bad faith. So Econoboy brings up a point. He says, is this policy socialist? And as it's sort of embodied in the Communist Manifesto. And you call a broader point and say, well, the Communist Manifesto has this other purpose.
The Communist Manifesto. The Communist Slamifesto, does that, because it includes progressive taxes, does that make it socialist? I don't know. What do you do in a 100-year period where the only people really pushing for progressive taxes to any serious degree are calling themselves socialists? What do you do in that situation? I don't fucking, apart from in America, because I don't think Roosevelt ever called himself a socialist, right? When he imposed progressive taxes. Yeah, I don't know. America's fucked. Americans can't have this conversation. They need to adopt the European way and stop with this nonsense. Communist Manifesto. Full text. The plunge. Like, the easiest argument is it's not a socialist policy in the sense that it doesn't really, like, but... Isn't it seen as like a transitionary policy? Wait. I need to make sure because it's the 10 points. The big 10. Where is the fucking 10 points? Hey, tax. Carl. Why is this broken up into... Can I just get the whole thing into... All right. Of course, in the beginning, okay, the proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest by degrees all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state. The proletariat organizes the ruling class, and to increase the total of productive forces as rapidly as possible. Of course, in the beginning, this cannot be effected except by means of despotic inroads on the rights of property and in the conditions of bourgeois production by means of measures, therefore, which appear economically insufficient and untenable, but which, in the course of movement, outstrip themselves, necessitate further inroads upon the social order, the old social order, and are unavoidable as a means of entirely revolutionizing the mode of production. These measures will, of course, be different in different countries. Nevertheless, in most advanced countries, the following will be pretty generally applicable. Abolition of property and land and application of all rents and land to public purposes, a heavy progressive or graduated income tax, abolition of all rights of inheritance. What is abolishing inheritance tax? Is that like or is it abolishing inheritance? Is that communist? Like, no, obviously these are means to an end, right? These policies are the means to the end of despotic inroads in the rights of property, or to centralize the means of production in the hands of the workers. That's the point here, right? Like, but they're not inherently socialist just because they are used by socialists. Like, every socialist likes progressive income tax, but not everyone who likes progressive income tax is a socialist, kind of thing. Yeah, philosophy, P's and Q's. Get Dr. Avi in here. Tell us what fallacy that was. Give me the equations.
That's not the question on the table.
That's not the point. So no, that's not the point. So the point is that it's not about whether or not we would semantically define something like a progressive income tax as communist or not communist. It's about these broader movements and what their general ideological disposition is on all of the different set of possible positions within the policy debate. So I would agree to your point that, like, in terms of socialism being the decommodification of labor and also like the collective ownership of the means of production, if that's the way that you define socialism, then obviously these aren't like socialist policies, quote unquote, but that doesn't mean that you're not appealing to like the broader socialist movement and the broader like socialist apparatus of advocacy when you propose things like a $15 an hour minimum wage. Or
Econoboy, just for clarity, so I understand, you're saying, when you say I want to appeal to socialists, you're saying things like, oh, pick policies that socialists would also like.
I'm saying that insofar as socialists and very progressive Democrats are a part of the actually existing base of Democratic voters, they should have some proportional say in things like party leadership positions, committee assignments, the platform of the Democratic Party, fundraising distribution, activist-based organizing, strategic discussions. They should have some kind of proportional say in all of those discussions.
But the problem is those people, if they truly identify as socialists and not just like liberal light or socialist light or whatever we're calling these people, they're not going to be pushing for these outer perimeter things that socialists might agree with when it comes to liberals. So when you say like a $15 an hour minimum wage or like a progressive taxation system. These are quote unquote socialist policies because they're mentioned in the Communist Manifesto. You don't need communism or socialism to talk about either of those issues. And what I don't like is this weird game that's played where somehow socialists are allowed to no true Scotsman every single good thing that our capitalist liberal society has produced and say, oh, well, you like vacation days? That actually came from socialism. You like a minimum wage? That came from socialism. You like labor unions? That came from socialism. And every bad and shitty thing is ascribed to the capitalist part, despite the fact that that's what's even creating the necessary prerequisite wealth to even have these other things.
I mean, the no true Scotsman.
Wait, Destiny, what does that have to do with? Wait, I don't know.
Isn't what he's doing a no true Scotsman as well? Because when he's saying that socialists, that people who advocate for nationalizing a whole bunch of shit, even if it's like forms of capital, like it still might not necessarily be socialism because it still allows a free market and private property to exist in the economy. I think that's maybe the issue. Yeah. Like in the Industrial Revolution, there were people who still were okay with the monarchy owning property and even capital to a degree that you couldn't buy or sell. Like monarchs owned it or lords owned it, or but did that preclude them from being capitalists just because they weren't wanting to put everything on the market, or even the majority of things at the beginning? I don't know. Destiny's distinction is whether you want to foster class consciousness. That means absolutely nothing to me. Like, what the fuck? I mean, unions like typically have like a form of class consciousness when they advocate for themselves, right? Like, I think the difference should be whether or not you want to actually like abolish the market economy. I think that's kind of where but there are people who call themselves socialists and have done for over 100 years who have not wanted to do that. I don't know. The European model makes sense to me to distinguish socialists from fucking communists. And that's also quite good because you know who that would confuse? That would confuse actual communists because they all think socialism should mean communism. So when more socialists appear, but people who just want to like nationalize healthcare appear, then they're going to be like, oh no, what do we do with this? The European model doesn't. It's called social democrats. Are you not European? Are you how many fucking European leaders do I need to bring up who do social democracy but call it socialist? I think this still happens to this day. I don't know what you're. All right, fuck.
What that has to do, like, at all with what I just said. What I'm saying fundamentally is that I think it's sensible to make policy concessions to the broader socialist apparatus insofar as they're a part of the base. It sounds like you don't. We don't have to make it.
That's not a policy concession to a socialist.
It's
literally. Hold on.
Wait. It isn't ML Lonerbox. Econoboy, get in my chat. Get in my fucking VC. I'm gonna illustrate the entire problem right now to you. Okay, get in, quick, before it's too late. I mean, you don't have to. Obviously, you can come if you want.
No, absolutely not. If you got rid of all the socialists, could you still get a $15 an hour minimum wage?
Yeah.
Then it's not a policy concession to socialism.
Wait. No.
Really quick, Pisco. Destiny, even under quote unquote liberal economic frameworks, people in my replies are calling countries like the Nordic societies liberal capitalist societies, even though they do quote unquote socialist things as you would just define, like social ownership of the means of production. Like there's a lot of quote unquote socialist policies that those countries have engaged in that people are labeling as liberalism and doing these kind of things. And it's like, whatever, if we want to have narrow definitions of things, that's totally fine with me. But I think that insofar as like the socialist movement, and when we went to the topic of the debate, courting the left, right, conceding things to the left, the broader left. I include very progressive Democrats in that who might identify as capitalists or might be misaligned in some way. That includes things like broader progressive policies, like I mentioned the death penalty, minimum wage, things like that as well.
When I say court the left, and when I was designing this topic, maybe I could have been more clear. I'm not talking about issues that both liberals and leftists share. Like both of them agree that we should treat kids nicely. Both of them agree that we should be kind to our neighbors, things like that. I'm not talking about those things. I'm talking about things that are specifically and uniquely.
So name them.
left.
So name them. So
the only modification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production.
Holy fucking shit.
Hassan is a good example, right?
Hassan isn't a policy. Hassan isn't a policy. If you're talking about appealing to people, Econoboy gave you a response. He's talking about things that these people care about, socialists care about. If all you're talking about is people.
No. Okay, so I'm going to say something that pisses me off about this conversation. Oh, somebody else started talking. I'm going to roll my eyes. Shut the fuck up, Pisco. Take your eyeballs and fucking shut them the fuck up, okay?
Take your eyeballs
saying
and shut
everything good is socialism is dumb as fuck.
No one said that.
Not what I'm doing, Connor.
Yeah, we did.
No one fucking said that. No one fucking said that.
Yeah, but we didn't strawman the shit out of you, Connor. You're being an idiot.
You're fucking idiot, dude. You didn't say that. No one said that.
My turn. I have the talking stick. Shut the fuck up. Okay.
Conch.
So saying like, oh, A minimum wage is socialist. Progressive taxes is socialist. Firefighters is socialist. Police are socialist. Teachers are socialist. This is the kind of fucking bullshit that is the obfuscation that I'm talking about, where you're basically talking about normie, lib, governmental policies that are perfectly conducive to a free market fucking state, and you're like, oh, it's just a gradation of the economics. Well, why don't we just go with the right-wing definition of socialism, where socialism is when the government does anything ever whatsoever. But at that point, I'm a socialist.
You're not listening.
J.D. Vance is a socialist. Everybody's a fucking socialist.
Hold on. Give it to Pisco and Econoboy to respond.
Yeah, so Econoboy specifically didn't say that. I'll let Econoboy do, but you're just not listening. But I want to talk to
So just to be clear, again, I'm grounding everything that I'm saying in the actually existing people that call themselves socialists and call themselves very, very progressive. Now, if I could just finish, Connor, with all the bullshit about interrupting. So
no, I heard
it. Well, you interrupted, so just give me a second here. I'm grounding this in the actually existing people that call it socialism, that call it whatever, very progressive capitalism or very progressive like policies in general, right? So insofar as you're saying, oh, my narrow definition of socialist policies is decommodification of labor and the socialization of the means of production, then to be fair, according to me and according to some other policies that have been proposed, that is like almost exactly what we would be doing.
An example, just.
Wait, can I ask a question just real quick?
I didn't come here to play Scotsman.
Wait, not the policy game. I'm just curious.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm doing the exact opposite.
Okay, wait. Econoboy keeps bringing up like AOC and Bernie Sanders. Can you name somebody in the media environment that identifies as a socialist that is friendly towards the Democratic Party?
Like what? Like in the media environment?
Anybody in the media environment.
Why is that relevant?
Because politicians. I don't want to change the conversation because politicians have to operate within the very real world of trying to get elected. So necessarily their positions are going to be probably a bit more constrained. And also these are people that, I mean, maybe Connor has, but I don't shit on AOC or Bernie Sanders. That was never what this conversation was ever about, like ever. Like I'm curious, in the media environment, are there any people that identify as socialists that are friendly towards the Democratic Party in the United States of America? A single one.
Why is that relevant to whether or not?
Because my main criticism, I'm telling you, because my main criticism is that you're saying Democrats should appeal to socialists, and you're picking the outer perimeter socialists that are the least socialist people who have won elections by being the least socialist people, saying that the outer perimeter beliefs that we're appealing to are things like a 15-hour minimum wage, which aren't even necessarily socialist policies, when the issue we have is that the central tenets of socialism, like the abolition of all free enterprise, the abolition of all private property, the destruction of the political parties in the United States of America, those are the people that are dominating the media environment. And you're asking us to appeal to those people to capture people like AOC and Bernie Sanders. I'm not worried about the AOCs and Bernie Sanders. I'm worried about the people that work for Bernie Sanders, like your Brianna Joy Grays, or the people that are running the entire left-wing media online apparatus, which is why I'm asking for a single person who identifies as a socialist that supports the Democratic Party.
So if you're asking for a single person who identifies as a socialist that supports the Democratic Party, there's obviously a lot of those people. I just said those are 10% of the people that vote for Democrats.
Media people.
I want to make this point because it's relevant to the conversation we're having.
Okay,
fuck you, Pisco. Every time you open your fucking mouth, I go,
you guys are. It's impossible for you guys to linearize because your whole job here is to muddy the waters.
I think you're muddying the water. That's exactly what I'm going to accuse you of momentarily. So
you were brought in. You and Lick are being brought in to give cover to Destiny.
Counter.
I'm gonna offer.
He's been brought in to give cover to Destiny. It's isn't it a 2v2 panel? Yeah, of course he is. What the fuck? Oh, okay, whatever. Bit of a silly comment.
Stop. Please go first, and then you can respond.
So clearly, with respect to policies that socialists support, if what we mean by appeal to socialists is to literally propose policies that these types of socialists would support, you guys are okay with them, certain of these policies, right? And we're just now defining what the scope of that agreement is, what the scope of that overlap is, but you don't have a problem in principle with appealing to socialists if by appealing to socialists we mean promoting policies that they like, correct?
Yeah, but that's a meaningless statement.
The policies are good.
Okay, so
wait, because the question would be, are you okay with appealing to members of the
Lonerbox? Pisco is too far into the communist bubble. You're a fucking retard. I don't know, like, I've heard people say this. The problem that Pisco is going through right now, I haven't even seen that much of it, okay? I don't know. It's just an impression, all right? Caveat. It's not that he is falling down a communist fucking... Pisco is a liberal, right? He's always identified as a liberal. Pisco would vote Destiny over Hassan, all right? For all the people who get excited, like, oh, Pisco's going to be our, like, anti-Destiny rapist. Like, no, that's like... Pisco would, any fucking day of the week, vote Destiny over Hassan. 100%. But... it's like... I think the issue he's got, and it seems, this is from just like, again, just an impression. It seems that he's not that familiar with how the Marxist, Leninists, and all these people, like how they operate. And I think it's kind of like I just don't think he's like as aware of the dog whistles or the subtext or like what they actually mean. And he's also in a position where, because he's quite a left-leaning liberal, he is also finding that some people who call themselves socialists are not Marxist-Leninists, but they often use the same rhetoric as the people who are the Marxist-Leninists. And that does just become, it takes time for someone to figure that out and separate one from the other. The fact that he hasn't done it in his first fucking year of streaming or getting involved in these discussions particularly, because I don't think he ever discussed socialist shit before this. Maybe he did. But yeah, I just think he's, I don't know if he's actually caught on to all that just yet. Because people say that he appeared on Destiny streams a lot. Yeah, but to talk about legal stuff or self-defense or January 6th, I don't know how often, like, does that mean he was watching all Destiny streams when he was debating leftists? Like, I don't know that. If he was, that might be different, but yeah, I think, because right now I think Pisco's in this position where, can I illustrate this? Am I confident in my ability to illustrate this process? Okay. There are people like Pisco who are liberal. They are not socialist. They're anti-socialist, okay? That's why they're on the right. We're putting them on the right of this Overton window. And then there are Marxist-Leninists who are anti-liberal, anti all the good things. They want to bomb Israel after attempting one perfect phone call. And you'd think this distinction should be quite clear, but it's not. It's not actually that clear. The problem is that in between these two, you have people here who call themselves socialists, and they will overlap quite a bit with liberals, like, you know, progressive taxes, or they might want to like free healthcare and all this. There's easy overlap here. And even if all the socialists in the media space are shitting on Democrats, like which this area is, like, yeah, they might just religiously shit on Democrats for 364 days of the year, and then maybe on one day they'll say, oh, but you should still vote for them. But they still, like, if you're a Pisco, like you probably see this, and you see a lot, like this might be the majority of what you see. And that's going to be kind of appealing to you, because like this is a popular movement. These are people who can be worked with. These are people who have common goals. We all hate MAGA, right? Well, that's a huge thing there. But the problem is that Marxist-Leninists are not here. They're also not even here. They find a way to get here. And they will adopt the rhetoric of liberalism and social democracy and all that when it pleases them, even though their ideological position should really be all the way over here. It's miles away, like the world that they want to see. And I think this is where it makes sense that people would see people like Hassan and even liberals, and this is why I think the liberal media gives Hassan a fairly like the mainstream liberal media gives Hassan a fairly like positive hearing. And I think it's because they see this. Hassan will do this rhetoric sometimes, and then you just, well, he's a streamer. He's streaming way too much for us to do like a full fucking vetting or analysis of him, or just because he literally admits to masking on when he talks to these people that this might be all they see. They don't see this. It's like the Kantian shit with the eyeball. What's it? That's a fucking nipple. No, I want to, how do I do an eyeball? Eyelashes. Okay. Eyeball. Okay. And it's like, you see there's like phenomena, and then there's whatever, which is what we see, but then there's reality as it actually is. And the Marxist-Leninists work very hard to just give you this. Whereas this, you don't really see all this, because they do this when they're talking to the Deep Program. And who the fuck has time to watch a Hassan and a Deep Program episode? So I don't think it's like audience capture or Pisco being turned into a communist or all that. It's because I just don't think he's maybe quite noticed yet, or maybe he has. It's just he just not noticed it to the degree that Stephen would like to. Maybe he hasn't noticed exactly like where the fucking how to separate these guys from these guys, because these guys, I think in some part you can work with them. These guys never. These guys are enemies. They are scum. Okay. We're 36 minutes into a 3-hour debate. Let's go.
Like, correct?
Yeah, but that's a meaningless statement.
The policies are good.
Okay, so
well, like, wait, because the question would be, are you okay with appealing to members of the Ku Klux Klan?
They like clean drinking water.
No, wait, let's say that you do like city renovations. We have clean drinking water.
So now let's actually talk about the policies. And
no, you have to answer that question. Would you be okay with having a party that appeals to the Ku Klux Klan?
I'm okay with a party. I'm totally willing to bite bullets. You know I bite bullets. I'm totally willing with a party to appeal to members of the Ku Klux Klan if what is meant by that is appealing to common sense policies.
Which is why, so that's why it's a pointless question.
Wait. It's not a pointless question. It's not a pointless question because there are policies that you would consider socialist. I think under your definition, no true Scotsman definition of socialist, that maybe the Democrats should appeal. So, for example, would you be against? Do you think, first of all, that a national healthcare service is a socialist policy?
No.
Okay. Can you give an example of a socialist policy?
Things that involve taking away the means of production from private owners, from capital owners, and giving that so that the workers are exclusively the ones that are in control of the means of production.
So a single-payer healthcare system, let's say health insurance system, let's put it aside national healthcare, a single-payer healthcare system that makes it illegal or outlaws private insurance, you would not say that's socialist?
If you're talking about the government owning everything from the top down, then including the hospitals, then theoretically you could call that socialist. Some people might.
Would you call that socialist? Would you call that socialist? Yes.
Holy fuck.
Of the means of production.
So a single-payer healthcare system, let's say health insurance system, let's put it aside national healthcare, a single-payer healthcare system that makes it illegal or outlaws private insurance, you would not say that's socialist?
If you're talking about the government owning everything from the top down, then including the hospitals, then theoretically you could call that socialist. Some people might.
Would you call that socialist? Would you?
This is where it's like a really difficult question, right? Because it's like, is having the fucking military owned by the state, is that socialist? Like, obviously not. Is nationalizing certain industries in times of crisis, is that socialist? Or I think it depends on why you're nationalizing it, but it's also just the fact that like some people see it as just, well, bringing something private into the socializing is socialist, at least it adheres to socialist principles without going the whole way for your society. So yeah, fuck. Americans just don't have the discourse, they don't have the language.
So,
would you call that socialist?
Yes. No, I would call it a state-owned enterprise. Or state-owned enterprise a socialist? I mean, like technically not really, but sure, we can say that.
Wait, is your answer that a single-payer system is not socialist? Is that what your answer is?
I wouldn't call it socialist, but if you wanted to, for the purpose of this conversation, sure.
No, I don't know. I want to know your opinion. So I'm asking your opinion. Your answer is no. Single-payer is not socialist.
I don't think it's necessarily like a socialist policy. You can call it if you wanted to, you could. But if you wanted to,
I'm not asking if I wanted to. I could. I'm asking your opinion.
I'm not asking my opinion. You want me to give you a yes or no answer to an incredibly complicated question about a mode of economy you just discovered.
Dipshit. I want your opinion. I want your opinion.
You want a yes or no?
I want your opinion. I want your opinion.
You don't even know what the difference between a state-owned enterprise and what an actual different evolution of the mode of
single payer? Do you think single payer? Stephen, I'm not asking would someone else. Could you? I'm asking you, Stephen Bonnell. Do you consider single payer to be socialist?
I wouldn't call that socialist. No.
Shut up and let me.
No. Okay. So this is who's the no true Scotsman here? You guys were saying like the policy that most people.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's kind of true. Man. I feel like I'm having an Avi moment where the only thing I'm really like concerned about in this debate is just the fucking autism around defining terms. Like, oh God. What's this? Lemmy.
If you were in the circumstances... Yes or no? Yes or no? You can't even answer yes or no. Yes or no? What do you want me? What do you want me to say? Yes, do you want me to just say yes? Do you want me to just say? Yeah.
I don't remember this. Do you guys need a mod? Poor Avi. Poor guy.
Absolutely considered to be socialist is not socialist. And so our working framework of socialism is only tankyism, only people who want to decommodify everything and have government ownership of everything. And it's preposterous. You're just not operating with the way people use those words.
That's great. That's literally not the argument, though. But if you wanted to argue that if we were to call it socialist and you wanted to socialize a healthcare system, the reason why you would be doing that wouldn't be because you're trying to appeal to socialists.
Weasel words, Stephen. Weasel words.
It's called politics. I know that's hard sometimes.
If you want to,
my answer? Holy shit. There is a difference between doing something by, so for instance, I'm a free market capitalist, but that doesn't mean I oppose government intrusion into every single sector or even a government monopoly on things like, say, utilities, because there are some things that the free market doesn't solve for. To say that I don't think the free market solves for this, so we should have utility companies ran by the state, is not the same as saying I'm appealing to socialists. That is such a naive reading of politics. Shut the fuck up and let me finish. So when you ask me if a single-payer system would be socialist, I might say, I guess you can consider socialist if you want. The reason why I'm advocating, though, for a single-payer system isn't because I'm trying to appeal to socialists. It's because I think free market capitalism cannot solve the problem.
So this is the obfuscation.
Yes or no? Yes or no? What is a woman? What is a woman? If we're doing that with socialism, we can do that. Okay, go for it. Yeah.
So the obfuscation is the question.
There's no obfuscation, to be clear. You're just confused. Your confusion is not me obfuscating.
The obfuscation is this fall, and I'll identify it. The question isn't whether or not the intention behind promoting single-payer system is one way or another. We're not talking about the intention behind why you propose one policy or another. We're just asking in pure semantic terms, would most people call socialized medicine, socialized healthcare, would they call it a socialist policy? And your absurd deflection on that and saying, no, I would not call it socialist. I think just you're not using the terms where people use those terms.
Here's the question. Wait. Do you think that Hassan would call it socialism?
I don't. Wait, why is that relevant?
Why is the largest left-wing streamer relevant to what mainstream thought is amongst leftists on the online media sphere? Did you just say that? Wait, did you just say that?
The Communist Manifesto, that is not authoritative on socialism, but Hassan Piker is.
No, it's not. The Communist Manifesto is not authoritative on socialism.
Hassan Piker is. Hassan Piker, who you said is a fucking limousine.
Oh, God, if you knew your Marxist theory here, you would say, of course the Communist Manifesto is not authoritative on socialism today, because one of the prefaces to one of the editions of the manifesto is literally Marx saying, or one of the other authors, was it Engels, maybe, saying, yes, this is context specific. This manifesto is for the time. Which preface was it? Is it the French one? Communist Manifesto. There were so many fucking prefaces. This fucking, is it prefaces? Festo, preface. This is for time and place. What's it? Which fucking preface was it? Who knows? Someone knows. There's definitely at least one fucking former Marxist in here who remembers. Oh, God, I don't even know which word to search for. Fuck. The edition I used to have, do I still have it? The edition I used to have had every preface, like the German, the French. Oh, yeah. The German edition, 1872. However much the state of things may have altered during the last 25 years, the general principles laid down in this manifesto are, on the whole, as correct today as ever. Here and there, some detail might be improved. The practical application of the principles will depend, as the manifesto itself states, everywhere and at all times on the historical conditions for the time being existing. And for that reason, no special stress is laid on the revolutionary measures proposed at the end of section 2. Which would be the taxation argument. Like, it's context specific. So yeah, like it wouldn't actually be like an authority on communism 200 years later or 150 years later. Okay.
Yeah, he's definitive on that, but not the Communist Manifesto.
Hold on, I just want to be clear. You're telling me that something that was written almost 100 years ago is more authoritative on what modern day socialists believe than what the largest... Okay, well, I encourage you to do more research when it comes to politics.
Let me
oh, we hit him with a do more research. Damn. He knew about that preface. He just said do more research. So he has to work to find it.
Here. So if we're appealing at that point, though, Destiny, if we're appealing to what people who call themselves socialists actually think, hey, the authoritative source of what socialism is the actually existing socialists today and what they believe in, right? Then in terms of whether or not we're like acquiescing or appealing to the socialist movement, then yeah, like the Bernie Sanders platform concessions of 2016 would count within that reasonable framework, that he was able to raise the minimum wage requirement of the Democratic Party National Committee. He was able to add in things like legalizing marijuana. And so we're hopping back and forth between, oh, well, some socialists say socialism is decommodification of labor.
The difference there is Bernie Sanders is appealing to liberals. Liberals aren't trying to appeal to socialists, right? When Bernie Sanders recommends the legalization of marijuana, that's not socialists, right? That's Bernie Sanders trying to do something in a liberal capitalist framework. He didn't say the government needs to grow weed. Sorry, go on.
Okay, number one, I take it that you take back the thing you said in the beginning of this debate of when do socialists ever appeal to liberals by just now saying that was an appeal to liberals.
100%.
No, because I said at the beginning, I don't really consider these people socialists. Cook, hey, follow the conversation, okay?
Okay, so now Bernie Sanders isn't a socialist.
I don't consider these, I did not say at the beginning of this conversation, I don't really consider these people real socialists, no.
No, but Destiny, but what you did say was the actually existing contemporary socialists like Hassan are authoritative on what socialism is. And so people like Bernie Sanders, and if I could just finish my point, fuck's sake, if people like Bernie Sanders and people like Mamdani and people like AOC say things like publicly owned grocery stores and single-payer healthcare systems and the expansion of a public education are socialist policies, then we have to agree with them, or at least we have to say that they're a major influence on what it means to be a socialist policy under your own framework.
No, and I would like an opportunity to speak.
No, I want Destiny to really clarify that really quick. Just like, does that make sense?
I can't finish saying anything without somebody screaming at me.
Hand on my dick and balls for the next 10 minutes. So I would like an opportunity.
Hold on. Counterpoint, please. Destiny was asked a direct question. I'm going to let him give it.
Okay, then Connor should go go right over here. Okay, listen, I don't think that you looked at the lawmakers in a democratic system to see who your ideological thought leaders are for certain movements in the United States necessarily. Okay, they're running in certain districts, and they're running under the confines of trying to operate within some electoral system so that they can get stuff done. I think that if you want to have this argument right now of like, does Bernie Sanders and AOC dictate what socialism is in the United States? Honestly, when you say it, maybe when Pisco said it, I'm not sure what plan he's on right now, okay? But when you say it, I think you genuinely believe that, and I don't think you're saying that like with stupidity, and I don't think you're saying that with malice, and I don't think you're a secret pinky or anything like that, okay? I understand what you're saying there, and I want to agree with you, but the problem is that when I go outside, let me explain what the comments.
Recently, socialists have, again, I don't even like calling them socialists, because some of them, it's that intersection. It's the intersection of radical, like Marxist-Leninist socialism, whatever the fuck, also across with campism. And the campism is like massively dominated the discourse for the last couple of years. I seem to remember socialists were glazing the shit out of AOC and Bernie, like not even that long ago, but like they really don't like them now. I don't know. I feel like when's the last time I saw, obviously, even when Hassan tries to butter up Bernie, I guess probably because he likes maybe he misses 2016 or he wants to have an audience with him and all that shit. But it's like, even that, Hassan's audience doesn't like Bernie. The chat when Bernie's on with Hassan, or when Hassan's talking about Bernie, like it's really, there's a lot of hostility there. Yeah, I don't know. There's that schism, the schism between the alt media left and the political left. But yeah, that's been mentioned already.
The problem is that when we go outside of where Econoboy is, there is nobody in the United States media environment, okay, that like calls themselves like really like a socialist, that would look to people like AOC and Bernie Sanders and say, oh yeah, those are socialists. They would call those people stepping stones in the radicalization funnel and good like liberal capitalists at the end of the day, which is these are some people like the most.
This is what you want. Hassan,
hold on.
I want to turn. I want to turn because frankly, you guys are talking past each other. Okay. The reason why I've reiterated my definition of socialism as narrow and tailored is because I'm not doing no true Scotsman, okay? I'm telling you what a fucking Scotsman is. It's a Scottish person from fucking Scotland, okay? It's a dude, he wears a kilt, he has his out all the time,
yes,
all right? So,
he does.
The point is, I'm describing very specifically what it is. And the reason why I would be pissed about universal health care or high quality education being labeled socialist is, number one, I think most committed socialists who have read any books about socialism wouldn't agree with that definition. And the only way that I would stretch it is if you considered universal health care or universal access to health care as a part of the decommodification of basic human needs, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure was just food, water, and shelter. But what I'm saying is that the reason why I think that Econoboy...
Well, I mean, I guess like states building houses, that was a whole thing with Atlee as well, wasn't it? We're going to build 3 million houses a year, and then everyone tries to aspire to that ever since in the UK, and they fail. Yeah. But I guess if the entire housing market was fucking socialized, would that be socialist? Like, again, I think it would be. It kind of would be. It just wouldn't be the country as socialist now. It would just be like a policy guided by socialist principles. But whatever, I've said like a million times now.
And Pisco, whether they like it or not, are useful fucking idiots for committed socialists and tankies and communists, is because they fucking muddy the definitions. They fucking blur it around. They're just like, oh yeah, every public service is fucking socialist.
Connor, give us one example, therefore. Give us one example of a socialist policy. Go.
Making food, water, and shelter available to human beings at the point of service for free.
So you think, so why is that socialist, but doing the same thing with health insurance isn't? And it's because one is basic human needs?
Because I'm going based on, because I'm going off of the fucking definitions of shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so healthcare is not a basic human need, but food is.
All you're arguing is that healthcare is.
I'm asking a question. I'm actually asking you a question. Is food more of a human need than healthcare is, as you're seeing it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So I think that's cooked. I think that's cooked and arbitrary.
Wait, I gotta ask because this is background. Wait. I need to know. Hold on. Pisco, do you think that healthcare is as important as food?
No, I think food is more important than healthcare.
Okay, so you agreed with Connor. I don't know why you just said Connor was
cooked. No. Wait.
I don't know. Where does that definition come from, though? That definition where it's got to be the most basic human needs that makes it socialist, but it's not if it's a less basic need like healthcare. What definition is that? I don't know what that one is. Oh, all right.
You're cooked in that I think most people consider in basic human necessity need healthcare as well as food. Not that food is more important.
You asked him which was more important, didn't you? Did I miss that? Hold on, wait. I'm sorry, I'm the moderator. Did he ask which one was more important, or did he say we're both important?
He asked which is more important.
Thank you. Okay, he did. So you just totally mischaracterized Connor's point.
No.
You did.
Is it more in the sense of is it more of a basic human necessity in the sense that it's a separate category of thing, that there are separate categories that food is a basic human necessity in a way that
you don't need to cope. You can just
hold on. Also, it doesn't. Hold on. Wait. Just to be clear, because you're trying to bail yourself out. It doesn't make sense what you just said. If something putting more of this in a category, or is it just in the category? Those are two.
No, it makes sense.
Is a Ford Focus more of a car than a Honda Civic is a car? That doesn't make any fucking sense. No, he's trying to catch Connor. He fucked up. He realized what he said was fucking retarded. He's trying to walk down the word game. That's what's happening right now. It's a word game. It's a word game.
This is all.
I know people like to virtue signal. Oh, you think healthcare is not a human right? Like, obviously, food is more important than healthcare. Like, is that okay? Is that okay to say? Is it okay to agree that food is more of a basic need than healthcare?
All weaselness.
It is weaselness. We agree with that. We all agree.
So when you say the word a basic human necessity, all right, a basic human necessity. In what respect is food a basic human necessity? And with respect that healthcare is not. And I'm trying to see what are the metrics by which you assess healthcare to be more of a basic human necessity. As opposed to wait, stop. I'm clarifying. No, wait. I'm clarifying. So just because I say something is more important, and I'm going to get Destiny to agree with this, just because something is more important, I consider something to be more important, doesn't mean it's more of a basic human necessity. Yes or no? Who? Stephen.
You're tripping over your words. You just said again, you said more of a basic human necessity, but when you mean to say it doesn't belong to the category of basic human necessity.
Wait, Stephen. Is the term basic human necessity and important the same?
No.
Okay, so saying something along the spectrum of basic human necessity and importance, those are different questions, right?
Debating whether or not.
Stephen, are they different questions or not?
Those are different words. I don't even know what you're asking.
So is something on the spectrum of basic human necessity the same spectrum of importance? Because importance can encompass more than just something that's basic human necessity.
It can be more important along the spectrum, sure.
Okay, so so there's no contradiction, right? Can you identify contradiction?
No, vegan gains, sir. I cannot identify contradiction.
Okay, so I don't want to
say food is more important than healthcare, and he said yes. You said it was
I don't.
I've been on panels with Pisco before. This yes or no thing and the. How long has he done that before? Is that new? I feel like if someone kept doing that to me in a debate, especially because, you know, I like to consider myself an observer of a very complicated and nuanced world. I feel like if someone kept doing that to me, I feel like I'd probably just like kill myself and hope that like I just bleed all over them. I don't know. Not like that, obviously. That's a bit disproportionate. It's not a lawyer style. I don't know why people keep saying that. Like, it's not, lawyers don't do that. Like, do they? Do lawyers do? I thought lawyers did that, like fucking Tom Cruise in that film with Jack Nicholson. But they don't actually do that, do they? What? Can I just be like, yes or no? You can't handle a yes or a no. Like, all right. I don't know. Maybe. I guess they do it in TV. Like, there are times when you sometimes need to extract a yes or a no, but I feel like there's a lot of it going on here. I don't know. Shit. Railroading. Bulldozing.
I don't think it's interesting to debate whether or not Pisco got dunked on just now. Okay, I want to go back to what Destiny said previously, which I thought was pretty interesting. So Destiny made the claim that the people that he would look to determine who are the ideological thought leaders of socialists, like people who label themselves as socialists, wouldn't be people he said necessarily like Bernie Sanders or Mamdani or AOC. Now, I would say this is pretty absurd for a number of reasons. Okay, if we look at, hey, when people go and have public events, right? Like, hey, Hassan goes and has a public event. How many people show up? I'd say maybe a few hundred. Maybe he gets into the 1,000 plus club or something. When AOC and Bernie Sanders go out and have an event, thousands of people show up. They can fill stadiums, fill arenas. When people actually go out and express their political views, what are my political views? Millions of people voted for Bernie Sanders. Hundreds of thousands of people, probably millions of people across the country, vote for Democratic Socialist politicians. And so when we look at Democratic Socialists and Socialist politicians, they are clearly, by ideological standpoint and by their propensity to collaborate within Democratic Party frameworks and electoralism, much different than Hassan and much more emblematic of the standard by which we should judge people who label themselves as socialists in this country.
And why did I got a quick. So hold on. I'm sorry. Why didn't the DSA then endorse AOC?
Because she came out with that vote on for the national DSA retracted their vote because of the Iron Dome vote that AOC took.
Seems like kind of a problem. That seems like just identifying
that's not a socialist. That's not a socialist.
The DSA is not socialist.
Destiny, you're obfuscating.
It's a bad example.
The point is not.
It's a horrible example.
Oh shit! Ask him yes or no. Ask him if the DSA is socialist. Yes or no. That's how you do it, isn't it? You have to be like, is it yes or no? Is the DSA socialist? And shine the light in his face. Like here. Oh shit. Okay, I'm picking it up.
Oh, Destiny, 1 second. The reason I say you're obfuscating is because my point was not that, for instance, within DSA, within all of these different democratic socialist politicians, even within those people, Mamdani is not the same as AOC, and no one DSA member is the same as any other one. Okay?
We're not talking about one DSA member. The National DSA did not endorse AOC. The woman who runs as a Democrat in the Democratic Party.
They did endorse Mamdani, okay? They did endorse many other democratic socialist candidates. I understand.
Sure, but you're talking about your most popular...
If I could just finish.
Yeah.
I understand that there is an exception to the general rule of democratic socialists, like the organization endorses, you know, different people who call themselves democratic socialists, but that's not an argument against my fundamental point, which is that when we agglomerate all of the people who call themselves socialists and run for parties and
Connor's poor hand. Oh shit.
Have people come out and vote for them and support them, that is a fundamentally different group of people on average by the normal distribution of their beliefs than people like Hasan. And I think that we should judge them by who they vote for more so than by, you know, Hasan basically.
Yep.
I don't disagree with that at all. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, Destiny, you agree then. Okay, well then, thank you.
Okay,
counterpoint.
All right.
I love you, Connor.
Okay, I think what happened with socialism was that if you actually go back to Bernie Sanders in the 80s and 70s, he was doing apologia for Cuba. He was doing apologia for the Soviet Union. He did apologia for Venezuela in the 90s and thousands. And you know what happened? Each one of those places ended up being absolute shitholes. And so what he had to do, shut up, is he had to move to social democratic models in the Scandinavian system and abandon his previous hardcore shit. But there's a question of whether or not social democrats are actually just hiding their power level because they're trying to inculcate a left-wing philosophy. I'm not done yet.
Let's
Shut up. Why is it relevant? This is the entire conversation. The entire conversation is whether or not social democracy.
The entire conversation is your conspiracy theory about socialists.
The center left. That's the whole fucking conversation.
Okay, so you're just you're asserting a conspiracy without much evidence. You're just saying, oh, Bernie actually conspiratorially supports things like Cuba and the Soviet Union, and he didn't have any genuine changes of opinion.
He might have moved off.
Hold on, just real quick. Like the idea.
Hassan hasn't.
Hold on, just real quick.
Second thought hasn't.
Hold on, stop. The idea that counterpoint is expressing is that there are leftists who have said explicitly that their goal is to infiltrate the Democratic Party to move it towards leftism. It is not a conspiracy in the sense of it's crazy. It is a conspiracy in the sense that these people have said, this is what we're going to do, this is our goal for doing it, and this is how we're going to do it.
Why is that relevant to our discussion?
It's relevant to the discussion because should we, the Democrats, allow or invite into our house as influencers, invite into our house as staffers, invite into our house as people we will engage with or collaborate with in a friendly way? Should we be doing that when we know that this is their goal?
I'll answer the question directly. So it's only it's only quote unquote a problem insofar as it's aggregately true of the 10% of the Democratic Party base that's actually engaged in that process. Now I understand that that's, you know, that we don't have a poll that says how many of you are engaged in this kind of like Manchurian candidate fucking like conspiracy, whatever the fuck, like Connor's describing. But I would say that generally speaking, when I look at the actions of Democratic Socialists who win elections, when I look at the actions of Democratic Socialists and the platforms of them.
Tony Blair and Rosa Luxemburg both called themselves Social Democrat. Pretty sure Rosa Luxemburg was in the Communist Party that was against the Social Democrats. And I think Tony Blair called himself a socialist. And when he was trying to be leader of the Labour Party, he called himself a socialist, didn't he? Because that's what they would do. They do this ritualistic shit where they'd be like, are you a socialist? They'd be like, yes, I am a socialist. Like, that's what Labour Party candidates would do. So when did Rosa Luxemburg call herself a social democrat? I mean, she literally died trying to help the KPD overthrow the Social Democrats, didn't she? Am I wrong? The fuck? Oh. Okay.
They don't seem to be secret tankies. Now, I would agree that there are certain people, like people reference Hasan, like Hasan has said, oh, like I want liberals. Well, okay, yeah. Oh, people reference other left-wing alternative media influencers. Oh, sure, okay, like whatever. People reference people like that, and sure, yeah. To the extent that those people have like literally on record said that they're just trying to obfuscate issues and engage in this kind of like conspiracy or whatever, then I've already said at the very beginning of this debate that people like that probably shouldn't be invited into the inner party and be given platforms in Democratic Party circles. That's obviously true. That's trivially
true. As I understand the disagreement here,
she was in the SPD before 1916. Oh, okay. But she kind of made history by doing the communist thing, because that's why they killed her. That's why the fucking Freikorps knocked her block off, threw her in the river. Shit.
That, and again, they can correct me if I'm wrong, but Destiny and Counterpoints think that you are allowing this to happen. Like,
no, wait, hang on a second. But they're saying the disagreement is all semantic bullshit. Connor, is China a communist country or a socialist country?
Is what?
Is China a socialist country?
Are they moneyless, stateless, or classless?
No, they have classes.
No, then they're not.
Okay.
Wait, is the Soviet Union a socialist? Okay, all right. That means there's no socialist. The only socialist country is fucking Sentinel Island, I guess, if that's the definition, but okay.
A socialist country in the world right now.
I don't think anybody has like.
So who's no true Scotsman? So tell me, who's no true Scotsman?
I'll answer your question. No, don't pretend you have a good point. You don't. Okay. Socialists. This is actually fundamental to my perspective.
Okay.
Socialists are fucking retarded.
Yeah.
And they can't implement their worldview. Hold on. And they can't implement their worldview into the real world. So if you look at the 20th century, there's something called vanguard Marxism or Marxist-Leninism. And they have these things called vanguard parties that take over countries and turn them into shitholes. And so we have people like Hakim, Second Thought, Hassan Piker, who try to sweep this history away. No, I'm telling you the truth. And these are the people
you're just monologuing, old man.
Econo Boy and you are useful idiots for.
No. So under your vision, right? Single payer is not socialist. There's no socialist country. Socialism has never been done.
Because I'm using the definitions that socialists themselves use.
But by the way, like, and I'm sure Stephen.
Wait. You're actually speaking from a perspective of ignorance. I'm going to tell you why you're speaking from a position of ignorance momentarily.
Don't a lot of socialists say that the USSR is state capitalism? Yeah, but this was a thing like when I used to hang out with a group of people who were part of the British Socialist Worker Party. These guys were really fucking extreme. They would always say that USSR was a bureaucratic state capitalism. You know, like it wasn't a union. There were no Soviets. It wasn't socialist and it wasn't a republic. It's just called that, right? Yeah. But there was also this whole thing where, especially for like old boomer leftists in the UK, is a lot of them, even a lot of Labour MPs, had this trajectory where they dick sucked the Soviet Union, even did apologia for like the Khmer Rouge or for Milosevic even in Yugoslavia. But then after those empires all like fell apart and after those regimes fell to pieces, then suddenly they're all like, yeah, that was all shit. It was bad. It was fake socialism. Yeah. Actually, even Attlee said nice things about the Soviet Union back even when the communists hated him. But that was more because of like propaganda and shit. Because they'd managed to hide their excesses.
I just want to acknowledge, Stephen, you acknowledge that what Connor just said is f***ing so stupid as to be.
You idiot. You're so
I'm asking a question to Stephen.
You're speaking from a position of ignorance.
Stephen, do you agree?
Let him demonstrate that. Stop. Counterpoints. Let him demonstrate it. If you think he's
the worst behaved person here, Wick, you keep moderating me.
All
these guys have been arguing for 30 goddamn minutes.
Stop. Keep moderating Connor. It's funny.
Stop.
Pisco. He's arguing from a position of ignorance.
Okay, then let him demonstrate that. Shut up.
Connor is misbehaving.
I have a question for Stephen. Stephen, do you agree with Connor's contention that there's no socialist country currently and that single payer is not a socialist policy?
Both of those questions are very complicated. It's hard to yes or no them. The issue right now that we're having with this conversation is every single conversation that I ever had with a centrist.
Don't say it's hard to yes or no them. That exposes weakness. Oh no.
That defended a Nazi, and now it's going to be, I guess, for the next however many years, every conversation with a center-left socialist or a Demsoc who inevitably will play cover for tankies. The issue is that you guys have come here to defend the proposition that socialists are AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Mamdani. Okay, AOC is not even currently endorsed by the largest socialist movement in the United States. Bernie Sanders causes major contention over his endorsement. All of these people run as Democrats, and you're going to pretend like this is the main voice of the socialist movement in the United States, and you're going to say it, and you're going to say it by talking about policies that they're using to appeal to
Bro, what the fuck is happening here? What? I thought this was like a... No, that's actually how she's standing, isn't it? That's not like a prop. There was like some... What are they doing?
You got it.
Is this just promo?
Yeah, find your balance. Find your balance. Okay? All right, that's all you.
This is that IDF combat training.
Just make it happen. For two, put them both up. You can do it.
The Nicki Minaj challenge. Is this like when you try to do the Slav squat, but crazier? I think if I tried to do that, my hip would fall out. Okay.
Sir, didn't hear an answer to my question.
I can't finish. You're gonna say that these represent socialists in the United States. Holy shit! You're gonna say that these appeal to socialists in the United States because they're doing things that are popular amongst literally all center-left people, and then you're gonna say that's an example for why we should try harder to appeal to leftists. When my question earlier is, let's look at the media apparatus. The entire left-wing media apparatus constantly attacks and shits on Democrats, and then you guys like watching Pisco stumble through, not knowing 50 different terms related to what Hassan talks about on his stream, and play cover for him over and over and over again, whether it's the ridiculous TSA story or whether it's his ridiculous political beliefs. that where Pisco pretends not to know what any of these things are, not to know what, well, re-education camp, isn't that like getting your GED, LOL, right? That's the issue that people have when they look at it and go, okay, every time you come to argue with us about defending socialists, you talk about AOC and Bernie Sanders. But then when you look at the media environment, they're talking about fucking Stalin. That's the issue.
Okay, so I didn't hear an answer to the question, so I'll just ask it again.
Ask it again, and then I want to tell you what you're
Yeah, well, I want to hear an answer from Steven, so he just fucking filibustered when he's trying to
so you can dodge. Cool.
Do you agree with Connor's contention that there is no socialist country and that single payer is not a socialist policy?
The whole point of this conversation is you're hiding behind the obscurity of what these words mean. Like, it depends. There are some socialists who would say that there are no socialist countries. There are other socialists that would point to. No, I would never. Much the same that if I was on a podcast and a conservative influencer said, "What is a woman?" Define it in 3 words. I would say I can't really do that. It's more complicated than that. Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Pisco, can I tell you why you're confidently ignorant and kind of stupid in this conversation right now? I would like a minute, please.
Yeah.
So the reason why you're confidently stupid is because vanguard parties want to institute socialism as a stepping stone to communism. But in the early 20th century, Mao Zedong took over China and then he totally fucked it up. He tried to do a command economy where he guaranteed food, water, and shelter, and he tried to do a massive industrialization in the middle of the 20th century. He was so stupid and so wrong that he caused the death of millions, if not tens of millions of people. And so what happened was through the 60s and 70s...
Millions, if not tens of millions. Okay, conservative estimates, okay. Pretty sure it was actually tens of millions, wasn't it? Do people still dispute that? It's like the Black Book of Comment... Pretty sure it was definitely tens of millions, wasn't it, that died in the Great Leap Forward? And much more if you count the sparrows. Billions if you count the sparrows.
They said, hey, Mao, this is kind of a bad idea. Maybe we should maybe we should do some state capitalism first. That way we can do this. And you know what he did? He culturally purged and killed the people that did that until he eventually died. And then Deng Xiaoping intentionally instituted state capitalism, which is where you have a free market, hybridized command economy. And by the way, this is mentioned by socialists as a stepping stone to socialism. So you saying what I said is fucking stupid, you don't know dick about history, and you're overly confident for a topic you don't know shit about. So jump on another rake, you fucking dumbass.
Let me explain how Connor is completely wrong about what he just said. Okay?
Oh, suck a dick, Econo Boy.
Let Econo Boy go ahead. Go ahead, Econo Boy.
I don't know what I did.
Let me explain
he's described... so he's describing vanguardists and why they'll use promises of I don't know what Connor said that anyone would disagree with, but okay.
We're not sweeping.
Wait. What's this? This is Hassan's response to the debate. He commented on the debate. What, Chad?
Saw something that I found very interesting. I guess there's like a dude out there. Remember the guy who like Sex Pestany was like debating, duking out in the marketplace of ideas? He's some lawyer guy named Pisco or something. And remember when I was talking about that?
Why does he pretend he doesn't know who these people are? What the fuck? I think Pisco's been around long enough. Okay.
Well, apparently his community actually did something that's quite interesting. Instead of behaving like Destiny orbiters normally do, which is just like fucking lie about my positions and then design an entire narrative off of this falsehood that they've created around a position that I do not hold, they actually went back to the original. Okay, they actually went back to the original fucking content and assessed it without Destiny filtering it. Okay. And I thought that was...
There's no fucking way he is projecting that fucking shit. Now, excuse me while I go and watch one of my critics through a selection of clips taken by Bad Empanada or fucking Disinfo or like the fucking Gato retard with all their commentary and just watch that instead because I can't handle criticism on my own ever. Like, what the fuck? Oh, Lonerbox is having a critique of me. Okay, well, let's go through the Bad Empanada catalog and just find whatever fucking 3-second clip he's done and then just watch 15 minutes of commentary and then I've done the work. This guy literally needs like 2 or 3 pairs of hands to fucking attack any of his like anything I say about him. Holy shit. There's no way he's not that. Okay, that's really triggering. Fuck me. Jesus. One phone call, Hassan. One phone call. Otherwise, we're invading Israel. Fucking retard.
Really interesting. And I wanted to see if I can find it real quick. There's like, yeah, no, it's specifically about me and my advocacy for re-education camps, which is not even a thing that I have said. You know, it's not even a thing that I've advocated for, but I found it quite interesting because I don't really. It's
so fucking impressive. It's like, because people have bought this. I don't understand how you realize that for 100 years, in the context of socialism, re-education happened in a camp. Whether it's like Vietnam, Soviet Union, China, Mozambique, if you re-educate someone as a socialist, you're doing it in a camp against their will. That's what you do. And it usually fucking fails because it turns out it's quite easy to turn someone's mind into mush. It's not that easy to like retrain them to think the way you want ideologically. Re-education for socialists is meant in a camp for 100 years. Exactly until the moment that Hasan let that mask slip a little bit on H3. Now suddenly it means something completely different. And the fact that I've seen, it was on Twitter, it was Queeman, was it? Like, or it might not have been Queeman, pinch of salt. But people taking this re-education camp thing, there was a fucking Reddit post about it. And despite it always meaning in a camp, but because Hasan's mask slips and he has to fucking quickly reinvent the term, now people are like, oh, well, doesn't mean re-education like how some terrorists commit crimes and then they go to jail and then they get rehabilitated and they get their A levels? Like, no, you dense piece of shit. Like, you fucking cum sack. Fucking hell. No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that. It means in a camp. It means in a camp. And that's why Hasan elevates people. That's why Hasan elevates people who know that it means in a fucking camp. I'm sorry. It happens in a camp. Oh God. But I guess that's it. That's the whole effort, you know. All the king's horses and all the king's men have to run and scramble together this completely new definition of re-education that doesn't happen in a camp because Hasan's mask fucking slipped on an Ethan podcast. Jesus Christ. I can't tell if I was going for cunt or cumsack. You dense glump. Yeah. But, you know, maybe Hasan didn't know that the ideology that he's been preaching from the fucking rooftops for the last 5 years entailed a definition of re-education that meant camps and coercion. You know, maybe he didn't know that. You know, well, this is, we have to give some charity to the biggest political streamer for the left. One of the biggest political streamers on the whole, actually, you know, Asmongold. Fuck's sake. All right.
Look at the other side. I don't really broach into the dark side of the internet frequently.
Oh, yeah.
But
so I found this thing on H3 Snark, I believe they call it. I'm not really a frequenter of these venues.
It was interesting seeing people basically go back and be like, hey, I don't really like Hasan. I'm a liberal, but I've realized that a lot of these other like liberal content creators have just been straight up lying about Hasan's positions, which is like, yeah, that's exactly what's been going on in perpetuity, pretty much for every single thing. One of the ways in which people do that is when they take something that I've said that is a joke and act as though I'm saying it sincerely. That's obviously a classic version of this. But what's crazy?
I was a fucking, listen, 2022, okay? I was a canary in the coal mine for this shit. This is why I'm afraid of a Hasan presidency, is right? It's because he'd elevate fucking... It's because he'd elevate fucking human hemorrhoids like this.
I love the idea. If I love settler colonialism, then I'm not allowed to just call him a piece of shit. I'm not allowed to say that you're a fucking colonizer. Get the fuck out of here. Get against the law.
You called him a piece of shit. It's that you said he deserves the wall.
He does. Is she colonizing land?
People who, do you think Eris deserves the wall?
Is she an advocate for settler colonialism?
I'm sure by wall what they mean is that when you're in prison and you're like surrounded by walls and like everywhere you look there's another fucking wall. But, you know, mostly you can look down from the wall at your little fucking textbook and do your A-levels and get rehabilitated based.
Is she colonizing land? Does she support continuing to colonize this land?
You tell me.
I think she doesn't even live there. Honestly, I'm not even sure if she is what she says she is.
Think she's supporting them? You think she's supporting a Jewish ethno state in Israel?
She's literally an anime. Her name's not even Eris.
You don't walk away from the fucking
You're
claim.
complaining about me bullying a fucking ventriloquist dummy. Like, give me a break.
You said, I'm asking you if she deserves the wall.
I think she deserves intensive re-education.
You think she needs intensive re-education?
Absolutely.
In a camp?
I mean,
I don't know why I guessed in a camp. I guess I just have this like 400 IQ ability to take people at their political ideologies and listen to terminology that they use and know the connotations of the. I don't know, but you know, anyone, not everyone can do that. You know, that's the kind of thing that is really reserved for very, very good-looking people like me.
Call it a camp, whatever you want. Prison. Denazification was a thing, you understand?
You realize that Hassan, yeah, and he admits it obviously, because this is the difference, right? This is like Hassan's minister of internal security. I'm asking you if she deserves the wall.
I think she deserves intensive re-education.
You think she needs intensive re-education?
Absolutely.
In a camp?
I mean, you call it a camp, whatever you want. Prison. Denazification was a thing, you understand?
I mean, that was just luck, though. What I do is basically every time someone advocates for anything, I just say, oh, well, that happened in a camp. And that one time I got it right.
About it. Oh my God, they deleted it? You shouldn't trust DGG with how to interpret Hassan's ideology. Re-education camps as an example. Wait, what the fuck? Why did he delete it?
This was the Reddit post.
Wait. This was like a long effort post that I was going to go through. Delete it because too much context. Context is not allowed. The account got deleted?
What was the question Hassan was asked? It wasn't even about criminals or anything. It was about people who wanted to form a capitalist party in a socialist country.
Wait, what the fuck? How is it? What?
What?
Bro, this shit was there. This shit was there this morning. The account being deleted shouldn't delete the post? Yeah, what?
No, he said ideological criminals who commit violence. Yeah, he said that after he was asked a question about capitalists in a fucking socialist country. When he realized that what he said was fucking mental and he's on a normie podcast and needs to repair the fucking image. Like, again, what? So what, like, I guess you can do the thing that the Soviets did, which is where they say, yeah, these people actually are, they've committed crimes, you know, like, and some of the crimes that are listed as like, as violations in the Soviet Union are like, what do they entail? Like not doing your duty properly. Okay. Let me see. Where's that clip? Where was the debate from? H3, Hassan, re-education. I need the, give me the full context. Am I going to find the episode or, oh, what episode was it? It was Leftovers, but did I cover it on my stream? I don't remember if I did that one. Leftovers 58. Was that it?
If you're in a socialist country.
This is the Destiny video of it. This is the Leftovers episode?
Let's say, or someone is doing South Korean
it's timestamped, is it?
Style, purges of communism.
Oh, is it around here?
Believe that, like,
okay, context.
that is the best possible way of developing a society, or you do it at the behest of capital owners and capitalism.
So you're saying you don't think it matters if there's one party or?
I don't think it matters as far as I care about direct democratic participation in local in local
one-party systems with socialism or communism has pretty much always been a catastrophe, a humanitarian disaster.
No, I agree with that.
There's just so much risk in having one party.
I agree with that. I think that a multi-party system is obviously going to be better. My point is that it doesn't even matter if you have a parliament. It doesn't even matter if you have a multi-party system. The changes that are being made in one direction or the other are oftentimes incredibly marginal. And the differences are not born out of like the party disagreements. The differences are born out of like genuine material conflict, like even including like the Civil War. It's never like the kindness of people's or like one party of individuals being like, we are kind, we want to do good things, and the other side is bad and they want to do bad things.
So what I want to say was this then: if you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist, what would you do if that party started gaining momentum? And it was clearly like people wanted that route. They wanted that route. Yeah. So what do you do?
I think I would do what America has done, not to the same degree, not to the same degree as like McCarthyist trials or anything like that. But I would offer additional amenities to ensure that people are comfortable.
This is fucked as well. Like, why would you say I would do like what America's done, but not as bad? But remember, in Hassan's world, what America's done is like the fucking Gestapo for lefties. Okay. Why would he say that? Why would he say that?
Well, and happy because I feel like
But what do you do if they're like, nah, fuck that, we're doing capitalism?
Well, if everything is given to you, at that point, if every single thing is given to you, if all of your problems are solved, which I think we can both agree,
and this is like the lack of engagement as well. It's like, well, okay, listen, everyone's kind of got everything in this super abundant communist gay space communism, fully automated luxury. Why is anyone even trying to start a capitalist country? Okay, come on.
Under capitalism, it has not happened.
No.
If all of those problems have been solved, then there is no need for conflict of that regard.
But they're saying, no, we want to do, because they're like, yo, this is a free country, right? Well, we want to do capitalism. We think the market should regulate the prices and shit. Like, we don't think the workplace should be socialized.
Okay, that's a great question.
And what if
you have to ask why though at that point? Because
people never can be explained why anyway.
You have to ask why. Yeah, in a perfect society, why would any bloodthirsty, disgusting, greedy, capitalist, Jewish, not that Zionists, capitalists, why would they ever want to reinstate private property that has caused so much damage in the world? It's like he's setting you up for some kind of like fucking retribution against these people. It's just,
you know what I mean?
Some people are gonna be dumb. You're right.
It's like it's just gonna exist. You know it is.
Yeah.
And so if the will of the people is to go back to do more of a social democracy, is that something that a socialist country should move towards, or should there be resistance in the government to keep socialism?
I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically any kind of socialist movement.
But again, capitalists have resisted, especially in Hassan's world, like as it is, capitalism resisted socialism very violently, and in Hassan's world, it was like a million times worse in terms of the violence, like because everything's exaggerated in his world. Yeah,
same degree of violence, but I think that yes, the solution to that would always be education and offering more.
Re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah.
Now, the question was a capitalist party in a socialist country. Why the fuck is your head going to re-education, if not that we are going to imprison people and forcibly push them to change their ideology, like against their will? It's so dumb.
I know that's like a trigger word.
Camps.
I know that's a trigger word. He knows what it means.
I know there's a trigger word because everyone goes, "Oh, re-education." What do you mean? Like immediately people think like, "Are you talking about? Are you talking about like resident schools? Are you talking about the Xinjiang?" Yeah, 100%. They do. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang, which I think
good, right?
No, I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't think it was good. This is something I have openly criticized as well. Like that's not good. The massive surveillance apparatus they built.
You'd never let an extremist on the other side get away with this. You would never let like a right-wing extremist get away with, oh yeah, we just want the whites to have their country in America, and we want the blacks to have their part of the country, and it'll all just be a very peaceful separation of territory. You know, the blacks can get Florida. It's like it'll all be peaceful. Yeah, what if they say no, you idiot? Like, why would you? Why would you do that? So stupid. It's so dumb. Why would you do that? Fuck.
The Xinjiang is not good.
So what would be good about a socialist re-education camp for capitalists?
It wouldn't necessarily. I don't think it'd be camps. I mean, it depends on crimes, right? Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this? Because if there's a socialist state and someone is doing,
also, in the capitalist world, people were saying that we do this for people who commit crimes in like for ideology. Well, when it comes to de-radicalization programs, I think Sweden is quite popular for this, for the neo-Nazis. Those are voluntary, for one. Or if someone's in jail because they've like fucking murdered someone, then they go in and they, like, if they're a neo-Nazi, they can go in for rehabilitation. But no one has ever described that as re-education. No one has described that as re-education, ever. And when it comes to other kinds of criminals. Typically, if a communist commits a crime in this country or in America, I don't think you arrest them and jail them and then force them to learn the virtues of capitalism through re-education. We don't do that.
Like white terror, let's say, or someone is doing South Korean style, purges of communists, which has happened historically in every country that America is aligned with, because they were anti-communist, where they've launched, military dictatorships, whether we recognize it or not. Those things have happened, right? So in a situation like that, I think if there's any kind of like,
what this is. This is just an attempt at a save after he said re-education.
That like that is the best possible way of developing a society, or you do it at the behest of capital owners and capitalism.
Where was the question?
You're saying you don't think it matters if there's one party or I think one party.
Or if you have the other, and out of even individuals.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party,
it's a
which
party.
would surely exist.
The question was about what you would do with a capitalist party, and we went to re-education, and then he switched it over to crimes. So yeah, it's. I don't know why you give this any charitability. Like, it's so stupid.
The 20th century socialist. Please do.
So, yeah, let me explain, dumb fuck. Okay, because you're completely wrong about your characterization of socialism, okay, and the history of socialism during that same exact time period. Okay, so Connor, would you say that there were other socialists on the planet engaged in socialist advocacy at the same time as Mao?
Absolutely.
Okay, so your characterization that Maoism and that the people who followed Mao and the socialist models after that were in reaction to Mao is necessarily wrong, because they were concurrent.
What should the U.S. do if a pro-chattel slavery party surfaced? Well, I think the way that the Constitution works is that you would outlaw those parties because they violate the Constitution. No? Or if you can't outlaw, I don't know how it works in America. I think we ban parties in the UK. If you can't ban them, then, I don't know, fucking defeat them. Or now, if they start growing, that's a big question. But I'm pretty sure, is there not like a whole thing where parties that want to bring about slavery? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know the answer to that. If they started growing, I don't know what you would do in the US. However, the solution is not to put them in a camp where you try to educate the pro-slavery out of them by force, because that doesn't fucking work. I don't know if you guys know, but you can read a little bit about what happened in these re-education camps. There was, to cut a long story short, there was a lot of camp and not that much education. Okay, that's kind of what happened in re-education camps. They're a failure.
Socialist movements to Mao. You understand that, right?
Hold on. I can name half a dozen. Can you name half a dozen?
Dumb fuck. Can you answer that question?
What's your question?
The question is, since there were concurrent socialist movements to Mao, it is necessarily not true that socialist movements that came after were just in response to the Maoist model of socialism.
Okay, I'm going to be a dick because I'm going to answer the question, but I'm going to be a dick about it. Yeah, there were concurrent movements, and a majority of them were Marxist-Leninist. They were Pol Pot. They were fucking Soviet Union. So if they're all fucking Marxist-Leninists, and Maoism is an iteration of Marxist-Leninism, and if they share similar issues like authoritarianism, centrally planned economies, and dystopian fucking Orwellian nightmare states, then why the fuck do I give a shit about your differentiation?
You're wrong about your empirical claim. The Social Democratic Party of Australia, the Labour Party of the UK, the Social Democratic Party of Germany, every single one of the, wait, 1 second.
The nice ones who slept for the
socialists who didn't do the murder are also socialists, Connor.
Socialists. Is Clement Attlee a socialist?
Just because, hold on, just because I don't know. Hold on, stop, I have a question. I have a question, stop.
Jihadists aren't the same thing as all Muslims, which is what you're saying, Connor.
Question for you. If you shut up, I can ask the question. Econoboy, those, the one
Clement Attlee, Australia, yeah.
Germany, Australia, did they have control of the government?
Yep. Nope. Yes. Clement Attlee had control. Wait, Clement Attlee had a massive. Oh my God.
Yes. God, the fucking Clement Attlee example is so. Oh God, it's just like I don't even know if it would actually work for Stephen and Connor's argument though. It's just that. Fuck. That's really frustrating. Man, what can you do? I told the Connor boy, it's fine. We've communicated the message. It's just that, yeah, the difference with Attlee is that like communists and socialists were a very distinct category in Attlee's time. The socialists were social democrats and the communists were Soviets, right? They were directed by the Central Committee, I think, even in Attlee's time. So they would just take marching orders from Stalin, telling them to call Attlee a social fascist and to be his enemy, basically. Yeah. And Attlee was like fucking getting them kicked out of their jobs just for being communists. So yeah, they're very different. Yeah. but that's where that distinction is kind of needed.
Well, I don't know. So you're only socialist. So this is Connor's position. You're only socialist if you're able to institute a communist utopia.
No.
Here's an easy. Can I ask an easy? This is easy.
Everybody else has been screaming. I'm going to scream too. You're retarded.
Didn't Destiny call Soc Dems socialist? No, I'm pretty sure Stephen thinks that they're not socialists. He thinks that you're only a socialist if you actually want to abolish capitalism. Which I get it on paper. It's definitely like the more logical thing because obviously if you're a political advocate or like a leader, you want to, it's like, is your system that you're going for, are you aiming for one that is liberal democracy or something else? And that something else would be socialism. So why would you call someone like Attlee, who's compatible with liberal democracy, who never had any intention of going away from a liberal democracy as a society, why are we calling them socialists? Well, because they call themselves socialists, and also I don't think it's just that. I don't think it's just self-ID. It's also because their policies are driven by socialist principles, by the principle of like there are some questions that the free market cannot answer, and that's where socialization of certain resources and industries and providers needs to be the answer, like healthcare.
Moderator Connor, the government and the society might save you from yourself, so you might be an inefficacious socialist.
Okay, wait, can I ask a simple question that maybe this is like I feel like this is what this whole thing is coming down to, okay? If you were to take 100 people, have them read theory, study history, and then look in a room, okay, and you were to put, we'll say, Hassan Piker and then AOC in a room, and you would ask them, which one is more of a socialist? What do you think all of those people would say?
I don't know.
I can't even believe. Then this conversation is hopeless. It's such an unbelievable answer to me.
Because to say that is to...
Yeah, because... If I wanted to be difficult, I'd be like, well, yeah, because Hassan's not really talking about socialism. He's just busy talking about making a phone call and then invading Israel. Shit.
To misunderstand the diversity of the socialist movement and contemporaries.
I'm not talking about the diversity of the socialist movement. I'm saying that AOC, hold on. Is it fair for me to say that AOC is a way more outer perimeter socialist than like a bog standard? Then look it up. Look up what outer perimeter means, okay?
Do you think there are fundamental differences, and what are the fundamental differences between AOC and something like?
Let's use Stephen's model. Stephen, if you put 100 people in a room and ask them, is Bernie Sanders a socialist? How would they answer? Yes or no?
I honestly don't know.
That's your standard.
You just said 100 people. No, you didn't even ask me the same question. I was comparing two different people. I said 100 people well-read on theory. Do you want to say 100 well-read people? If you put 100 people who are well-read on socialist theory, you ask them, is Bernie Sanders a socialist? Well, zero of them would say yes. No, absolutely. You're so retarded. No, he's a liberal and he supports capitalism. Definitionally, in every single way, he is not a bog standard socialist. If you want to say he's like an outer perimeter, Dem suck, maybe, sure, but like a socialist?
Dem what?
No.
Dem what? What does SOC stand for? Dem what?
Outer perimeter. What does outer perimeter mean? Outer perimeter.
National socialist.
Okay, to answer, because the reason that we got off on this topic was because Connor we haven't really taken the bait of Connor's constant conspiracy baiting about like people are basically all just synchro tankies that are socialists, right? But I think that it's important to address.
No, I think you guys are useful idiots. I think there's other
so Connor, you actually completely conceded that you had a incomplete understanding of socialist history. You asked a question that I wasn't able to answer.
Absolutely not. You said, hold on. You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it.
I didn't ask you a question.
I brought up. Yeah, you said, are you going to concede that you have a complete?
No, I said you conceded. It wasn't a question.
No, I don't concede at all. You brought up
that wasn't a question. Just to be clear.
You mentioned Western socialists who
I didn't ask you a
under the
question.
Control of Western governments.
So just to be clear, when the Western government is controlled by socialists, it's a socialist government. That's how elections work. Okay, you take power, and you take power.
American government.
Stop, Econoboy. If today we replace Trump, if we replace Trump with pick a socialist that you think is a good socialist, would the American, just because now our president identifies as a socialist, does that make America a socialist country now?
So I'm not saying that these countries.
I'm asking you a question. Yes or no?
I'm literally answering directly your question. Like you gave me like one word before you interrupted me. Okay.
No, I guess in it.
So yeah. Well, I mean, I haven't been the one interrupting you for the most part. So
you're giving cover to the guy who is, which is kind of what this whole combo is about. I'm just kidding. Go.
I want to answer the question.
I'm not saying that these countries became socialist because they had socialist governments. I'm saying they had socialist governments for many points of time in their history. Okay. Now, Connor. Now, hold on. I
got to change my question now. Again, if we simply take Trump out and put a socialist in, is America run by a socialist government now?
Obviously not.
Oh yeah, wait. It's run by a socialist government. Can be a reference to the party in power. So, for example, like Clement Attlee was he's a socialist government in the sense that they're in charge.
So is Zoltan Ramaswamy is New York City?
What did he call him? Zoltan, he means Zohran Mandani, right? Okay.
Socialist because he's the mayor now?
Nice racist. No. But when you ask the question, is the government of the day socialist? If he said,
who's playing semantics now? Holy shit!
Wait. Can we just? Well, why don't we just rant?
Oh, you're about to get owned again, so you're running.
Wait. So I'm trying to clarify terminology, and you don't want to do it. So like, when people refer to the government, meaning the people in charge of the government, it's a socialist government, doesn't necessarily mean that the structure itself is socialist. But I'm just telling you why there's different meanings of the word government.
The reason why I bring up all of the dozens and dozens and dozens of different labor governments and social democratic and fundamentally socialist governments that have existed in all of these different countries and Europe and Oceania and a lot of Latin American countries as well is because at the same time that Connor says socialism is like essentially fundamentally in some conspiratorial sense an authoritarian ideology with authoritarian ideals that will do authoritarianism and kill millions of people. Concurrently to the very same things that Connor was describing, you had socialist governments take power through democratic elections, convincing people to vote for them, running on socialist platforms, being in charge of the militaries,
moderated by the monarchy.
Hey, Connor, when you're in charge, can I finish the point? Can I? We've been trying. I'm just trying for 20 fucking minutes. Okay, so when the socialist government is now in charge of the police apparatus and the military and all of that stuff. When they lose the next election, what did they do across all of these different countries? They left power and there was a turnover in government. So your idea that basically every socialist movement is stamped with the authoritarianism of Mao is completely ahistorical.
Wait, I'm just curious. Real quick. Wait, for Connor, would you consider Trump an authoritarian, even though he gave up power and will probably give up power at the end of this admin? Maybe.
Yes, he's authoritarian, and we have right now the U.S. government is like authoritarian in stature. Yes.
Sure. Okay. So I just as a quick thing, it feels a little silly to say like we were talking about socialist countries, but now we switch to socialist governments, and then it's like you open up and look inside, and it's just liberalism, capitalism, right?
Socialist government.
Okay, well, I think that was probably what Connor's impression was, and that's what. Wait, but okay, hold on. Also, wait, you talked about like what socialism is, and you made it sound like this spooky thing of authoritarianism and all this. Would you concede that like a central tenet of socialism?
Oh God! Oh shit! God, I don't even know. This is such a stupid semantic fucking cock debate, but like, okay. If let's say you're in the USSR, okay, and there's one candidate who comes along, okay, one little dude, and he's like, listen, guys, I got this idea. I think we should privatize grocery stores. We should just the food, just privatize it, make it into a market, leave everything else, whatever. Is that person a capitalist or a communist? Or let's say they say let's privatize, let's leave everything kind of as is, but let's privatize like oil and gas and fucking like food. Yeah, it's just. I think that's kind of the thing that Econoboy is maybe trying to communicate, that there are people who can advocate for socialization of different areas of society without wanting to go the full hog. And are they a socialist or a liberal? And just pretty straightforward.
Is the overthrow of the capital class, oftentimes via violent revolution. That is like a central tenet of socialism. No, that's not oftentimes. Like ideologically, definitionally, like in capitalism, you have private ownership where individuals can own firms and hire employees and scrape whatever excess.
So similar, I'll answer your question directly. Okay, so I would compare the question that you just asked similar to the development and emergence of liberalism. Liberalism developed and emerged across the planet, across different stages of development, across different points in time, and it did so in sometimes very violent ways, and in sometimes through legislative reform. And so similar, you say, hey, and I was just going to say, you say, hey, an ideal of socialism is the abolition of private property, to which I would say, generally speaking, certainly that's a core tenet of almost every socialist thinker across the history of socialism. But that is not a statement on the method by which we get to that final end state. The method is up for debate, and it has been debated, and many different methods.
In what world, okay, sure, so just following this like very briefly, in what world is there ever a peaceful revolution where all of capital is abolished?
So, what are you talking about? There's. You can imagine. Could you conceive of a world? Let me just ask you this. Could you conceive of a world where the means of production are entirely collectively owned? Could you conceive of that?
I could conceive of that. Yes.
Okay, so, and people have said worker cooperatives, national industry, things like that. So we know that things like worker cooperatives and things like national industries and things like state services do exist. And we know that they've come into existence. They've come into being with democratic frameworks and liberal democratic sort of processes.
Sure, so far none of this is responsive to what I asked. So I'm saying, how would we abolish all private property without violence?
So what I would say is that we would in this theory, we could abolish private property through the same exact means by which we've socialized property in the currently existing world, through the ballot box, through democratic initiative.
Okay,
Stephen, do you agree it's logically possible?
This isn't a debate on veganism. We're not talking about what's logically possible. It's not relevant to the conversation.
Why don't you just grant it? Why don't you just grant it?
Because I'm not going to fire any clips. Okay, so the issue with saying that we've socialized.
It's another. The way we did it in the UK with healthcare was you had private healthcare providers and you had some charities that mostly ran out of fashion very quickly. But the NHS was built alongside that. You still had private healthcare providers just alongside the NHS. And obviously most people choose the NHS because they don't want to pay a shit ton of money for healthcare. But that's a different kind of movement from capitalism to socialism that doesn't involve like expropriating, because like how would you do that with landlords, and especially in a country where isn't the majority of Americans are homeowners? Isn't it like 60% that's a lot of people are homeowners. So, and not to mention all the businesses. There are ways that people try to get around this, which is that like people like Jeremy Corbyn have argued that when you have a business that is going into administration, or they require some kind of like government assistance, then the policy that he wanted to put in was that if a certain company, a private business, had to require some level of government input financially or whatever else, then they would have to give the workers an opportunity, like an option to buy the company with state funding. So basically, like say like a fucking retailer needs a bailout, and the government's like, yeah, we'll bail you out, but you also, if you want to get bailed out, you have to ask the workers if they want to take over the company themselves because you've failed it, basically. That's the gist. And that's the way that they would do like a transfer of property in like a more amicable way. Or they just argue for something like, let's just let the government fund co-ops, and because they're so awesome, they'll just outcompete the private sector anyway, you know? These are some answers that you could give for doing it. But again, when you're in a country where so many people own businesses and property, then it's just that whole thing. It's like, you can still want more. Do you stop being a socialist if your answer is just to be like I think there should be more worker co-ops. I think they're a good idea. And people seem to be quite happy when they work there. It should be like, if you're going to get a job that's fairly entry level, like low skill, then I think you should have the option available generally to have a co-op as well as a private business, because you might just prefer to work in that environment. I think it'd just be a good thing for society. But if I just want there to be like a higher ratio of co-ops to private businesses, does that mean am I a socialist now? I don't really care if the ratio goes above 51%, but does it have to be 51 plus for you to be a socialist? Yeah, that's a harder question.
To my understanding, as a self-ascribed social democrat myself, social democrats and more hardline leftists like MLs and whatnot have almost always been at odds with each other. If Connor knows.
No, he should know that, but I think Americans just haven't gone through the same socialist versus communist thing that we did with every European country, right? Because the Democratic Party is like a liberal party. And in the UK, I think what separated the Labour Party from the Liberals, it wasn't just that they were ideologically they preferred nationalization and government intervention in the economy. It's also because of their funding. The Labour Party, I think about half of their funding comes from unions to this day. They're trade union funded, they're worker funded. So that's like the difference between a Labour Party and like a liberal party, you might say. But yeah, Americans are just, they don't have the environment where they don't have the vocabulary to deal with these distinctions. So it's cringe. What can I say?
Some things is we're not doing that because we want socialism. We're doing that because we recognize it as a failure of capitalism to succeed in some particular area. But if you want to move to a fully socialist state of affairs, it seems like that would necessitate, according to what almost all socialists will tell you in good faith, will require some form of violence, right? Because what do they say constantly? Cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. When the revolution comes, liberals will side with fascists. These are statements that almost every single socialist I've seen, everybody in the media, almost all socialists will say this, right? So in that case, doesn't having the socialist concept in mind necessitate some future violent revolution?
Violence. Maybe why don't you make the case that it entails violence?
I literally just did. Capital owners will never give up willingly their property, meaning they will always fight violently to defend it. This is why socialists say things like the institution of policing exists only to defend capital interests. I can walk you through Babby's first day of social theory. I can do it if you really want me to, but I think a counterpoint should have an answer prepared for this.
So if what you mean is violence is entailed by the use of the police force, if that's what you mean by violence, and enforcing these restrictions would require like enforcement, then I guess it would entail violence. But that's not the violence that you're talking about. You're equivocating violence. What you mean by violence?
You don't understand. When I say the police is a violent institution, you don't know what that means.
Would you agree?
When I say the police is a violent institution, what do I mean when I say that?
Wait, this is not
I don't want to mute, but
you're such a bitch.
Destiny did ask a question. I do want that question answered, Pisco. He asked you, do you understand what he means when he says, well, repeat your question.
When socialists view police as a violent institution, what do they mean when they say that?
I think that socialists, I think that socialists and libertarians oftentimes believe that it entails violence because they're enacting violence. But because
okay, I'm so sorry. I'm not. You're just wrong. Whenever you say past year is irrelevant, it doesn't matter. You're incorrect.
Wait, Steven. So I'm just going to ask you a question. Does capitalism require violence?
I don't know. I'm not confident.
Does it require violence?
Good definition.
Does it require violence? Wait, does it require violence? Yes or no?
Not necessarily. No. No. What do you mean by violence? No, it doesn't. No.
I'll have you find my inner sociologist will definitely say that the police and the institutions of capitalism absolutely need to be protected from revolution by defending the private property owners. This mug requires violence, okay? Because only with the state and its monopoly over the means of violence could ever institute such a coercive division of labor that would produce such a piece of shit. It's IKEA, isn't it? Yeah. Actually, maybe not. Maybe this is a socialist mug. I don't know. I know, like, I don't know if it's the same in every Scandinavian country, but I know in Denmark, they get really fucking angry when Americans describe their shit as socialist. But that might also be, maybe not for Denmark, but for Finland, it's because of Soviet stuff that they don't like being called socialist. Because of their history with the Soviet Union. I don't know why Denmark would care. Oh.
Wait, doesn't
enforcing property requires violence? Law enforcement is necessarily
no,
violent.
not necessarily. What do you mean? I don't know. You're asking the most simple question in the world. Is me owning a Red Bull, does that require violence? Not necessarily. But if you're saying I'm going to call the cops to break
just relax. Does the widespread establishment of a capitalist system in America require violence?
Violence. Define violence. What do you mean by violence?
Violence meaning the use of force to defend property rights.
Am I muted? Yes, you have to defend private property.
So do you agree with Connor? You agree with Connor, don't you, Stephen?
Not really. It's like this is like a naive
so you don't agree with Connor.
Let me know when I can talk for 30 seconds. I explain because this is like a
why he doesn't want to agree with you? He doesn't want to agree with you because he thinks that you're making them morally equivalent. And the
no, wait. It's not.
Hold on. It's not the same violence that's required.
Let's not. Everyone is doing this thing.
Everyone.
Okay, everyone's doing this thing where they're trying to tell like everyone else what they're saying. Like Connor's point, well, Destiny's saying this, and then Destiny will be
true.
saying.
Although actually, I will say Connor was correct though. They're like those are different types of violence. So for instance, when you talk about does capitalism necessitate violence, and then you want me to say yes to that, well, that's the same type of violence that any country, socialists included, would necessitate, which is the ability to enforce laws or whatever. But that's different than a violence that is necessitated ideologically to prevent things like, say, free enterprise or private corporations, which is a type of violence that socialism would necessitate, but capitalism wouldn't necessitate. That's what I'm saying. What kind of violence do you mean? That's
why is it interesting? So why is it interesting?
No. So Pisco, 1 second. So Destiny, so I disagree that there's a distinction in the type of violence that we're talking about here. So for instance, what I mean by that is that insofar as
Base.
Okay, so
it's a panel. If you don't want to throw elbows on a panel, don't join a panel.
You're a vandal that you were brought on to fucking muddy the water. That's why you're here.
For a little bit.
No, I'm not. I've been
Hold on. No, it's not. Counterpoints was brought on because the guy I asked initially declined.
I thought I had a good point.
So counterpoints is here to kind of balance the scale.
Fuck you too, Rick, for saying that I'm your second date. Jesus.
Okay, I still love it.
Anyway, so I don't think it's different, Destiny, okay? Because, for instance, if you were to say, hey, like, necessarily, if you were to achieve the socialist ideal, that requires violence. Insofar as what we're talking about is a reestablishment of what property rights means, right? So, for instance, we were to say, like, oh, we did a convoy with socialism characteristics, we got 90% of the way here, and now the socialists are in power, and they're going to go the full 100. They're going to say, hey, everything that's currently privately owned has to be sold to.
Hold on, you're playing.
Rest of the
wait, but you just got.
I feel like I didn't even get to.
No, because you hold on, because you just skipped all the hard part. If you're going to tell me that how do we go from 90% public ownership to 100% public ownership, that's not very hard to do. You have a majority stake in every single company in the entire country. The question is, how do you get to 90% without expropriation?
Okay, so you get to, okay, first of all, I'll just say this briefly. If that's the harder part, then it's surprisingly achievable. Norway has literally already socialized 2/3 of their nation's wealth. They already have collectivized 2/3
what about their firms?
Wealth. Now,
wealth is not. Wait. Why did you say that? I can tell if you're being intentional now. Hold on. Wait. Socializing wealth. My question very specifically was, how do you do it without expropriation? To have 90% owned firms. No, but you talked about wealth. I'm not talking about wealth. I'm talking about firms.
The reason why, so a lot of the firms in Norway are still privately owned because Norway doesn't have as developed a capital market as the United States. So shockingly,
how much of that Norway, 2/3 of the wealth. How much of that is a sovereign wealth fund from the oil? Obviously, I think if you're economics, if you're capitalism, socialism, the idea would be who owns the capital, right? The means of production, not the, which isn't necessarily the same as the wealth. If the wealth is a product of private ownership that's just redistributed, I don't know. I don't know shit about fucking money. Stupid waste of time.
If the United States had Nordic institutions for collectivizing wealth, we would be much more able to socialize our domestic economy than those economies, because a lot of the companies in production in those societies aren't traded on liquid stock markets. Now,
hold on, wait. For Norway, I'm just asking for Norway. If you said of the 90% of the wealth that's publicly owned, how much of that is just tied to their oil?
2/3.
Okay, so wait. What you just said was a total lie, right?
Cares? I want to answer your question.
Who the fuck cares? Because controlling 90% of a broad market that's invested across a whole separation of multitudes of industries is way different than just socializing your means of energy production.
No, that's not what Norway. You have a misunderstanding of how these institutions work, and you have such strong opinions on them, and it really fucking pisses me off at a certain point.
Okay.
You don't know what you're talking about, but you have these very strong opinions. Norway, yes, a lot of the wealth that they've accumulated doesn't necessarily come from their oil wealth. It comes from the returns to their oil wealth being socialized in a public fashion. Okay, so I would agree that one of the prerequisites to Norway's specific success is its oil wealth. But America is a resource-rich country. America has a huge amount of land rents that we could socialize. America has things like a central bank that can create money, debt financing, other tax revenue. The financing for this is just not a question. America is a richer society than Norway.
The financing is not hard, Econo Boy. That's why I'm asking about expropriation. The United States government could. I'm not retarded. You know I'm not retarded. They could print off however much money they want to buy things.
That's why I'm saying we could get to 90% without expropriation, because we have such liquid markets where people are willing to sell their shares for essentially the strike price. And really quick though,
finish your point, but then I want to get us back on track.
To America.
We're getting bogged down. Essentially, my main point, skipping past all of that, is that Destiny made the claim that it necessitates violence. Now, insofar as going from whatever percentage of voluntary transactions we could get up to, 60, 70, 80, 90%, whatever, and then we have to go to the rest of the way with some amount of expropriation. Yeah, you'd have to pass a bill and reestablish some property rights, and you'd have to buy out those businesses.
This is such a weasel. Reestablish some property rights. You'd have to steal companies from private owners.
I can't make the point.
No, because you're speaking in like the most you'd have to reestablish some property rights. You'd have to steal all the firms from all the private owners.
Wick said he wanted to do another debate about this specific.
Yeah, we can make a one-on-one or something.
So the question,
just real quick, for now.
Can you simplify? Fuck, where's Econo Boy? Couldn't you just simplify this and be like, okay, if you want to nationalize like an industry or turn it over to the workers, co-ops or state-owned, whatever. But it would entail are you willing to expropriate property and capital, not just tax wealth or sovereign wealth fund or whatever the fuck? Are you willing to expropriate, say like landlords or businesses, or do you have another way of like turning them over to the workers that's not as mean? That it? Violent. Because I don't know how you're expropriating property and capital to that extent. I know occasionally like states do fucking compulsory purchase and shit like that, but there comes a point where people are very attached to their property and their businesses. That's just like a sweeping policy rather than, and if it's for socialism in the United States, People say like the government seizes property and capital like all the time. I'm like, do they really do this that often? Do they really do like? It's not just fuck. I understand my terms.
You're getting chained to the radiator. 24/7 streams for the next 30 days. Then we'll think about bathroom breaks.
Thanks for the $19.99. Appreciate it. Appreciate the shit out of it. Eminent domain. Is that it? Is that when the government's just like, yeah, we need this to build a highway? Fuck you. Get out of the fucking Wendy house that your grandfather built in 1905. And then the grandmother is like dragged out screaming and dies on the way. Okay. I think in the UK we call it compulsory purchase. Trump did it for his wall. How often does the government seize businesses that haven't committed any crimes or anything, but just because they're like, we want to run this business in a different way? Uh-oh. It's hog o'clock.
Will not do that to you. Israel is our biggest ally. An ally will not do that to you. An ally will not steal your nuclear weapons, will not blackmail your presidents with whatever files they have, with sexual files in order to release a spy, will not blackmail your politicians with a fucking Love Island with young girls. It's crazy.
Okay, incredibly based. Okay. This guy was like such a face of the fucking pro-Palestine shit to begin with. It's fucking mental. Oh god. Bro, you're a Jew hater. This guy's a big fucking Jew hater. Shit. Fuck, I wish I could get more polling data. I hear very mixed opinions about how normal it is to believe that shit in the Arab world. Like, some people say it's just like a normal thing for, like, especially boomer dads, like, to tell people, but otherwise, I don't know. Do you think the blackmail stuff is true? No. What with sex tapes? You think the Mossad are filming presidents shagging and then using them for fucking military aid? No, Israel gets help from the United States because they're a big fucking tech economy in a very strategic position in the Middle East who have the same enemies as the United States. And that's kind of it. It's not that complicated. YOLO swag, thanks for the $4.99. I'm gonna do donos now because there's quite a lot. Hello streamer, tell me what I want to hear. Wow. Dwayne, thanks for $5. If you have not gotten your chair yet, add this to the chair fund. If you have, add this to the likable streamer fund. I'm a very likable streamer. Yeah, that's why I've got so many friends in the space. Floor, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Ready to learn? True. Wow. Melinda, thanks for the $10. How dare you leave us and go touch grass, but welcome back. Man, going to the gym more regularly actually just makes me in such a better mood. I forgot how valuable that is. Like, shit. Jack, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And Steph Shadow, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the tier 1 sub. How's the lumbar support? It's fine. It's fine. I still need to, I haven't customized it like fully, but it's managing. Yeah, it's much better than my last one. I'm not in so much pain anymore. Barabbas, thanks for the $5. I think at this point it's safe to say that Trump knew what Epstein was up to the whole time. Yeah, probably. It's probably not really getting away from that one. Yeah. There is something to be said about how in denial people might be because it suits them. Like Louis Theroux, looking back at the filmed footage that he had with Jimmy Savile, yeah, you should have known. But at the time, he's just thinking, this is so good for my career. Like, what's that he's doing over there? No. This is so good for my career. That's probably, yeah, I think most people would be like that. So I don't know. Ref Top, thanks for the $1.99. Oh, thanks for the $9.99. I have a Boxoid live viewer. I've been a Boxoid viewer for a while. Never watched the main channel. Got around to it during your re-education. They are pretty good. Who would have thought? Thanks for all the content. Yeah, I thought my video essays were all right. Yeah. Jack-O-Lantern, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Shivam Rai, thanks for the $4.99. Hey, Loner, have you seen the latest Trigonometry podcast on Israel-Palestine? I think you'd find it really interesting. What am I going to be like? Wow, damn, the Muslims, they're fucked up. The Jews, they're doing God's work. Thank you. Very interesting. Alita, thanks for the $4.99. Lonerbox, he did not get banned for this clip. It was for a derogatory term towards black people. What, Mike from PA? Okay. Thanks for the tier 3 sub as well. Sorry, Hassan, we're all introverts and don't believe in phone calls. Your ideal plan is flawed. Yeah, good one. Lawson, thanks for the $5. Firearm ownership rates would probably be a factor to consider. Is something around 1 Democrat or left wing to 5 to 8 conservative or right winger? Oh, yeah. Oh. Mantis, thanks for the 400. Are those rupees? Mantis God. How did you choose the name Lonerbox? Sorry, newbie here. That's a name. Names don't mean shit. T, thanks for the $4.99. Happy to see you back, Loner. Diogenes XLP, thanks for the €10. The thing that blackpilled in this conflict was those CCTV videos of Hamas militants taking hostages into hospitals. Oh, yeah, I already read that one. Sorry about TTS. Think you're getting it twice? Fuck that. Chaotic Bread, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Dense Pixel, thanks for the $5. Marcus 2.0, thanks for the tier 3 sub. Chaotic Bread, thanks for the other $5. Sorry, I'm back behind in the VOD. You said mountains, but didn't play the soundboard for it. Oh, no. Yeah, maybe I should. I need to be more sharp. I need an actual soundboard because the Discord thing, like clicking it is not very, it's not ideal, you know? Could be better. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. And Arman, thanks for the $4.99. Contributing to the goal of the Lonerbox fuel as ascendancy. Wow, true. Dingus, thanks for the 2 1999 donations. It's very generous of you. God. I still watch The Gnome from time to time because although I am further left than him, liberalism in America is under siege. I find a lot of both of your guys' arguments useful. Wow. Evangeline, thanks for the $20. Loner, I'm being sincere. Is this mess taking a toll on your mental health? Take care of yourself. Don't ask questions about my... What the fuck? It's fine. Don't worry. Lawson, thanks for $10. XLP, thanks for the €5. Caleb, thanks for the $4.99. Meme, thanks for the $4.99. Lewis, thanks for the $1.99. Jay, thanks for the $5. I'm sorry, I'm not reading all these messages. There's too many. Joshua, thanks for the $2. Lewis, thanks for the $1.99. Caleb, thanks for the $1.99. Dilute Mule, thanks for the $7.77. Will Game, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Will Kane, thanks for the 10 Hong Kong dollars. Consciousness, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Barbas, thanks for the $5. Glitterbell, thanks for the $5. Caleb, thanks for the $1.99. Lawson, thanks for the $5. Doom, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Captain Dan, thanks for the $5. Joshua Jones, thanks for $2. Ew, thanks for the $9.99. Russian person or Cyrillic name. Sorry, I shouldn't say Russian. You could be from anywhere. Can we please watch this full sketch I can link? I don't know what sketch you're talking about. What sketch? Huh? All right. The Lemmy one, maybe. Barbas, thanks for $5. Sluggish schizophrenia. Oh, that's what Soviets called people when they were re-educating them. Calmly Fret, thanks for the $4.99. Lawyers, binary question in depositions and cross-examinations. Binary questions control the witness so they can establish the desired factual record. I suppose so, yeah. Fumbongo, thanks for the $5. What about re-education Minecraft servers? Welcome back, Loner. Lexar, thanks for the $5. Accountability, yes or no? Good one. Yes, I'll probably read Econoboy's Substack. Thanks for the tier 1 sub, John D. Carrot, for 26 months now. That's so generous of you. God. Charboard, thanks for the $6.99. Do you wear 9-inch insoles? No? What the fuck? David Lessa, thanks for the 50 mads. Whatever those are. For Econoboy, socialist with democracy and socialist with Chinese characteristics are the same. It is read as the Soviet. I have no idea what that means or if it's true. I don't think it is, but okay. Will Kane, thanks for 10 Hong Kong dollars. My land is being compulsory purchased for pennies. What, in Hong Kong? Shit. Rip. Deej, thanks for tier 1 sub. And Small Talk with Star, thanks for $2. Riot if Lonerbox leaves us again. Oh, that's good advice. Don't do that. I just hate streaming. What can I say?
I have a question maybe to kind of take us on a track that I'm interested in, right?
Wait, let's Wick, just hold on a second. Why don't we grant that socialism only means what Steven means and what Connor means? So let's put aside the semantic. So if what you mean is by socialists are specifically Marxist-Leninists who wants to do this mass expropriation, then agreed. Then agreed. They shouldn't be in the halls of democratic power. Where's our disagreement?
Okay, no. Hold on. This is another problem between liberals and progressives, and I'll be very calm while I articulate this. My frustration with Econoboy is that expropriation is defined necessarily. Don't fucking touch your nose.
We're moving off of that.
Like how, I'm on your panel, you bitch. I can talk when I fucking feel like it. This isn't the Pisco and Destiny hour, you fucking dickhead. So, the definition of expropriation is the action by the state or an authority of taking property from its owner for public use or benefit. Taxation is necessarily, definitionally, expropriation. So what we're saying is that, or at least what I'm saying, is that I believe a fucking free market needs to have a balance between the expropriation of property for the public good and the private market allowed to do its own thing. A private market is necessary to generate the wealth in order to create a welfare state. So if Econoboy is saying, well, we can just go ahead and command slowly through the government voting in, increasing control over public utilities and the parts of the market, then I don't care if it's done democratically. I don't give a fuck.
Okay,
fuck that. I'm going to vote against you, and you're not part of my team.
Okay, nice take. If what you mean by socialism is only those people who espouse these Marxist-Leninist ideas that you find to be odious.
Nope. I've defined it for you 7 times.
Hold on,
let Pisco finish. Democracy. You can get it through democracy. That doesn't make it good.
Pisco finish. Pisco finish, and then I have a question.
Let's get through the semantic bullshit. If what you mean is that
semantic, I've given you a specific definition 7 times.
Counterpoints. You got to let him at least finish the sentence.
Then he needs to listen to what I'm saying and
if
represent.
He is not listening to what you're saying. It will be apparent in what he says.
Yeah,
represented accurately.
So we have a semantic difference. I'm trying to chart that out. Like
no, we don't.
We literally do. When I say semantic difference,
so you disagree that socialism is a decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production?
Yep.
So I think socialism means much. Wait. I think socialism means much more than that because for me, use is meaning.
Hold on.
Holy
that's
shit,
actually excellent point. Pisco, what do you mean when you say socialism?
So I think when I think socialism. When I think socialism at its broadest, I understand socialism to be workers owning the means of production. That's at its broadest. I think that there's a lot of shades of gray there, and socialism doesn't just mean what Connor means. And the reason that is, I think that meaning, right, that of a word is its use, right? Like if what we mean by a word is there's no like correct objective answer to what socialism means. My theory of like what words mean is how they're used by people in the real day. There's multiple definitions. But if
then
what you
Destiny is right, that AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Zodan Salami are not socialists because they don't believe in workers owning.
Zodan Mazarami. Good. Brilliant.
The means of production.
When you say Destiny is quote unquote right, what do you mean by that?
I just said it.
He's right according to his own definition and your definition.
AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Zoltan Manslami don't fucking
there's
advocate.
There's no way. Like, how is he?
For workers owning the means of production. So by the definition that you just provided for us, they are not socialists.
So I said at its broadest, it's workers owning the means of production, but means of production. And I
what does broadest mean?
Broadest means it includes the most amount of people. So if your broadest definition does not include
they necessarily follow under your definition.
Connor, shut the fuck up. What I'm trying to chart out.
Make your words make sense.
I'm trying to chart out a semantic difference. Do you understand what I mean when I say a semantic difference?
Having to do with words
and their meaning. Okay, so in your version of the word socialism, you would not ascribe, for example, single payer to be a socialist policy. You wouldn't say that someone like Bernie Sanders is a socialist. You wouldn't say that China, as it currently exists, is a socialist country because your definition of socialism is much more narrow. I say let's get past that semantic difference. I think, like in terms of how people use the word socialist, you guys are just wrong in terms of the usage of the word. But let's get past that. If what you mean, why?
I will not get past that.
We just spent this whole time arguing about what the right definition of socialism is.
You both are going to circle the drain.
You're wrong.
Hold on, stop. We are going to get to a more, I think,
disagreement. So you're using it. I think that you guys have a proprietary definition. I think you guys have a proprietary definition of the word socialist. That isn't how people use the word, and it's not charted in.
Before we move on, I want to articulate why this is important.
Use.
I think that you, in a Econo Boy, are, I'll be rude, even though I love you, I think you are useful cock sleeves for tankies. And so you're trying to expand. You're trying to expand the definition of socialism.
Wait, is that where Anna got the thing from? That's where Anna got the tweet from. Cock sleeves. Is that really? Is that what? But Econoboy and Pisco, are they cock sleeves for? I haven't. What are the clips or the videos that actually demonstrate this better than? Because I don't know. Surely it's not just the Vanguard thing, right? Like, why are they tanky cock sleeves? What's the? This debate's not revealing shit to me. Apart from the. There's a lot of scrapping over what the fuck a socialist is. Watch the Hutch debate. Hutch debating who? Who's Hutch debating? Where's the Anna tweet? I saw the Anna tweet. I didn't know it came from the Hassan defense. So the Hassan defense was what? Pisco saying that Hassan was viewpoint discriminated or some shit. It gets much debater, really. Watching this was made more bearable simply due to Connor calling these two useful tanky cock sleeves. Thank you, sir. Have my Eastern European gratitude. I didn't expect me laughing at Counter calling these two useful cock sleeves for commies to be read with utmost seriousness, lol. But I do stand by the notion that lib/suck dems playing house with commies is the exact same level of bad as rightoids sweeping for fascists. It's a stale-ass take, by the way, for any normal person. It's wild that it's controversial. If we are for real, though, Pisco is a useful cock sleeve for commies. Is he really? Okay, I haven't seen that yet. Hosting a show with Aaron... If that's the, is that a useful sleeve for commies? Man, I would just be like, bro, she's a fucking retard. What are you doing with this like cataclysmically stupid person? I'm trying to remember things I know about Aaron's politics that are secondhand from private conversations or are public. Fuck, I know there's some fucking dumb shit in there. There's some crazy shit there. Do I want to do the private? No, I'm not like Aaron. But man, the thing with Hutch, this should have been enough, right? Fuck me. I'll maybe consult President Sunday on it and see what he thinks. Be like, here, mate, me your professional opinion on these Aaron takes. Where is Hutch talking to her? ContraPoints.
Other people maybe.
Isn't Pisco hanging about with Destiny anti-orbiters? Okay. Does that make you a tanky cock sleeve? How? Does hating Destiny make you a tanky? Is this it here?
Force this issue, or you're going to internally destabilize the country, and neither Israelis nor
even pre-October 7th, the two-state solution or whatever were highly
complexities of exploring a two-state solution with the West Bank settle. No, I understand all the arguments about how a two-state solution is going to be incredibly difficult, especially with the expansion of the settlements in the West Bank. I do understand all that. However, a one-state solution is like, to her point, she laid it out. It's like, you're either going to use military force against a country that has nuclear weapons to force this issue, or you're going to internally destabilize the country, and neither Israelis nor Palestinians want to share a single state. It's the least popular proposal amongst that crowd. And as far as I'm concerned, the conversation should fucking stop there. I don't understand why West...
when I've brought this up to people, even very, very anti-Israel people, like that Athena person, when I brought that up, she was stumped. She was fucking... Because it should really hit you a bit differently when you, if you're not aware of that and you become made aware of it. Why did Zionism... Fuck you, this TikToker. Why are you loading? Why are you stuck on the transcript? Oh, because it's a 4-hour debate. Okay. What does it? Yeah, one-state solution.
And everybody who's not Arab would, of course, have political representation as well.
Okay. Does it bother you that neither side wants this?
I think the Palestinians want it. They have historically always wanted it, to be fair.
One state with equality.
One state with Jewish political representation, yes.
That's not... So the question was one state with equality. Because there are specifically polls that will ask you about, do you want it to be equal or unequal? And more people will say unequal than equal.
I haven't come across such polls from like the Palestinian side.
Okay. I guess we trust PSR for Palestinian polls? Democratic state with equality was the lowest option for both sides. I think Israeli Jews, 20% said they wanted it, and for Palestinians, 23%. But The other two were both by far more popular. 2022.
When was it? 2022?
I don't believe I've ever seen one state with equality ever push higher than like maybe 29-30% in the polls for Palestinians.
Can you send me the link for
Like
that?
she's fucking dead. There's nothing. It's 6 minutes into the debate. Yeah, but Aaron's got a way out, okay? Aaron's got a way out.
And as far as I'm concerned, the conversation should fucking stop there. I don't understand why Western leftists are insisting, as the Vanguard did, that you cannot be a Palestinian advocate if you don't advocate for a one-state solution when only 18% of Palestinians in Gaza want that outcome. It's fucking absurd. It's ridiculous.
Because it doesn't surprise me that people in the West, in America specifically, when given our own country's history and the way that we've resolved racial tension in this country, it was not to to further entrench separate but equal, and let's have black states for black citizens and black Americans and white states for white Americans, and further the divide and try to resolve it that way. It was messy in a lot of ways, but eventually there was integration. But that integration had to come at the end of the gun.
Why is that? But why is integration? Why is a one-state solution?
Integrate them at the head of a gun when who's holding the gun? It's not Palestinians. It's not Israelis. They don't want a one state with democratic equality right now. Who's holding the gun to make them do it? It's so fucking crazy. Do you realize that there's only one way to actually make this happen, right? Like,
airstrikes.
Like that's it, right?
Airstrikes. Bomb them.
Solution, full right of return, equal rights, everybody. Like, why is that inherently more preferable?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, why is that more preferable to a two-state solution if the vast majority of Palestinians and Israelis prefer that?
Because I think you're assuming that people come to their conclusions based solely or in majority in part of with the opinion of the Palestinians and Israelis in that area, and I don't think that that's how people form their opinions on this. I think people who call for one single secular democratic binational state where there's equal rights between Israelis and Palestinians.
Nobody wants that
for different reasons.
But nobody wants that. Like,
well, no, people in the West want it, but that people in that region don't. But there have been different times in that region where Palestinians wanted to shift the conversation and the demand to one person, one vote.
Listen, I feel like this is another one of these things where
it's changed.
I do.
The time she's talking about is like now, when one state with democratic equality and all that is growing in popularity. The problem is that it's still not growing past like anywhere 20-30%. Like compared to two states, no.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, like, it's
who Edward Said is, right?
No.
He called for a one-state solution in 1992. He was a prominent Palestinian American.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
He wrote it for the New York Times, and he said it was taken serious.
New York Times article.
The most recent polling that I saw from Gallup from March was 75% of Democrats believe in a two-state solution. So not only is there a pretty broad consensus within the American left here, there's a massive consensus with both Israelis and Palestinians. I quite frankly don't understand the insistence on that outcome as though it's inherently better when this is just not what they're asking for. So. But I don't want to get bogged down.
I know it's not. But pretend like it was feasible. Would you support one state, one secular democratic state, equal rights between these two people?
If it was feasible, like if we could just, I would base my preference on what they're asking for. So if it was feasible, but neither the Israelis or the Palestinians want it, I would be opposed to that. Because, okay, let's just force it, right? It's feasible, but neither of them want it. Okay, boom, you're in a single state solution. What's to stop them from just having elections and deciding democratically to split up into two states at that point? Let's just cut the middleman and not do that.
Worse, with all the social stratification and property issues and the bad blood and the military, like what the fuck would happen to the military in this situation? What's to stop them just turning up the war as it is into a civil war? That's it.
And then they would be self-determined, right? Only one of those people are self-determined. Israelis have a state, Palestinians don't have a state.
Well, you can't say that you're for self-determination, but then insist on an outcome that they don't want. Like that's not congruent.
I'm just saying at different points they have wanted that, and I'm just trying to see what you want, and I guess like your opinion on it really comes down to like how popular an opinion is, but I don't form my opinions off of how popular something is or isn't.
The question's on self-determination. Of course it matters what they want, if they want their own country or if they want to share a country with the people they've been fighting with for over 100 years. It's of course the majority opinion. Why? And why also this like religious attachment to it being one state? Like, I'm sorry, do you want to drop you into fucking Kosovo and advocate why the Yugoslavia should just go back to being one country? Because apparently when we split things up, we don't like that for some reason as Westerners. We don't like that. It's bad. Makes us upset. The fuck? Yeah, Kosovo. I know the Kosovo are Albanian Muslims. Just, yeah, you can be a minority in Serbia, no problem. Big deal. It's secular one state. So I don't know if she's a tanky. She's just a fucking moron. She's just incredibly dumb. Like, yeah. Actual fucking imperialist. Just fist them together into one state for reasons, regardless of what they think. Like, what the fuck? Anyway.
To mean nice, redistributive social services.
Sorry.
So I don't like it when you do that, and I disagree with you.
You're here to give cover to Stephen, and that's fine. But I just want to be very clear about what I'm talking about.
Cover has been given. I've argued with you directly.
You're trying to make the conversation. You're trying to make the conversation impossible. You're making the conversation impossible.
I've contended with every single argument that you've given me.
You're making the conversation impossible. Please.
Pisco is going to finish. He's going to finish his point. He's going to ask his question, and then we're going to see if it goes anywhere. And if it doesn't, I have productive ways we can go. But counterpoints, hold on real quick. Counterpoints, if you can't control yourself, you will be controlled. Okay? I will mute you. Pisco, go ahead.
This was a panel.
So it is a panel, but I will mute you.
When I'm talking about the meaning of a word, I'm really just asking what the ordinary usage of the word is. Like in terms of what the definition ought to be. If there's any ought to what a word is, it's like, well, how do people use the word, right? So that's what I take to be a semantic difference. And you saying you have a vision of the usage of that word, socialist, which is much more narrow than my conception of how that word is used by ordinary people. But we can put aside that, right? Like, let's put aside the semantic difference about what words ought to mean or what they actually are in any objective sense, and let's just get to the meat of it. If what you mean by socialist doesn't include AOC, doesn't include Bernie and their policies, doesn't include what I think most people would take to be socialist policies, then, and it only includes people like Marxists, Leninists, and Maoists, then yeah, then what's the disagreement?
Okay, here's my disagreement. You asked a question, I'm going to answer it. I feel like I am using a narrow and tailored definition because I think that the people who self-identify as that and actually have read the texts related to the ideology, that's
read the texts related to the ideology. What does that mean? The sacred texts. Who talks like that? I feel like someone who's Am I overthinking? I feel like someone who talks like that hasn't. That's how you talk if you haven't read the whatever. So I think Pisco does agree that people who are considered like the anti-liberal socialists, the Marxist-Leninists and all that, should be treated as enemies, like excised from Democratic Party. I guess they just disagree on who fits that category. Is that more what they should be talking about? They should be going into who actually belongs in that box and who doesn't? Box. That's probably a better question. And then they can disagree on, I guess, what, like Hassan, Heron, Vanguard.
How they self-identify. And I think that they are using progressives and liberals and social democrats, and they're conflating these terms back and forth so they can expand at which point they are relevant in the modern social parlance. And I believe that you and Econoboy are helping them, and I don't like it, which is why I'm here to tell you I don't like it.
Connor just keeps, Connor, you keep doing this. You keep just asserting that there's some sort of conspiracy broadly within people who identify as socialists to try and sort of co-opt liberal frameworks. And when I point out
you said that 5
millionth time, so I haven't just said that because I was about to finish the point. I haven't just said that 5 times. I've included an explanation of the history of a huge range of different democratic, liberal, socialist movements over time that weren't just pretending until they got power and then they would become authoritarian Maoists. In fact, they were just Democrats, it turned out. And you keep ignoring that and then reasserting without any backing your conspiracy about the broad 10% of the base of the Democratic Party socialist movement.
Stop, kind of boy. The problem here, right, is that they say that they're doing this. That there is a broad number of American socialist people,
a very small minority of them say that.
Okay.
Again, who state that they are doing this.
And
They call themselves the Vanguard. Why do you think they call themselves the Vanguard? Why do you think they chose that name?
Every single person on this panel said, to the extent that there's evidence that people are doing that, they should not be included in the movement.
So you are condemning specifically the Vanguard today.
Wait, hang on. So I want to be clear about it. So the Vanguard, I haven't heard.
Shut up, Pisco. I'm asking you a Cowboy. Today, on my show, you are condemning specifically the Vanguard.
What did they say?
I don't know what they said. Reference it.
Okay. So first of all, one clue is in the name, the Vanguard.
No, what did they do? What's the evidence? What did they say?
I'm giving you evidence.
Like with Hassan, there's evidence that he literally says he just wants to co-opt democratic frameworks. Like he's literally said this, right? So
how about the tweet today or yesterday calling Pete a rat, or that he looks like a rat, or that he reminds him of a rat, or whatever?
Is that evidence that he is trying to institute authoritarian communism?
It could just be mean.
What is acceptable evidence that somebody's trying to institute authoritarian communism if they work in the media?
Wait. Statements like Hassan did, correct?
So they've done shows about ignoring the Constitution and ignoring the Supreme Court, dissolving the Supreme Court.
I haven't seen that. Yeah. So to the extent that they have those beliefs, and to the extent that to the extent that they have those
beliefs, they call themselves the Vanguard for a reason. It's like if I called myself the rapist.
Let me give you what you want. First of all, the rapist, really?
The rapist, right? Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
That's a really annoying thing as well. Like, why the fuck did lefties get to adopt like all of the fucking tanky aesthetics, like US, like hammer and sickle, fucking Stalin, Lenin bust, with the Vanguard Party, the fucking fist, whatever, like. Oh, but also we're actually just like a regular old pro-democracy where we're not going to violate anyone's human rights, like, or property rights or anything like that, or civil rights. We're just gonna we just want healthcare, bub. Like, why do you don't get to do that? That's fucking stop. Central Committee. Yeah, I remember Central Committee being like, he's not a tanky. Fuck off, man.
So if they have the position that we should ignore the Constitution, if they have the position that we should ignore democratic systems and get rid of all that stuff, then no, they should not be part of a quote-unquote coalition. And if what you mean by be part of a coalition is be at the halls of power, design policy, that kind of stuff. If the prescription is don't talk to them, I think that's a different kind of thing, right? I don't think is anyone here saying we shouldn't talk to them?
I'm not describing don't talk to them.
Okay. So to the extent that they have these positions, to the extent that they're crypto about their authoritarianism tendencies, there's no disagreement. They shouldn't be a part of the quote-unquote coalition. If what you mean by that?
Yeah. Okay. You know what? Like, this is what this feels like. This is why it's such a crazy conversation, okay? If you have two groups of friends, and people in one group really likes Chinese food, and the other group really likes Indian food, and you're trying to vote on where to go to eat, okay, every weekend, all right? And you have this new group of people who show up, and they say, I really like wings, and that's the only fucking thing that they ever say about your Chinese food that they like, but you include them in your group of friends who are voting to say, I want to go eat Chinese food because they only show up for the wings, but you know that when they go back to their own group of friends, they say, as soon as we have enough wing voters, we're going to go to the fucking pizza place. That's the issue that we're running into here, is you're pretending like these guys who only like wings are supporting your entire Chinese food weekly outing, when in reality, they're just trying to build up enough people, and they've all blatantly said this, so that they have enough people to go to the pizza place next week. That's the issue that is what's happening.
To respond to that briefly, okay, and I think I can speak for Pisco on this as well, that my point is that is true with the great minority of people that call themselves socialists.
And I understand all that stuff. No, you're going to say yes, and you're going to say that of all the voters or whatever. I'm talking about the entire media apparatus. That's why earlier I asked you, can you give me a single person in the media apparatus that identifies as socialist that also supports the Democratic Party?
But then okay, so to address your point extremely directly about the entire socialist, Wick, I was about to answer
one individual.
No, he said that's why I asked you, but I'm addressing his actual point, which was about the media apparatus.
To answer if you can.
I honestly don't know. I don't know. It's probably the case.
Isn't that problematic? If you're now identified as a socialist, and you get to give a single. No, it's the same question that I asked earlier, and it's central to the point that I just gave right now. I asked you for a single person that says they actually like Chinese food, and all you can give me are people who support $15 minimum wage or wings, who really want to go to the pizza place, which is have the Vanguard Party, which is why they're called the Vanguard, which is why they shit on Chinese food or the Democratic Party over and over and over again, and that's an issue.
If we're talking about media figures who call themselves socialist, in terms of like of them who stems for the Democratic Party, it's certainly not a long list to the extent that I could Google and find names right now for you. But so I would agree with that. And so I've already said, and everyone on this podcast seems to be in agreement, that to the extent that many people, and it is a problem, flatly, it is what you're describing is absolutely a problem. To the extent that people in the media space that do that, do the exact things that you and Connor and Wick have referenced, Pisco and I are in complete agreement. It's not that we just disagree, it's that we are in complete agreement that these are not people who should be part of the inner party, who should be part of strategic discussions, who should be part of the messaging of Democrats. What I have said, and this is my last sentence before I guess Connor wants to go, is that people like this should simply be used as other platforms for Democrats to engage in for the purposes of fundraising, for the purposes of spreading their message. If Democrats want to go on Hassan's show or the Vanguard or Breonna Joy Gray or fucking Kyle and Crystal's show, then they should do that because they should engage in these alternative.
Sure, but you understand that
they aren't part of the inner party.
Sure, but you understand that it undermines the fuck. Wait. You understand that it undermines the fuck out of the Democratic Party if we're saying that all the good things that we support. I call myself a socialist, and I think all the good things things that have come from the Democratic Party have come because of socialists. And also, all of the media people that call themselves socialists fucking hate Democrats, and they constantly attack the Democratic Party.
You agree with the Econoboy?
It's not that simple, bro. I know you really like the yes or no's, but it's not really that simple. It's not that simple.
No, I don't.
So to Destiny's question,
I don't agree with Econoboy.
So to your question, Destiny, I do fully agree that it is a problem that there is a disconnect between the typical socialist politician and the typical socialist media figure. I do agree that that's a problem. Okay. The only thing that started this entire discourse for the last week was what I said was I just don't think that these alternative media, socialist media figures have that much of an effect on electoral outcomes for democratic socialists and for liberals broadly.
He's making all the same arguments he made to me. I think that is probably true right now. It's hard to say because you can't really count people abstaining. It's harder to count that. And especially because the political identities here are so fucked because of how much of this anti-democrat fucking deadweight isn't just from socialism anymore. It's also from like pro-Palestine shit. And you might even be a socialist. You might be a liberal who's gone so like fucking anti-Israel that you would abandon the Democrats over it. So yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I don't know. Then what is can I ask you then? Like, so when you look at like the 40-point drop in say like Dearborn supporting the Democratic candidate, do you really think that none of these alternative media spheres have any influence whatsoever on like, are they just completely irrelevant or?
I would never say something so stupid as they don't have any influence or that they don't have some determination of the outcome of elections. Okay, I would never say that. When it comes to Dearborn specifically, I think that it is more sensible to say several things. Number one, I would say that generally speaking, it seems like a lot of Muslim immigrants revert to their, not revert, but like there's like a coming to the mean of the average American conservative view over time as they assimilate. You see that with other immigrants groups as well as Muslim Americans. Number two, I think that you see that with Muslim Americans specifically, they are particularly sensitive to the Israel-Palestine issue, and whoever was in government, it blew the fuck up during a Democratic administration, and so there was a lot of reactionary sentiment with that issue in a lot of Muslim communities.
Wait, but the reaction, sure, but two things. One, so you said that it was a problem. I'm not going for gotchas here, okay? I don't give a fuck about gotchas. I know Pisco loves them, but I'm not looking for gotchas.
It's not a gotcha.
But the issue is that all of these elections are so close. So if we agree that it is a problem, and then we talk about how I don't know, or never mind, that was actually, I don't think that they reverted. Wait, I don't think that they reverted to the mean in one election cycle when it came to voting issues. Okay, I think that if you want to say that they voted because they were super energized by the Israel-Palestine issue, it doesn't make sense to me that they would vote for Jill.
Based to the change in numbers of voters or votes that we lost. Yeah, I saw that. Like it was like, I thought it was like 6 million. That Kamala got 6 million less votes than Biden. And obviously it matters. That's not as important as where they are in the swing states. But yeah, like how many? Oh, you're saying they were lost to either third party or not voting, or people who swung conservative, I guess. However many those are. How many Dems finally warmed up to Trump in the year 2024? Dearborn voted someone who's pro-Israel. Yeah, because Dearborn voted Republican, didn't they? Did they not? I thought they voted Republican. Did they? Or did they just get higher numbers for Republican? But yeah, the problem with Dearborn is that Muslim communities are generally like not, especially the older voters, are not socialists. Like they're something a little bit different. And I think the Trump campaign did a lot of very fucking cynical electioneering around the campaigns in that area to make it look like Trump would be more of a deliverer on Israel-Palestine. Remember, because for Arabs, it's not just the Levant, right? It's also the Gulf. And who is better at selling themselves to a Gulf Arab than Trump? Trump is a Gulf Arab trapped in a fucking fat white man's body. Like that's what he is. They also voted crazy man for Jill Stein.
Because if you really cared about that issue, I think that the clear choice, even if you think they don't handle it as well, would have been the Democrat candidate over the Republican candidate. So the fact that there were so many people, but the fact there were so many people in the center left saying, or not center left, so many people in the left-wing media apparatus all saying they're both the same, all protesting the DNC, all protesting all the Democratic candidates. Isn't that a problem?
I think stop. Why does he keep repeating? Is it a problem? You just heard Econoboys and I agree. It's a problem. Why did you repeat that?
Well, because if it's a problem, then I don't know if we should be trying to appeal to the socialists, which is the name of this panel, appealing to leftists. We should be trying to court them if they're actively attacking the party and these elections are already so close and they're already turning off so many of our voters already. This is just, the problem's only gotten worse.
Okay, this is why I wanted to ask the question earlier, because I think this gets to the heart of the matter. It goes us back on track. And this is a question to Pisco first, and it comes directly relevant. What question your side, and then a question on the other side. I will counterpoints. I will get to you. I promise. But I'm
when he behaves himself, when he puts his hand up, you yell at him. When he yells, you yell at him.
You can have it. I'm not yelling.
You're not reinforcing good behavior on this panel.
Let me fucking get my point out, okay? Then maybe we can get to something, okay? The question becomes, who should, as a whole, the Democratic Party, the DNC, etc., who should they be aligning themselves more with? People like AOC or people like Josh Shapiro?
Yeah, I don't understand how that is related to what Stephen was just talking about, right? So we agree. So I thought he was
considered a circuit breaker. I'll answer the question directly. So to answer the question directly, I think that because socialists...
Am I going to have to watch the Pisco Destiny debate to get more insight on this? Because apparently they just loop on this until the very end. That's fine. Let's have a look at the last bit. 15 minutes. Okay.
Viewpoint discrimination is even stricter. It's even fucking communist
I think
government.
culturally, I think culturally he's much more likely to be more moderate in terms of the.
And what I would say is that his sense of isolationism, his sense of pro-terrorism, his sense of wanting to backstab the Western world, him hating mixed economy capitalism, I think he would be just as large of a danger or more of a danger than Donald Trump. And I can back that up factually.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds like said like 50 times he's a Marxist-Leninist. Like it sounds like openly, outwardly said that.
Hang on a second. Wait, Destiny. You acknowledge that I never said he wasn't a Marxist-Leninist.
But that's essentially like the blueprint for what Stalin did. Yes, it's the he's on the program, like championing like Lenin's literature and shit, like overthrowing states and shit. Yeah.
Stephen. I never said he wasn't a Marxist-Leninist. And when I was talking, I want to address, because you put a video of it where I was like addressing some people who are following Hasan and getting his clips, basically where they were talking about this re-education camps. And what was told to me is this is an example of Hasan explicitly in favor of re-education camps. I want to be clear about something. I have now seen the clips of Hasan calling himself a Marxist-Leninist. People have brought that to my attention. I asked these people, do you have clips of himself calling himself a Marxist-Leninist? What's the evidence? What's the strongest evidence? At no point, and there's even something where explicitly I said this, did I say Hasan wasn't a Marxist-Leninist? And I just want to repeat for like the 10th time, I do not like Hasan Piker. He doesn't.
If you think he's an ML, what would the significant difference between his administration and Stalin's?
Well, because I do think that Hasan is not.
Lenin, if you want Lenin.
No, Stalin. No, do Stalin. What is he saying?
We'll do Stalin because So I think the key distinctions are. I think that if you take a look at the different personalities, that Stalin seems like a worse overall person, has worse people on his ear. I think that Hasan has some friends who I think are generally like good people like Adam Friedland.
Okay, here's a question. First of all,
let me finish. And
Adam Friedland in the cabinet.
Wait. I think
he'd be Secretary of Defense. Adam Friedland would not be part of Hasan's fucking communist government.
I think culturally, he's much more likely to be more moderate in terms of the genocidal stuff that Stalin was able to get away with because of the American culture that he's a part of. And so, and I think also, by the way, that in the context, if we're actually putting real constraints on it, I think the military and the police would be much less apt to do abuses under a Hasan Piker administration than they would under.
Here's a question: if Hasan was the president of the United States and he could push a button and say Israel has become a one state right now, that will probably lead to a genocide of the Jews there until the majority of them leave. Do you think that he would push that button?
Wait, push the button to do what? Sorry.
To turn Israel-Palestine into a single state that would probably result in the next 5 years of some genocide or genocidal campaign against the Jews there until all of them basically leave. Do you think Hasan would push that button?
Yes. Would you push the button for Israel's conduct right now? Do you support Israel's conduct right now?
Fuck no.
Okay.
But also, this isn't about me. Okay. So hold on. So that means you just said
it's not even. You realize that with Hasan's prescription for Israel-Palestine, not only would more people die because of the number of Jews that would die, more Arabs would die as well. Because of the amount of fucking batshit, like, go by his tweet. Go by the fucking tweet. Adam Friedland and Baden Panada in the cabinet. Yeah, right. Invade Israel militarily. Because again, none of these are getting Israel to concede to everything that you want to. They're never going to pass the fucking Hasanabi purity test. This is the only option to get what you want from them. If Israel has successfully, if America successfully defeats or even incapacitates or weakens the IDF, what do you think every fucking militant group in that region that has basically puffed their chest about destroying Israel since they've been born, what would they do? You think Hamas would just stand down? You think Hamas in the West Bank or Islamic Jihad would just stand down? You think Iran would just stand down? You think Iraqi militant groups or what's left of Hezbollah would stand down? Or even the Hamas presence in Syria or in the Lebanese camps? You think they would stand down? No. They would take the opportunity and they would go the fuck into Israel and they just October 7th it from every fucking hole until there's no more Israel. And Israel, in their fucking panic, would probably launch every dumb, retarded, nuclear, whatever bomb they have to try and defend themselves, and then a bunch of fucking Arabs would die as well. Like, I wonder if the response is here, actually. Yeah. Guess who knows this? The media knows what no-fly zones entail. We enforced it with NATO forces in Libya. In Ukraine, it would mean nuclear powers fighting. I understand why Ukraine wants it. They're already living through World War III, and the West said that they have their backs, but nuclear holocaust is not worth it. Really. It's worth it with the Jews, though. Fucking Pillock. Jesus. Anyway. Silly. Very, very goofy. 2 minutes 5. 2 hours 5. I'm sorry.
Language is distressing. But just
I don't like the misogynistic language. I use bitches and insult also. I also don't like the misogyny. No misogyny, please.
By the way, you guys are sewing out about tone, so you're the last. But I love thing. But the question is fundamentally different. The question is, have a problem in theory with you having a non-liberal be part of the show, live and learn. If that has to do more with, like, I don't know, your artistic consistency or your title being consistent or something. But the question is fundamentally different. The question is, would it be your preference to kick off people who have that label? Not would we want them to change the label? That's not the question. The question is, should we even let them? And by let, I don't hear, of course, to Connor's preposterous straw man, mean that like legally take away their right to have legally. Yeah, so he's like,
Steven, answer the question. That way he can't accuse me of being a white blood cell because he wouldn't have any fucking evidence for it anyways. Answer his gay little questions.
So no one here is talking. First of all, I don't like the heteronormative language. I think it's really interesting.
But I love heteronormativity.
I don't like the heteronormative language.
Heteronormative. That's a joke, right? He's been calling. Didn't he call Connor a bitch? That's a joke. Okay, whatever. It's a joke. Okay.
Which is distressing. But just
I don't like the misogynistic language. I use bitches and insult also. I also don't like the misogyny. No misogyny, please.
By the way, you guys are sewing out about tone, so you're the last people. Just to get a fine point on it.
Hold on, wait. Tone is insofar as tone to a certain person. We wouldn't be complaining if you had a bad tone towards somebody that was your ideological enemy. The issue is
and Israel, I take all of those to be content-based restriction, viewpoint discrimination. That would be insidious.
Okay, so you think that somebody outwardly supporting outwardly supporting a terrorist group that's declared as a terrorist group, that they shouldn't be allowed to be removed from expedited airport security screening for that?
Yes.
Okay,
Let me ask you the question. So with respect to a driver's license, do you think
I'm not. This is not even remotely relevant.
You
want to talk about like an expedited line to get a driver's license? We can do that. No, because it's a retarded. It's such an unbelievable. No, pivot. I'm dodging your pivot. That's right.
Well, the debate definitely gets better, doesn't it? They really land on something there, don't they? Fuck. Connor's sweeping emote. Is that what this is?
What's different?
What's different? I dodged your pivot.
I don't know.
I dodged the pivot. I dodged the pivot.
Wait, Destiny.
I dodged the pivot. I dodged the pivot. I dodged the pivot. I've already seen this entire conversation. I'm going to say, having a driver's license is a right. Well, it's not really. It's a privilege. It's a discriminating privilege. It's like, is it the exact same thing then? You're being discriminating against. I've seen the entire argument, and I can already see how fucking retarded it is and how much waste of time it is.
Let's go through it.
You already admitted that you don't think somebody should be able to be kicked off of an expedited security list on an airplane because they talk about killing politicians. That's crazy. And I don't think that's sort of American agreement. I think it's fucking retarded.
Let's go.
We're good. That's all I got on it. I'm good on it. You got it.
You don't have to answer it. You don't have to answer it. I'm just going to put it out there. So this is the question. Because of the support for a terrorist organization, should someone be denied a driver's license? Because a driver's license is not a right; it is a privilege. It's purely at the discretion of the state. If it wanted to, can kick you off a driver's license for something trivial, for a parking offense, for anything. Really, there are tons.
Wait, are we comparing a driver's license to skipping the queue for security screening? That's not is it? Losing your driver's license would be like getting a fucking no-fly listed or something. That's probably more 1-to-1. Okay.
Of different restrictions that don't have to be
you know what,
totally tailored.
Totally tailored. Wait, what does strict scrutiny entail, Pisco?
Yeah, you need a compelling person.
What would the compelling interest be to deny somebody a driver's license? What would be the compelling reason to deny a driver's license because they support a terrorist group?
I don't have it because I think it's
exactly.
On all
Do you think there might be a compelling reason to deny somebody?
I don't have it because it's on a force. Yeah, what is it?
The fact that it might make them somebody who's worth screening in the ordinary manner.
IL, thanks for the £5. Might be misremembering, but do you think all comparisons between Israel and Nazis are anti-Semitic, including Reagan's accusation of the Holocaust? I mean, if they do something that's like actually quite similar to what the Nazis did, I'm yet to see Israel do that with their military. If you think that they're similar, you're a fucking idiot. But yeah, unless that, Reagan's accusation of them doing a Holocaust in Beirut, yeah, that's fucking stupid. Yeah, even though what Sharon did was like pretty fucking reckless and horrible. Like it's not. It wasn't Holocaust level. No, the problem is that I wonder how much that was to do with the fact that Menachem Begin was the one abusing the Holocaust all the way throughout that war. He was the one who kept on saying that we're the fucking allies, we're storming Berlin in 1945. Like that was Begin who constantly kept on comparing Arafat to Hitler hiding in the bunker and shit like that. So he kind of did that to himself. I don't know.
Screen people to come back to the United States?
Wait. Hang on a second. So, as a security threat, it is a compelling purpose for for global entry, that's a security threat. It's not a compelling purpose for a driver's license. Explain that.
Because I think that there are a lot of people that can have some kind of support for terrorists or whatever that can drive around in a car. I think that the interest on the side of the citizen for having a driver's license driving around just because you have a fucking support or whatever for some terrorist thing doesn't mean they can revoke your driver's license. I don't think that law would be.
Terrorists use cars to kill people. Terrorists use cars to kill people. Islamic terrorists use cars to kill people.
What was the other part of the strict scrutiny analysis that you said?
Islamic terrorists. What about the white terrorists? Most of the terrorists.
Narrowly tailored. Do you think they're revoking a driver's license?
This isn't my doing, is it? This is not my doing. This person's not one of my viewers. Pisco is gaped right now. Oh, fuck. I need to stop saying that. It's actually disgusting. It's actually a really bad... It's the thing about it is it just sounds funny, but it's actually... what the imagery is horrible. I should just say shagged. Shagged is better. It's more tried and tested. I should not normalize gaped. Gaped is disgusting. Gaped. I started saying it because I heard Chud Logic, he would keep saying you're raped, and raped, that sounds horrible. So, but gape just sounds funny. It was that overlapped with the Dean Withers face. Gaped. No, it's not good.
Somebody is as narrowly tailored as not allowing somebody on an expedited security screening list.
Why is it different? Why is it different?
Well, can someone travel?
Because, yeah, exactly. No, you're correct, Wick. To make it more comparable, if you were to talk about banning him from all airline travel, I'd say, well, now, hold on. Now we've got, that is not narrowly tailored. Now we're talking about something completely different. If you wanted to compare this to going in an expedited line at a DMV to skip the ordinary background check, then sure, maybe we could talk. If you support terrorists, you don't get the expedited DMV line. But to talk about just having a driver's license and to compare that to the expedited screening list, that is not correct, because you were right. For strict screening, it has to be narrowly tailored on a compelling state interest. And I believe that it is narrowly tailored just to kick somebody off of global entry with a compelling state interest, which is the security of our fucking airplane.
Protected speech.
No, it's not. Their speech is not being denied. They're not making their speech illegal. They're not crafting the law against the speech in any way, shape, or form. No, they're not. They're just not having them on the expedited security list, which is not even remotely comparable to having a driver's license, and you fucking know that.
So respect to Muslims, if you had a ban, just to finish this, respect to Muslims who, you know, have you would agree, a higher incidence of Islamic terrorism, correct? Muslims?
They might. Yeah, probably. I don't know if that's true or not. Don't white nationalists have more? Don't white nationalists do more terrorism in the United States than fucking Muslims?
Yeah. But specifically, okay. So let's take white nationalists. Do you think it would be acceptable to say white nationalists need not apply for global entry?
Depend if it was like something like, let's say it was like the Proud Boys. I would say probably, yeah, that's probably, yeah.
Fox News said that the images from Gaza looked like they came from Auschwitz. That's because it's a fucking image. Yes, images can look similar even though they're denoting very similar things. Like, it's like, hang on. Yeah, lots of things can look similar, but not actually be that similar to the thing that they're, like this, right? Like this. Where's the picture? Like, just because this looks like the fucking Bosnian genocide or like Babin Yar does not mean it is, because if I don't recall correctly, I don't believe there was an instance where 100+ dudes were rounded up, blindfolded and bound, and then 3 seconds after this photo is taken, they're shot in the head and rolled into this hole. You see how the image looks similar? The picture looks kind of similar, but it's not the same thing, right? Fuck.
Yeah, for expedited security screening, probably yeah. I've already admitted that. I've already said that my comments online, and I even joke about it. That if my fucking global entry, I get it. Yeah. It's global entry. It's an expedited security screening.
Regardless of this, we have a different opinion about the right here. I'm not being if I'm just like
you were on a 2-week total vindication lap about that. We were totally right on this issue.
We have a disagreement. So Stephen, you and I have this disagreement about how much the right should protect, what we're okay with in terms of viewpoint discrimination. None of this is saying that we have to be unhinged with respect to giving Hassan a pass. I have a more protective view of the First Amendment than you do in this specific instance. Why isn't that not an honest disagreement? Why does it have to become I'm being a fucking poster boy for Hassan Piker?
Because an honest disagreement would say I think that maybe you should be able to support or give verbal support over.
Who called him a poster boy for Hassan Piker? Was that a claim that was made? I mean, whatever it is, I know that Stephen or his community, they've said something. They've said something that's made Pisco very fucking angry. Hassan tried to promote Pisco on a stream. I saw that, yeah, I saw we covered that. But again, you realize Hassan does not give a fuck about Pisco, right? Like, I think Pisco knows that. Pisco's chat was feeding him rage bait. It was Dan. Well, Dan is a very, Dan is a lot more bullheaded with this kind of stuff. Pisco's grifting to Hassan and Aaron as a tanky. Pisco's grifting to Hassan and Aaron's a tanky. Please just take the stuff for what it is. No, Glitterbell, because I don't do that. And honestly, if I was as quick to jump to conclusions as that, based on the few things I've watched and this as well, like, come on, no one would watch me. It's not what people watch me because I am the opposite of that person. Okay, thank you very much.
terrorist organizations, and I don't think this is a good reason to kick somebody off an expedited screening list. But that wasn't your position. Your position was he was explicitly targeted by the government because of speech that he's made in order to kick him off this list just to harass him individually.
Keep watching, you'll see, bro. I'll see.
So you agree with that, but you just think that you have a different sense of whether that's okay or not. You agree with that factual component, that it's the most likely outcome.
But your thing was not, you said your interpretation was he was explicitly and specifically targeted because of stuff that you thought was like clearly violative of the.
Yes.
So he said what? But we don't even know the truth. It could have literally been a random screening.
I want to give a counterpoint a chance to leave. If
well, sure. Here, I just question. Wait. Just one final question. What evidence could there be? Like, could it have been a random screening because it was 20 minutes long and nothing happened? You agree that nothing bad happened besides him getting asked a question for 20 minutes?
When you say could, what do you mean? Do you mean like could it be, like logically? Is it possible that?
Yeah.
Yes,
could it have just been? Sure, what's more likely?
Yeah, logically, it's possible. I think it's way more likely that his stop at the global entry line had to do because his global entry was revoked. Do you agree?
No.
Okay. I think that being in the global entry line when you don't have global entry, that you're being stopped, it's most likely because you don't have global entry, right?
Have you ever traveled internationally?
Would you get? I don't know. I've never done global entry. I've never done any of that shit. What would you I'm sorry. That's sorry, it's just the is there any harm in me saying this? Probably not. I don't think there's any harm in me saying this, is there?
No.
I'm very surprised by the roster of people in my DMs, right? who saw my clip talking about, like, isn't it weird that like all the people who called erudite Ghislaine Maxwell are seemingly okay with Aaron hanging about in their communities, even though like Aaron's betrayal of Pixie's trust and like privacy and everything was like actually quite a bit worse than what erudite did, clearly worse. Yeah, there's a number of people in my messages like, hey, I was thinking that too. And it's like a very unlikely cast. I'm sorry. All right. I'm not going to tell you who, obviously. You know, people have their privacy.
Yeah, Loner.
But yeah, that is funny, isn't it? That's odd. Off scot-free. Yeah, hello, Spider. Hi.
So I have a question about the Quillman tweet. I'm not sure. I could be wrong on the tweet, but like, I could be wrong. I think Quillman said like there's evidence of Trump's orchestrating. I could be wrong. Orchestrating January 6th or supporting January 6th, but there isn't explicit support of Hassan Piker supporting October 7th, right? You know what I'm talking about? Is that? I think that was the tweet that I added you on. If you want to check it out.
Okay. I don't really know if I want to go into this on tweets. Hang on. This is Queeman.
Yeah.
Trump supported January 6th. This is the guy claiming he's going to make the definitive video, by the way. My point was that he instigated and orchestrated it, whereas even the argument for Hassan supporting October 7th isn't explicit. I mean, Trump's support for October 7th wasn't, for January 6th was not that explicit.
Regardless of what anyone says, that image of baby Muhammad should enrage all
I mean,
of us.
Trump incited
I want
January
justice
6th.
for Palestinians.
Hassan did not.
Yeah, I mean, like,
incite.
Yeah, but like,
7th. Did he support it? I don't even. Did he? He runs Apologia for some of it. His explanation for why it happened is just like, yeah, he does follow this line that like it only happened because of Israel's actions. Like there's no agency in the Palestinian side. Like Israel basically made it so that there was no other alternative for what would happen. Like it was the colonizer sets the tone of violence or whatever the fuck, even though that's not what happened. So apologist, does he support it? I don't know. I mean, he thinks it was inevitable. He thinks Israel's actions guaranteed it, and not that there was a whole other fucking government on the other side making decisions and calculating. So, I mean, he's a revisionist, I guess. He's a revisionist. You know, what did you expect, bro? Yeah, that's like, yeah, he's a bit of a revisionist.
I mean, like,
I don't know if he supported it the same way Trump supported January 6th. No.
I mean, like, my take is like, well, if Hamas only went after military targets, it wouldn't be as bad as, well, October 7th, because you're attacking civilians, right? Like it wouldn't be. I think Hamas, if they did attack, like, only attack military targets, they wouldn't be as criticized, right? Kind of ish.
Probably not. No.
Right.
Yeah, definitely not. But what's that got to do with Hassan? Whether or not he supports it?
Did he call? Well, is there any clips? Is there any clips of him like supporting it, kind of, or what?
I don't think there
or
is.
Just saying,
no.
oh,
The problem with Hassan is that he, people who support and celebrate October 7th are everywhere in his community, and he also pushes them. And to me, there's no way that is an acceptable disagreement to have. Like, you can't just be like, oh, I like this person's content. I think they got good views on Israel-Palestine. I just disagree with the fact that they supported the fucking murder of 800 Israeli civilians. That's, to me, that's enough of a red flag or enough of an issue to just go on. So even from the stuff that he says and does, that's just, it's completely unconscionable. You know what I mean? The fact that it's an acceptable position to have in his community and he'll still promote you even if you support it. And if you want it to be more extreme. Like there are people, Hassan promotes people who wanted October 7th to sweep the entire country.
Yeah.
And also he openly supports Hezbollah and the Houthis. So, and what do? They target civilians. Hezbollah displaced like 100,000 Israelis, or was it 50 to 60? I can't remember. Tens of thousands, we'll say.
Yeah, didn't Hassan call Hamas like a resistance movement?
Hey, what?
Didn't he call Hamas like a resistance movement? And like, didn't he compare like the ghetto? What the fuck is it called? Like ghetto rising?
Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Well, he compared the Houthis to Warsaw Ghetto, I think, not
the Hamas. Okay.
Like, I don't know if you could live in a world where, like, say, Destiny was watching fucking Fuentes' videos or Myron's videos and like agreeing with 80 or 90% of what they're saying and using them to educate his audience by just being like, yeah, but I don't agree with them on the anti-Semitism. Like, no, you would never. But this is the problem. I think with Hassan and the stuff that he supports, maybe America did this to themselves. The fact that terrorist is just something that we tend to associate. If you live through the Iraq War, you know that like in America, terrorist is just like some boomer bitching about Muslims. Stupid. But the fact is that terrorism is actually like a really fucking bad thing. It's like that thing where they tell us it's bad in school, but they don't really tell us why. The fact that Hassan can openly support groups that target civilians, not collateral damage, they aim for civilians and hit them. That's such a fucking mental, beyond the pale position. But I think a lot of people just watch it and they just don't think it's that much of an issue. Like, it's a tolerable disagreement, and that really fucks with me.
Yeah, and the Houthis call it the death for Israel and America. You know, pretty crazy, pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah, and it's also not to mention, like, let's be real, like what any of these groups would do to all the civilians in Israel if they could. It's just, it's fucked. The fact that that's like a tolerable thing to openly, not just to run apologia like with Hamas or to celebrate, but it's to celebrate it and glaze it and glorify it. Like, God, you know, people died in those Houthi attacks when they're sinking ships and stuff. Like, it's not just kidnapping. People died. Innocent people died. It's like, they're just murderers. It's not even to mention what they do to their own people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder, are like any other like European countries like kind of harsh on like the whole like terrorist supporting compared to the United States? Like the whole free speech stuff?
I think UK is quite harsh. I don't know if France is as well. Germany? I think Germany is, but I don't know exactly in detail what they do. Yeah, I think Israel just had Houthi alarms today, didn't they? They had sirens because the Houthis were firing rockets. Yeah. Okay. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Well, I go back to this video.
They can.
Okay.
Yes, if you go to the wrong line, they don't pull you aside for 20 minutes of questioning. They tell you to go to the other line. I don't know why you think going into the global entry line, we got to pull this guy aside for expedited questioning. They would just say, hey, you don't global entry, go to the other line. So no, it had probably nothing to do with it.
Give me a 2-sentence summary of the debate. Liberals and progressives are being useful dumbasses for socialists.
Gang.
Hey,
This has been
can you recommend some weird niche thing to do with a girlfriend in tow, late 20s, in Aberdeen for a Saturday smile?
Whoa. Thanks to €20. I'm not in Aberdeen anymore, so you can't come and see me. For a Saturday. Weather depending? I don't know. What do you guys do? That's a really broad question. That's a really broad question. The beach is cool. Go to Fitty. Find a place called Foot D. That's really cool. It's like a little gnome village. It's very strange at the harbor. Anything along the beach is nice. If you like eating food, I guess anything on Rosemount Place or fucking Windmill Bray is cool. If you like hill walking, go to Benahee or Sculty Hill. They're a bit out of town, but you can get a car and go there. I don't know. What do you like doing? The fuck? You just missed that big fucking boat show that they had at the harbor. The other weekends, but rip. Hill walking is hiking. Yes, they're the same thing. Yeah. I don't know. Take some cocaine and go to a football match. I mean, not that. Don't do that. Don't break the law. But also, you know.
Show. We're going to give the mic to each of these individuals to give closing statements and where you can find them. I've linked to all their stuff in my YouTube description. If you've enjoyed the show for whatever reason, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We do stuff like this all the time. It's very fun. I'm going to keep streaming after. They can stay if they want. They can leave if they want. I don't care. I have some things to say. But we're going to give it first to Counterpoints, then we're going to let Pisco have the last word. And then we'll just go around. Go ahead, Counterpoints.
Yeah, so I came into this conversation hoping to discuss the fact that I feel like progressives are sometimes useful idiots for socialists. I also had a pretty clear definition of socialism that I asserted half a dozen times. Instead, I got accused of being a conspiracy nut and that I didn't know history. I feel like I've consistently demonstrated that I have a decent...
Okay. Watch the 2:05:35. Are we just skipping around now?
Nobody will come out of that.
No.
It is a combative tone.
Nice
Nobody will come out of that conversation. Tone is more than just your actual timbre of voice. Hold on. How many people would come out of that conversation thinking, "Wow, Destiny and Myron seem to agree on quite a bit"?
And how many people would come out of my conversation think,
careful! You got yourself because you knew how foolish you were. Oh my God! Exposed in 8K, 120 FPS, fucking 120 frame rate, 240 refresh rate on monitor, broadcasting live, all over the fucking world exposed.
No, I'm not backing off.
Is it because people watch the Vanguard thing thinking that they were chill with the Vanguard? I guess. Yeah. All right.
Position. So I'm saying if you watch the actual stream and listen to the words being said, then no one would come away from that thinking that we didn't combat them. If they watch the Destiny stream, where you're smearing us, or you're smearing us as socialists.
Wait, question. Okay, wait, question. If you were to look at the chats.
Wait. So if you watch the Destiny stream where he's smoking out every 2 seconds, and if you watch the Destiny stream where he's like, I don't watch it, then maybe you get that impression.
Oh, okay, wait, I'm curious. Wait, if you were to look at the chats, do you think there were more people in my chat who were favorable to Myron in our conversation, or more people in your chat that were favorable to the Vanguard?
That's not the analysis. That's not the analysis at all.
I don't want to answer that question because you know exactly. That's the whole point. Thank you. That's the point. That's the point. That is the point. That's the point.
Answer the question. Do you have a nice tone with Myron? Yes or no?
The point of tone is what is the message that you are conveying to the audience. The point is what is the message you are conveying.
He does have a nice tone with Myron. But they also argue on every single issue in terms of the entire worldview. I don't know. Apart from, I think I saw one time of them speaking when they were both shitting on Trump. But what are you gonna do there? Aaron segment at 2:24. Let's go. I don't really want to talk about Aaron that much. I just felt like there was something that had to be said, apparently. I'm not the only one. All right.
Fascist or a tyrant or an authoritarian just because there's no example of it working. It would be inaccurate to call someone, even if they're deluded, even if they think like, okay, my way will work, all these other times they did it wrong, that it's not accurate to call that anarcho-capitalist or that anarcho-communist a tanky. It's just not. And I think that you must acknowledge that. Like, if you acknowledge that, for example, in the Spanish Civil War, anarcho-communists were communists were killing each other over these like differences in ideology and the support.
No,
of
I take your point. No, I take your point. But like when I say communist, I mean Marxist-Leninists. That's what I mean. Whether it's technically true or accurate, right? Wow. Just like as you said,
you don't care. You don't care if it's true.
Socialist people define it broadly and mean different things. What I'm assuming most people mean, right, when they say they're a communist, is they're a Marxist-Leninist.
Right, so why don't we just get past the semantics and actually get to the actual prescriptions?
I do have one more clip.
Let's get past the semantics and just say, all right, in terms of prescriptions, what do we want? Like, do you want me to cancel a show with Econoboy because he labels himself a socialist? Do you want me to stop interacting with anyone who labels himself a communist, or hosting a show with that? So what do you actually want?
That's not any of my advocacy.
I want you to own them in the marketplace of ideas.
But I do have one more clip we have to play, so if we can watch that just real quick.
30 who makes
and
at
then we
least
will get through it.
150
Sorry
grand a
about
year
the
and you're
ads.
still embarrassed to take your shirt off at the pool.
And issue by issue, I'll be able to tell you because it's going to be more clarifying than just giving you a label.
Are you
because people just project onto it whatever they want.
Are you in favor of abolishing private property?
Oh yeah, I am.
Okay,
let's go.
You say these things and you have this tone of voice. It's like
you
like
can't tell if
smart.
she's
It's like
serious
can't
or
tell if
not,
you're being
yeah.
sarcastic or not.
She's so serious.
I know.
No, I'm dead serious on that one. I am. But I guess
Is this what we wanted to see?
Yeah, what's the contradiction there?
I don't know. All right, what's the next topic?
Right? Wait. So you understand, as part of your definition, right? As part of your definition for what socialism meant, it entailed people being against private property. And private property here meaning capital, all right? The means of production. So that is not inconsistent with someone being not a Marxist.
AOC represents some sort of like socialist revolution in America. Like,
do you agree, yes or no, Stephen?
I mean, I don't know.
Do what?
Do you agree, yes or no, that just because someone's in favor of the abolishment of private property, that doesn't necessarily make them a Marxist-Leninist?
Yeah, that's true. That's not necessarily, because you can be like one of those slightly confused people who believes in like anarcho-communism, and it will all just be transferred through some kind of amicable process without any state or means of violence to do so. Yeah, and I don't put that past Aaron, right? Really? Are we actually saying that she's like a closet USSR person? I don't think I've seen any evidence of that. I don't think she's like a tanky. No, I've not seen that.
Not necessarily, but if you're too scared to call yourself, or if you say you don't want to be a socialist, but you are more extreme than that and you're a communist, if you say that you're in favor of like the abolition of private property, if you say, we don't have to watch it, I guess, but our last clip is, I'm sure you'll explain this one too, when you say things like, oh yeah, I wish AOC would like a socialist revolution in the United States, where revolution historically is like aligned with a violent revolutionary overthrow of the capital class.
AOC says revolution. The politicians themselves are going to say
this is the issue, and this is exactly why I said earlier I don't think AOC should call herself a socialist, because this is the game. This is like the meme, right? I don't think AOC.
You can't believe these people are that naive. What really in politics, online, alt media, with random fucking streamers? Yes, I believe people are naive. You fucking idiot. Yeah, you're naive for not realizing that people are this naive. Yeah, if someone can think that she wants to abolish private property without thinking it needs to be like the entire state seizing it by means of force and then going back to the fucking Soviet Union, like. Yeah, there are actually people who think there are other ways to achieve the abolition of private property, believe it or not. Yes, there are academics who believe this. I don't know if I've seen any evidence at all that Aaron wants to do it the old school way, the 20th century way. I don't know, like... Can people not just challenge Aaron on her beliefs? Like, just listen to her argue for a position. Like, listen to the thing I showed you from the Hutch conversation. Like, her problem is that she's, like, dumb as rocks. I don't know. Fuck, mate.
It's a violent revolution when she says it. I don't think so. But like, this is the game that you end up playing.
But Aaron does.
Absolutely, yes.
Aaron does mean violent revolution.
Yes,
and that's based on so why are you distinguishing how AOC says it and Aaron says it? You justify that. Go.
Do you guys understand? Do you guys understand that the word tanky was coined by socialists, by communists, right? You understand that it was communists who saw other communists from the same party, I think it was Communist Party of Great Britain, supporting Stalin when he rolled tanks into Hungary to suppress a popular uprising. And some of those communists were like, yeah, that's good. Fuck them. And the other communists were like, no, we don't do that. You guys are tankies. That's where that came, because they roll tanks. It was communists shitting on other communists. There's nothing more quintessentially socialist than the fact that the word tanky was coined by other communists. But, Khrushchev, not Stalin. Fuck you. Thank you, chat. Yes. Wow, I've cultivated such an intelligent community.
Because when Erin says it, Erin says that she thinks that most socialists would be communists, but they're too scared to say it publicly, implying that her position is more radical than what most socialists would admit to.
Entailment there. That doesn't mean anything.
Hold on, wait. When somebody said, do you think, no, stop. Do you think it's more likely that it's more radical or less radical when she says that? What do you think that means when she says, I think most people wouldn't own being, I want you to explain that. When she says, I don't think most people would own being communists publicly, so they call themselves socialists. What does she mean when she says that?
I think she says that communism has a particularly negative connotation, denotation, sort of embodied in the definition, but that doesn't imply, that's just saying that she thinks that the distinction between socialists and communists doesn't make sense.
This is a Hassan game. This is ridiculous.
Erin probably says communist instead of socialist because it's more triggering. That's probably the only reason.
Socialist doesn't have a negative distinction.
She probably thinks they mean the same thing, and her saying communist just makes her like happy. I don't know. Like, is it that complicated?
In the United States, but communist does. Like, what a delusional take. Like,
Wait. You acknowledge I didn't just say that, right?
What you said that the reason why you might say
I didn't
that's
say
what it's that's what I heard. No. You said you made it sound like communism has a negative connotation versus socialism. I don't think there is one.
Did you acknowledge that what I said there was comparative? I said comparing socialism and the term communism. And do you agree that communism has a more negative connotation than socialism, yes or no?
Not meaningfully, no.
You don't think that the term communism, so you don't think there's a meaningful distinction in the connotation of communism and socialism in this country?
No. There is not a single person in the United States where you go, hey, somebody's like, are you a communist? You're like, oh, no, I'm not a communist. I'm a socialist. I'm like, oh, whew. No, that's fucking stupid. And there's not a single group in the United States where you're hanging around a bunch of people who are like, oh, I'm socialist. And you're like, oh, you're socialist? I'm actually a communist. I'm like, ooh, that guy's too much. So, no, this is fucking stupid. It's such a stupid...
You and I live in a different country.
Okay.
Obviously.
I think I know what's wrong with you guys. It's especially fucking Glitterbell. Oh my God, I love you, but Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, look, this is the problem, okay? The problem is that tankies do this, okay? They're like an iceberg, okay? They've got their little social democracy here, okay? And then they've got all their retarded fucking bullshit down here, okay? That's what they are. The problem is, most of what they're communicating to the world is this part. This is the bit that they're communicating to the world, okay? So if this is the bit that they're communicating to the world, other people are only hearing this part. They're only hearing this. So there are other people who might identify with this socialist person, but they might only have this, and that's it, right? They might only have this. So they will do a lot of the same dog whistling and fucking signifiers and communicate a lot of the same red flags that this person does, but they genuinely have no fucking idea that there's anything down here, right? And I think... and the problem is that, again, and right-wingers knew this when during 4chan and all that shit, like with the Charlottesville riots, like they knew that when people... Well, I do a brain. When clever people... It's the shittiest fucking... Okay, let's do a little brain here. Okay, well, brainstem. Okay. This is the really clever people, okay? So many wrinkles. Like these people here, with the hairy fucking ballsack brains, they are very aware of this, right? They know what's going on. But then they see people doing this, and they'll be like, oh, you're just saying that because you believe all this. And then the person here genuinely is like, what the fuck are you accusing me of? No, I don't. I believe this stuff at the top. I'm not none of this other stuff that you're accusing me of. You're fucking crazy. You're crashing out. You have derangement syndrome. You're probably sexually attracted to Hassan and you can't handle it. Like, that's what they're saying to this person here. And then this person looks like a fucking retard, right? That's what happens. Like, unfortunately, you do kind of have to communicate with this most of the time. Like, that's the purpose of it. That's how it works. It basically takes this person who jumps to treat these people like this person, even though the approach has to be kind of different, because these people might genuinely not know some of the things that they're communicating will also mean things like this. You understand? Okay.
Proof is in the pudding. Do you think that Mamdani would have won the Democratic primary if he called himself a communist?
I don't know, maybe.
Okay, I don't think he would have won. I think that there's a much more negative connotation on the term communist and they're socialist, and I don't even think that your audience, as sycophantic as it is, would deny that.
I think right of Biden, these are synonyms.
I mean, I think it's okay. To be fair, I think it's obviously the case that, I mean, intuitively, right? I think there's a reason why a shitload of people in America identify themselves as socialists, but not.
Fuck you. This. Generally speaking, this is not what I was looking for. Thank you. Where's the other thing go? It's gone. I closed it. Whatever. Okay. What was I going to say? the thing is, the people who do have the underlying horrible shit, and they are aware of it, and they are actually hiding a power level and not just kind of falling for the surface level arguments and only identifying with those. People who hold the underlying beliefs will let those beliefs slip. They will always give you a moment where you can be like, there it is. So just show that. Just demonstrate it. Fuck. Econo boy. Okay.
No, I was just going to give a silly hypothetical a la Hassan versus Trump.
Hey, it's Tally. Fuck. I thought Tally was like a fucking gold find of a debate partner for the Doobie Israel-Palestine shit. But apparently she's like, is she one of those people who's like kind of retarded in other issues? Like the MAGA shit or the culture war? She did say she had a problem with woke. And I'm like, usually that sentence implies not good. Oh, well. It's okay. I will bury my head in the sand. It's fine.
President of the United
She's obsessed with trans. I had no idea. What the fuck?
States. Mike from PA or Talibots?
I mean.
Wait,
in
what
the
was
Live and
the
Learn episode, we really didn't get to learn a whole lot of.
What was the question? Hang on.
No, I was just going to give a silly hypothetical a la Hassan versus Trump. President of the United States. Mike from PA or Talibots?
Shit.
I mean.
Isn't her partner trans? I don't know. I don't care.
In the Live and Learn episode, we really didn't get to learn a whole lot about your actual political ideology, other than.
I'm sorry. This is just.
No, but wait, do you disagree? Like,
well,
Talia
first
didn't
of all,
really.
I'm wondering if you're making a joke here. Is this serious?
He's not. He's not making a joke.
Oh,
I mean, Mike from PA would literally like call the Zionists, right? And he thinks most people like Mike from PA is absolutely like he makes violent threats all the time. He actually does quite much harder than Hassan does for terrorism and shit. Like he mask slips on fucking anti-Semitism all the time. Yeah, I don't know, like if Tally would take trans healthcare away from kids or something. I don't know.
Wait, what's funny about? Wait, no, like obviously when. She said she voted for Trump, and she said like she used to have these. She said like more what she wasn't than what she was. I feel like, but I'd have
the
to.
fact
I'd have
that
to.
you
I'd have to
having
know
to
more.
think about this is part of the problem. But yo, the fact that you have to think about whether or not Tali is worse than
Well, I understand.
Mike from
I understand,
PA.
Mike. Like,
Jew is not a fucking ethnic.
No, but I'm not.
I love that sentence. That's such a good sentence. Jew is not an ethnic. Fuck yes.
Pisco chose me over Hassan, and I think Hassan's worse than Mike from PA. And it was a pretty easy decision for Pisco. He made the same little quip about, but you know, you voted for Trump, so I have to think about your judgment. But it was very easy for him
your
to
judgment.
say that between Tali and Hassan that he would vote for me.
I mean, okay, people think Econo Boy's grifting. We don't talk about it as much on my stream as maybe as much as we should because my interest is Middle East politics. Okay, but Trump is really fucking bad, okay? Trump is horrible. He's so bad. He wants to get rid of birthright citizenship. He is surrounded by people who, if he doesn't want to do it soon, like there are people around him who absolutely just want to deport like all the Mexicans. You understand? Like his foreign policy changes on a fucking whim. He's a Putin glazer, or he's surrounded by Putin glazers. He actually did want to expel everyone from Gaza and turn it into a fucking Gulf state. Like, bro, Trump is really, really bad. And if someone voted for that because of some bone to pick that they have with whatever the fuck woke, like, I don't know. Like, don't forget it. Trump is really bad. But okay.
I guess I don't know what his actual socialist model is. But
someone
he
clip
thinks
that interaction.
Jews
by the
are
way,
a demonic ethnicity.
Zerobox, you're in chat. Can you clip
Yeah.
the hesitancy?
I don't feel that way, but
why do you want that clip? Like, is it the most unreasonable thing to say? Like, I just need to know more. Like, Talia could be a completely insane person for all. I don't know about her I don't want to say I
But you've
endorse
spent
her.
more time.
You guys are also expecting people to be as plugged in as you. I don't know. Like, I would reserve accusations of grifting on that shit. Yeah.
Have you spent more time talking to me than Mike from PA?
Okay. Be right back. Recent convert. Yeah, well.